हेलो। टेस्ट हेलो। जी। ठीक, हेलो हेलो बोल रहा हूँ मैं, ठीक है, पीए पे बंद करा हुआ है। हेलो 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 हेलो, ये ले। हेलो 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 हेलो।
बाहर गया अब स्टैंड।
हेलो हेलो।
चेक कर लेगा किस पे रहेगा। ये हेडफोन, आजकल हेडफोन किसी को चलता है, ब्लूटूथ से हेडफोन मांग रहा है। हेडफोन है, जैक टीनी लगा। वही तो दिखाता है। हाँ उस पे आ रहा है। हेलो हेलो। ये भी मैट्रिक्स बंद हो। हेलो हेलो हेलो। हाँ अच्छा। हेलो। अरे प्रहलाद जी, ओ प्रहलाद जी, राजा प्रो में जो केबल वाई केबल लगा है देखे तो लगा हुआ है सही, एक बार निकाल के
हेलो 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 हेलो।
मॉनिटर पे लेवल नहीं दिखा था। नहीं एचडीएमआई जैसे लगा है। एचडीएमआई में एक्सएलआर इनपुट मांगेगा।
हेलो 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 हेलो। हेलो हेलो हेलो। हाँ हेलो 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 हेलो। NATI। हाँ हाँ मार दे। इस पे से एक बार रिकॉर्ड दबा कर दे। हम्म। Check, 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 check. Hello, 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 hello. Check, check, check.
Good morning, everyone. May I please request you to settle down, to shut the doors of the conference hall, and if everyone can move in. Ready to begin? So good morning. Welcome to our first annual conference. This is the first IPCIDE annual conference on the state of India's digital economy. We're going to start the day with a little bit of disappointing news. The minister couldn't make it. He had to reschedule some other appointment, but I'm hoping that the rest of the sessions and the panel discussions are really going to make up for it. This time we also have an experiential session. You have all the innovators sitting in the room who have set up their booths, and I encourage that we all interact and learn and understand these technologies before we really start writing and discussing policy around it. Thank you once again. I know it's a really early morning, but we'll start quickly. And may I please request Mr. Pramod Bhasin, Chairperson ICRIER, to join us, Mr. Saurabh Garg, CEO UIDAI, Mr. Deepak Mishra, Director ICRIER, and Helani, thank you for joining super early in the morning and for making it. We are waiting for Sehraj. Over to you, sir, to do welcome remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mansi, and very good morning to everyone. It's a huge pleasure for me to be here and to be able to inaugurate and start off this first conference that we have for IPCIDE. It's a mouthful of a name, of course, that we have called it, but it is the state of things that we've done, that the name stands for the complicated subject that we're trying to deal with. Center for Internet and Digital Economy, and this is our first report that we are issuing. Before we get into the report, I do want to say, of course, that our chief guest here, Mr. Saurabh Garg, we welcome you. Thank you very, very much for being here with us. He's the CEO of UIDAI. I'll get that wrong, but you know, they run one of the most impactful, I would say, path-breaking platforms that have ever been created in the world at a cost and an efficiency and an impact that is actually unparalleled. So we're really delighted to have you here. We were there at the birth of it, to be honest, many, many years ago when I was the chairperson at NASSCOM, and the whole process was just being started by Nandan and the entire team. And it has been probably one of the most successful projects of its kind that the world has ever seen. And I hope it's a testament to what India will be all about in the future. You're also going to hear a lot of discussions around these public platforms as we get into the reports. As far as our conference is concerned, this was born out of a combination between ICRIER and Process. We're waiting for Sehraj. He'll be here any minute now, I believe. I think he's been surrounded by the Prime Minister's movements, and so he's blocked somewhere near the Prime Minister's house right now, but I hope he'll be here. But we have been very, very fortunate to have been able to build a partnership with Process, who have supported this initiative very altruistically, very philanthropically, because it is one of the most important things that must happen. I believe, and I've seen this for many years in our own industry, the IT industry, and many other industries that I work with, that there is insufficient effort placed behind the impact that we need to create as industries, as entrepreneurs, as policymakers, as institutions on the defining trends of the day. There aren't that many places which invest the money and put the money down to create reports like the ones we are, which can create really an annual legacy for us and a set of recommendations for the government on areas that really matter, are now very, very important. We haven't seen that happen in the past, and the center will focus on high quality research, deep research. We're not a fast-breaking news organization, but we will focus on deep research, organizing networking events, coming out with reports on very, very important topics. And in the first year, we have produced policy briefs on the central bank digital currencies, regulation of cryptocurrencies, and taxonomy of the digital public ecosystem. So we're delighted that process has joined hands with ICRIER. We're absolutely delighted that the center is up. It's a path-breaking center. I really hope we can replicate this perhaps in a few other areas. We would love to be able to do that because I think that will be the hallmark of a strong industry governmental partnership to define policies. Most importantly, at a time when the world is changing so incredibly quickly in this area, it is inevitable that regulation gets slower and the distance between technology advancement and regulation becomes widens every day. That's happening more in our area. If you think about the impact of ChatGPT, if you think about the impact of AI on our world, that gap will widen. And so the need and necessity to create policy frameworks that allow us to address some of the very obvious changes and some of the very obvious barriers that need to be put up around these areas becomes much, much more stronger. About our conference is a culmination of the research that we've done and the analysis on issues facing the digital economy. And it's aligned to our presidency of the G20, where we are making a major deal about the public platforms, and we are talking significantly, and we are helping with the government on financial inclusion and many other areas. We're working with the Ministry of Finance in a variety of these areas, as well as around digital public infrastructure to improve financial inclusion as part of the G20's overall partnership for financial inclusion. This is the first report of its kind. Our aim is that we will be able to launch this every year, addressing new areas, addressing areas that are really concerned, and deepening and widening the recommendations that we make out of these reports. We hope that you will enjoy reading it. We hope you will find it more than that, insightful, informative, and knowledgeable. And we hope it can create a real beneficial impact on the world as we go forward. Our incredible journey, and the report talks about our incredible journey that we've seen in transforming into a digital economy. I'm not going to get into that in great detail because Deepak is here and our chief guest will talk about many of these things. But quantifying the digital economy has been a struggle. If you go around the country and you ask people, what is the impact this has had on us? What is the impact startups have had? What is the impact digital public infrastructure has had? What is the impact platforms have had? It is very hard to actively define that through deep research and a lot of data. This report is the first attempt, we believe, across the country to be able to try and do that. And as we publish this report, I hope we would love to hear your advice, your thoughts, and your criticisms. With that, I just wanted to announce the launch of our first conference. Thank you all for attending. Thank you very much for being here. And with that, I'd love to launch the report if we may, and I'll come out. If Siraj is not here, I think we're going to now be launching it without him. Do you think? Or shall we wait? We should wait. Let's do that. We'll just wait for Siraj. So thank you again, and Deepak, may I call on you to present the report? Thank you.
Okay, a very good morning to everyone. Mr. Saurabh Garg, CEO UIDI, Ms. Helene Galapaya, CEO Learn Asia, Pramod, Sarah isn't here yet, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to present you the main findings of the IPCIDE report. And as I start doing it, I'll begin with a personal presentation with a personal story. So on my left hand, you see the vaccination card I received when I got my first dose of COVID vaccine in US. And on the right, you have the COVID pass that is stored in my DG locker in India. So I'm a living proof of what you see on the screen. Namely, many Indians carry their COVID vaccination digital certificate on their They carry their COVID vaccination digital certificate on their smartphone, while Americans have no such option and must carry a hand-filled physical card. You may say, what's the big deal? America could make this anytime. But since the start of the industrial revolution in 1750s, the benefits of technological progress have reached Indians with decades of lag. The steam engines came to India 81 years after it was invented. By the time electricity arrived, it had been in use for 78 years. Passenger cars took 71 years, computers 22 years, smartphones 4 to 7 years. COVID bit history. Its success stands out because India is still a relatively poor country with per capita income that is only 3.5% of US per capita income. Fortunately, COVID's success story is not an isolated one. One gulp doesn't make a summer, but in this case, we have many gulps. As shown in this figure, more and more services are being provided and accessed on digital platform. With a large population of 1.4 billion people, 1.3 billion telecom subscriber, 900 internet subscriber, and nearly 500 million smartphone users, few countries in the world are experimenting with digital solutions that can match India's scale. India today boasts of several co-win-like platforms, as you see in this picture, with 100 million plus users built, operated, and managed by a mixture of public, private, PPP, and philanthropic structures. What has set India model apart is its championing of the development and deployment of digital public infrastructure and platforms, what I call DPIPs. As you'll see in my presentation, I'm making a distinction between infrastructure and platform. In fact, there are 4 building blocks to India's digital public ecosystem: digital public goods, digital public infrastructure, digital public platforms, and digitalized general services. It might sound a little complicated, but you could actually go back, and there's a report that we prepared in a career which provides a proper taxonomy for India's digital ecosystem. Since India is a champion in this area, we better get the name right and the concept right. And we started doing that through a policy brief, which is also part of this report. And as you know, today, there are numerous other DPIPs in operation, including in finance, health, commerce, urban governance. This picture shows that Aadhaar is absolutely unique, as Pramod said in the beginning, and we'll hear from Saurabh more about it. But there are many apps which have actually diffused as quickly as Aadhaar. So CoWIN, obviously, which is because of pandemic, there was an urgency to do it. The Abha, which is the Ayushman Bharat, which is also spreading or diffusing as fast as Aadhaar because it is, taking the advantage of the cocktail, the CoWIN app. Because it's a health one, but there are other ones like UPI, Digit, Bheem, and you'll be hearing from many of the founders of these platforms about their journey. Interestingly, this fast-paced growth in adoption of digital application that you see in India does not get captured in the global indices one encountered today. I know it because I built one such indices in the World Bank, where India was obviously somewhere in the 3-digit hundreds out of 180. The widely cited ICT Development Index by IDI or prepared by ITU ranks India at 134 out of 176 countries, placing it between Myanmar and Lesotho. That's where India's digital ranking stands. The UN eGov Readiness Index ranks India in the 88th position out of 193. The latest Network Readiness Index places India at 61st position among 131 countries. So when Indians speak about their country's extraordinary digital journey, they often encounter skepticism, even derision abroad, because nobody has a clue that all these things are happening in India. The state of India's digital economy, the IPCIDE report, is meant to change that perception. It measures and analyzes India's digital transformation using data, information, and evidence that are specifically relevant to the Indian context. It focuses mainly on those indicators that matter for understanding India's digital economy. It then finds the same data for other countries and then compare India with it. So the starting point is India and not a global indicator that is available of it. So if you want to really think of what is IPCIDE report, it's a homegrown initiative to capture the thought leadership, just as the way our engineers have tried to capture the technology leadership in India. So this is about creating indicators, data, information that are relevant for India and then compare India with the rest of the world. This is a two-part report. The first part benchmarks the progress of India's digital economy relative to the G20 countries. It also captures the performance across Indian state. And the second part is a study of the rapid rise of the DPIPs in India. And then it discusses the benefits and the risk that they offer. So let me start with the part one of the report. I'm a bit of under the weather, so don't mind if I have to nourish myself. So the report traces the digital transformation through its four interrelated stages: connect, harness, innovate, and protect, which is what we call the CHIP framework. The progress is examined through three types of agents: what's happening to people, what's happening with businesses, and what's happening to the government agency. So it's a very neat framework comparing the four stages of digital transformation across three agents. The connect pillar benchmarks the level and change in internet connectivity of individual business and government agencies. How do you get 1.4 billion people, millions of businesses, and all the government agencies online? That's the goal of connect. The harness pillar measures how India is using the internet to generate growth, create jobs, and improve governance. The third pillar, innovate, explores the engagement of Indian business and workers with emerging technologies. And the final pillar examines the level of protection Indians enjoy in the digital space vis-a-vis the rest of the world. So that's your CHIP framework, and the report will actually walk you through that. I'll be very brief. All of you, obviously we'll have a copy, hard copy of the report, and the soft copy will be downloaded uploaded to our internet very soon. But let me give you very quick glimpses of the report. So when it comes to connect, and we call it connect, it's a bright spot, but a weak link. And because when you look at India's connectivity, it has grown by leaps and bounds in recent years. India is the fastest growing and the second largest telecommunication market in the world. For three examples, mobile broadband subscription will increase at an annual growth rate of 40% during 2014 and 2021. So if you compare India with the rest of the G20, India is not just up, it's way above anybody else, though it starts with a low base, but 3% growth for 8 years is huge. During the pandemic lockdowns, businesses adopted internet connectivity at a faster rate, with the digital divide between SMEs, medium and large enterprises closing rapidly. That's a graph in the center. You can see all of them are getting into pretty much universal level of connectivity. And when it comes to government, there has also been sharp increase in connectivity in public sector institutions, especially those in charge of law and order and land records. But not everything is wonderful in this particular category. There are persistent digital divides. And here I give you an example of divide across income, across gender, and across geography. The gap between the richest and the poorest Indian states with regard to internet subscription is not closing. The gender gap in the mobile ownership in India was low to begin with and has deteriorated relative to the rest of the G20 countries, and only 37% of rural population are active internet user compared to 69% in urban areas. And with only 1 out of 3 women in rural India using the internet, the gender divide is at an unacceptably high level. Now let's turn to harness. The report shows that once you connect the Indians to the internet, they are adept at harnessing its benefit. Households are using digital services, leading to a sharp rise in digital payment, e-commerce, online learning, food delivery. This picture shows that India is pretty much the second largest when it comes to any category. Some of you will say, what's the big deal? You have the largest population, so you should be the second largest users of digital services. But to be honest, we had the second largest population, but if you look at how many Indians had access to electricity grid 20 years ago, we were not the second largest. When you say how many Indians had access to piped water, we were not the second largest. When you say how many Indians had toilets in the house, we were not the second largest. So clearly, this is, scale and population is important, but making sure those population become a user is equally important. And that has happened over the last few years. But as I said, while it has been terrific, there are still a large scope for improvement. For businesses, the connectivity gap has narrowed, but the gap in the adoption of digital services has widened. So the picture on the left shows that while the SMEs have managed to have access to internet, they do not have digital services to actually make full use of it. When you look at government, there's been a huge improvement in terms of access. But richer states like Delhi, Goa, Karnataka, Kerala, Maharashtra have high level of internet penetration, but very low use of e-gov services, telling us that there are issues beyond connectivity that needs to be addressed to realize the full benefits of internet. And I should add that the next session that you'll hear after the inaugural session will focus on digital India and competitive federalism. The session will be moderated by Ms. Aruna Sundarajan, and the speakers will include Mr. Kanta Rao from Department of Telecommunication, Mr. Neeraj Mittal from Government of Tamil Nadu, Mr. Kiran Karnik, who is here, and Mansi Kedia from ICRIAD. And you will get a more deeper picture of how this is being implemented at the state level and some of the challenges of it. Now, let me turn to the third pillar, innovate, where we say India is punching above its weight. Of the 4 pillars in the chief framework, India's relative performance is the highest under the innovation pillar. India currently ranks the highest in contribution of open source AI projects ahead of developed nations like US. India's AI publications are growing at 18% faster than the US, China, EU, and UK. And a higher percentage of IT workers in India possess AI skills than any other G20 country. These are phenomenal achievements. India has also been steadily pursuing the development and adoption of other emerging technologies like cloud computing, big data analytics, Internet of Things, augmented, mixed, and extended reality. Some of the experiential session you have out there actually talks about this issue. In fact, the Innovate study is perhaps the least celebrated story of our time, both at home and abroad. But now let's get to the weakest part of the chip. It should not come as a surprise to many of you that India still has a lot of work to do in adequately protecting the digital economy from cyber threats. Cyber crimes reported by Indian users is the highest among G20 countries. India had the 4th highest number of data breaches in 2020 after Russia, US, and France. Another worrying trend is the increasing number of attacks on government sector and state-sponsored attacks. There is increasing sophistication in cybercrime, cyber espionage, comprising of organizational networks and data systems. So these are serious issues, and the fact that we have this massive infrastructure under the public sector is something that makes us very vulnerable to. So this is a critically important pillar to be strengthened. So while the average cost of data breach is relatively low, it is rising very fast. And without an exclusive cybersecurity law, Indians have to rely on outdated and sectoral regulations, making protect the weakest link in India's otherwise remarkable transformation. So what are my key takeaways from part 1 of the report? Despite being a lower middle income country compared to its G20 peers, India's performance is significantly superior on the innovation pillar. The next strongest suit is harness, where Indians are adopting digital services at a very quick pace. There are mixed results on connect pillar. While India is set to become the world's most connected nation, at the same time, the digital divide across geography, gender, and income continues to remain unacceptably high. And the weakest link in the story of India's digital transition is the 4th pillar, protection against cyber crimes and invasion of privacy. So that's your 1, 2, 3, and 4 ranking, something we want to improve and do it better next time with better data and more quantitative analysis. So that's my part 1. Now let's turn to part 2. This section delves into 5 DPIPs that are currently in operation in India: Aadhaar, UPI, Ayushman Bharat, and Digit, which is digital infrastructure for governance, impact, and transformation, and the accounts aggregator framework. So I'm not going to talk a lot about this because we have the real people, the founders of this platforms and the infrastructure are here to talk about it. So we'll first hear from Mr. Garg in the inaugural session. Then we'll be hearing in the post-lunch, immediately after post-lunch, we'll be hearing, there'll be a session on T20 panel on empowering India's digital revolution through digital public infrastructure and platforms. The keynote address will be given to Mr. Amitabh Kant. Then you'll hear from Mr. T. Koshi, who is the CEO for ONDC. We'll hear from Ms. Neeta Tyagi, who is the director of Ego Foundation and the founder for the Digit. We'll hear from Mr. Sharath Sharma, the co-founder of iSpirit Foundation, who will talk about how DPIs have taken center stage in the G20 discussion. And we'll hear from Professor David Eves, Associate Professor at University of College of London, who will provide the external perspective. And the session will be chaired by Mr. R. Chandrasekhar, former President, NASCOM, and former Secretary, Department of Information Technology and DOT. So I will be very, very brief here, and I think I've run out of my time, but very quickly, when you look at that session, and you want to think about it, how do you analyze the benefits and the risks that comes out of DPIPs? This is the way to, at least in our view, this is the way we could think about it. So DPIPs, we believe, hold the potential to bend the arc of India's development. They're truly transformational. If effectively implemented, DPIs could positively impact India's development in 3 different ways. First, they could make the development process more inclusive by taking the gains of digital technology to poor and underserved households and areas. Second, by lowering the cost of transaction, they could make markets and government more efficient. Finally, DPIPs could make the development process more innovative by allowing private sector and government agencies to build new products and services. This report provides several examples of the contribution of DPIPs in making India's development process more inclusive, more efficient, and more innovative. Despite these obvious advantages, DPIPs also pose 3 interrelated risks. First, given that they are often built on each other, if an individual gets left out of the foundational DPIP, the risk that he or she, and often it's a she would be left excluded from the entire ecosystem. Second, in the absence of good governance and regulations, DPIP could grow to become digital monopolies and thus carry the risk of concentration. Finally, given the volume of data passing through DPIPs, they could become a natural target for criminals and hostile entities, which poses risk related to cybersecurity and privacy. So that's my final slide. Key takeaways from part 2. So DPI has been very successful in achieving scale and tend to accelerate inclusion, improve efficiency, and facilitate innovation. Aadhaar has led to an overall saving of close to 2 trillion rupees as per the government of India's statistics are concerned, and has brought down cost of verification through KYC, leading to saving cost per customer's acquisition from 700 rupees to 3 rupees. Massive decline there and massive cost of improvement in efficiency. UPI is currently the cheapest alternative among available digital payment channels, but this is also because there's subsidy involved in that. The focus must now shift from technology to other determinants of success, such as regulation, institutional design, and implementation capacity. So ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude with 3 key takeaways from CIDE 2023. India was a latecomer to the past industrial revolution, but with digital technology, the gap is breaching. Using the CHIEF framework and using India-relevant indicators, we find that Connect is India's bright spot, but also weak link. Harness is where India is really doing well, firing in all its cylinders. And when it comes to innovation, that's where India is really punching above its weight. But Protect remains India's Achilles heel. And finally, India is building digital expressways, which are the DPIPs in my mind, at a prodigious pace. This is simply unseen in world in anywhere. And this is also a good time to think about the guardrails that we are building along with the expressway. So here are the authors of the CIDE report, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
So now we have the honor and the pleasure of releasing the report, which has, I must congratulate Mansi and her entire team for the extraordinary amount of hard work that they have put into the report, working night and day and throughout hours, and their entire team is here, and it's been a magnificent effort. But thank you for all. That was wonderful, Deepak, and time for us to release the report. Mansi, please.
Mr. Saurabh Garg, may I please invite you to share your
Good morning, and I must thank and congratulate ICRIER and the team for preparing the first report, which really looks at digital economy in a very comprehensive manner. So congratulations to the team for preparing the report. I suppose it's also a sign of recognition of the importance of the digital economy that this report has come up. From what the statistics say, that the estimate is around 8.5% of the digital, of the GDP is the digital economy. And some of the RBI statistics mention that the growth of the digital part of the economy during 2014 to 2019 was about 2.4 times that of the rest of the economy, the digital part of the economy. And they've also mentioned that the digitally dependent economy is somewhere around 22.5%. Obviously, one can quibble about how they have come to this conclusion, but that was a digitally dependent economy they are calling. So why I'm just mentioning is that I think I can only highlight the importance of focusing on the digital economy as we move ahead. And I think the last 3 years of the pandemic have only strengthened the awareness among everyone of what the digital economy can help and how it can be so much more useful going ahead. I'm not really going to talk about Aadhaar as such. It's there in the report. Maybe I'll mention a bit, but I think the numbers are staggering when you consider any of the digital public infrastructure, Aadhaar obviously being the foundational ID, and therefore being basic to all or many of the others. We've seen in Aadhaar, if you just look at the last 3 years, 2019 to 22, 100% increase in the number of authentications that have been done. 100%, it's doubled, and we reached a stage that we are doing around 70 to 80 million transactions per day. So that's the level of growth that we have had in the last 3 years at 1/3, 33%. And we are seeing such growth. And this only underscores the point that the digital economy, the growth of the digital economy is so much more faster. And when we are talking of looking at larger growths for the entire economy, perhaps it's time to look at and focus much more on the digital part. I must compliment the CHIP framework that has been mentioned of the connect, harness, innovate, and protect. While the report says surprisingly the innovation leg is we are punching above our weight, I would say it's obvious given the kind of focus that there has been over the past 5 to 7 years. We've had the Startup India program, the kind of unicorns and the kind of funding available to the unicorns, the kind of focus on skills and digital skills. So I can only say that perhaps the innovate leg would only go on. And along with that is the growth of the DPIPs. I mean, 5 of them have been mentioned, but if you look at the India stack, what has been called the India stack, there are 12 of them. And the others are still developing, but you have things like Umang and DigiLocker, by which you can access documents, etc., and services across. There are 3 risks which have been mentioned in the report, which are related to the connect. One talks about the risks of inclusion or exclusion. The harness part talks about the monopolies or concentration that might happen. And the protect part talks on the cyber security and privacy. So maybe I'll just mention a bit on this in the context of Aadhaar and maybe broadly, that while these risks may be there, but we need to be cognizant that the work that is being done in these areas, and that has been done, and perhaps the change that is happening in any of these is so fast that 1 year might also be too long for us to look back. On the connect piece, we have 1.35 billion population, which was there, talked about. And we must also realize that the 1.35 billion population means there are about 250 million to 300 households. And that, I think, will be a very good way of looking at it, the fact that whether each household is connected, each household has internet access, each household has a smartphone or a feature phone, given the fact that we are a much more, if I can use, much more homogeneous or much more family-oriented society. So it's quite possible that there might be only one internet connection in a household, but that might be used by the entire family. And that's why a telephone base of 1.2 billion for a population of 1.35 billion, more than 800 million internet connections, a tele density of 85%, may not be a reason for exclusion. It might perhaps show the greater inclusion. And I can just mention rural areas. The growth in the internet subscribers between 2015 to 2021 was 200% in the rural areas and around 158% in the urban. So the growth is so much more in the rural areas, which is where traditionally the issues of digital divide have been mentioned. And there is the BharatNet program, the aspirational districts, the Northeast region initiatives, which is where there are remote villages or the hilly and tribal villages. And I think that's where the focus is. And if you look at it from the data, that out of the over 700,000 villages in the country, there are only around 25,000 villages, which as of now don't have 4G, they have 2G, 3G, and they are being upgraded to 4G. So I think the issues of digital connect might have been there 5 years back, but perhaps they are not now. And I can just add, Aadhaar, maybe if you talked of it 5 years back, could have been mentioned as a reason for exclusion. But with 100% enrollment in Aadhaar for adults above the age of 18, in fact, for government programs, it becomes the basis for inclusion, because you're able to identify if anyone has been excluded. So my suggestion would be we need to relook at where we are on the inclusion paradigm, and I'm sure going forward we can look at it again. The second one was on the issue of digital monopolies and concentration. And I can just say that all the digital platforms or the digital public infrastructure is based on open platforms, open source, open standards, and with no vendor lock-ins. I think that itself transforms the way the DPIs will move forward and the cost of the DPIs. The focus is on interoperability and scalability, and I think Aadhaar exemplifies this basic philosophy which runs across digital platforms. And it's because of this, the JAM Trinity, where we could reach from accounts which were around, in 2014, around 50% of the population had bank accounts. In 2019, it was 80%. There have been studies done that in the normal course, it might have taken us 40 more years or 45 or 47 years, in fact, if the study says, but we were able to do it in 5 to 6 years. Similarly, because of the account aggregator platform and the OSIN network, which is around 3.5 million street vendors have got a 10,000 rupee loan for the first time under PM Swanidhi. So I think the issue of concentration, issue of monopolies is so much lesser given the kind of philosophy and the focus that we are working on going forward. And one other point I would like to mention about the Bhashini program, which is looking at how you can translate and transliterate from different languages, given the fact that we have 14 major languages in the country. And the Bhashini program, which is AI-based, is really helping ensure that this concentration and there'll be a much wider use of the programs, etc. And the last is on the protect part, and which is obviously on cyber security and privacy, which was, as you mentioned, is the ACAL Zeal. No doubt, it's, I think, the one of the most important part of the digital economy that we need to focus on. And I can just mention, if I can just talk about Aadhaar a bit on this concept of cyber security, is in terms of the multiple firewalls and the multiple layers we have, both on the software and on the hardware. The gateway prevention systems, the intrusion system, blocking systems that we have, focus on audits, reviews, and risk assessments that are done on, and this I'm saying it's across these digital platforms, which are really the focus. There might be some issues at certain endpoints, which will be isolated, but it won't be at the digital platform. And security by design is something which is built in terms of whether it's data encryption. For example, Aadhaar, we are ISO certified both for security and privacy, which is one of the few, and all the data platforms are working on that. And I think the governance framework is really strong. You have certain, which is the Computer Emergency Response Agency. You have the National Critical Infrastructure Information Protection System, and the NCCC, and number of agencies which exist. And while no doubt India has a large number of threats, which in fact the certain website mentions nearly 14 lakh attacks last year. But I think that's an area where there's a lot of focus and awareness is there on that. So I really won't be saying that we need to keep running to stay at the same place, but the fact remains the awareness is there. And that's, I think, extremely important, and steps are being taken. Last is on the privacy part. I would say that there has been a lot of discussion around that. And I think the Supreme Court gave the judgment in 2018. And I can say Aadhaar, I mean, the principles which Aadhaar is based, it's purpose agnostic, it's collects minimal data, it has various kinds of secure QR codes, etc., that we can, and there's no denial of service. And I think the Supreme Court had mentioned in their 2018 judgment, they derived the right to privacy from the right to dignity. And they said that just right to dignity is constitutionally existing, and right to privacy is part of that. I think they also mentioned one very important part, that individuals have a right to food, shelter, and employment, which is also a very integral part of right to dignity. That while right to informational privacy is important, as important is the right to better living standards. And there has to be a balance between them. And while the right to informational privacy has to be maintained, so has to be the other right, which might require what they call the proportionality test, and look at what is the balance that has to be done. And I think we need to keep that in view, that the programs that are there, Aadhaar for that matter, has focused on this. And I'm sure that balance framework which is there, which has been developed by the Supreme Court, I'm sure we'll work on this. And I'm happy that the digital economy report has brought out these issues, but I'm sure a recognition of where we stand would also help. So thank you for calling me out here, and thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was, I think, a very thoughtfully drafted speech. And thank you so much for addressing all of the risks that we have mentioned in the report and everything that you're doing to think about it. Hilani, may I please invite you now? You've been waiting patiently. Hilani is CEO of Learn Asia, and we've done some work with her, but her organization does a lot of work on cross-country comparisons on the digital economy. So we'd like to hear from you about the report and how you think it compares with some of the work that you've done internationally. To you, Hilani, over to you.
Thank you, Mansi and Deepak, for the invitation. I'm sad I'm not there in person. The travel just didn't work out, but it is always a pleasure to participate in any event with ICRIA. I'll make maybe 3 points and keep it brief. First is about access. And I think Deepak mentioned that while access is growing exponentially, and particularly during COVID, amazing things have happened to India's connectivity, and our surveys, which ICRIA was a partner in for the India survey, certainly saw that India catching up to many of the better connected countries by extremely high growth, and people saying that that's why they got online, to fulfill a need that arose during the COVID pandemic. It has been a boon. Gender gaps have been halved, but they are still significant. The worry is not that, as the report shows, that the gender gaps are higher than most OECD countries. That is a worry, but a lot of these digital indicators pretty much follow GDP per capita, especially if it's purchasing power adjusted. So the richer OECD countries will have lower gender gaps. The problem for India is that India's gender gap in a 23-country nationally representative survey came out highest along with Bangladesh, and far higher than really poor African countries, including Mozambique, one of the poorest countries. So it is an outlier, but in a negative way. So as Deepak mentioned, and the report picks up, these gaps are really a concern if we want to take digital equity to Indian people. The second point is about people and labor. I think the report picks up really well on the use of AI and the contribution to AI software and open source. I think these are wonderful indicators. I come from Sri Lanka, which also previously had the record for per capita highest contribution to open source software. So India has beaten us. I think these are great, but the real impact would be to look at not just the high-end indicators like this, but what is the impact of digitalization of labor in many other sectors? Are they keeping pace and digitalization at the same rate? There's also the issue of how labor itself is going to change because of the adoption of AI and basic digital software. The international research on OECD countries shows that digitization of tasks on various job categories will lead to a whole lot of jobs being eliminated, some jobs being highly valued and high in demand, and these are usually the highly cognitive creative ones, so like the AI jobs, the creative industries, And the third category will become even lower paid and commoditized. These are the service and care industry in particular. Now, India has all three. Our research shows that the pace of change in India will be far less because the rate of digitalization in non-digital sector jobs is much lower. There are lots of MSMEs who don't even use electricity, so digitalization is much slower, but it is happening. It's happening faster in OECD countries. And I think we do need to ideally address this in upcoming reports, because what we don't want is digitalization leading to a race to the bottom with highly commoditized jobs without having the time to worry about how we are going to deal with the people who are going to be out of jobs. Of course, digitalization creates jobs, but those jobs are not going to be with the same people who've lost their jobs or changed them. The third thing I want to touch about is on climate and digital, and how India's digital economy contributes positively and negatively to the climate-related challenges that we all face and India faces. I mean, there are obvious issues and questions around possible negative challenges of e-waste, but also positive contributions that arise at the economy level because of efficient transport systems that are digitally optimized, simply lower need for travel because you can do a lot of things online. I think these are worth looking into, but the real question is that each innovation, the real challenge is that each innovation in AI and data that we are talking about in this report and in our daily lives is built upon higher processing power, higher data center use, and higher data use, and therefore higher consumption of energy. So we really do need to pay attention to this cycle, not just because it could be a problem, but it could be a real opportunity for India to really innovate differently from everyone else and lead the way into very greener AI digital innovation. So perhaps that's worth thinking about. I think the report rightfully recognizes the problems of cybersecurity in the protection pillar. And there I want to come to my last point, which is the role of India in the region and internationally. It's quite amazing that India's sort of move to take much needed digital public goods, for example, UIDAI, and help many countries, mine included, to implement a much delayed and much needed ID system or ID verification system. And hopefully countries like Sri Lanka adopt that with minimum impacts on user privacy, thanks to UIDAI's architecture, which has a lot more time to think about these challenges. But I think India needs to export much more than that. And I'm not talking about services and software, but governance models that work for developing countries. If you take any of the areas of big digital challenges, the wicked problems that are facing us, from data protection to cross-border data flows, digital taxation, content governance on platforms, I think, and when I participate in these international processes, India is punching below its weight. And it doesn't have to. Cybersecurity is just one example that I touched upon. It's not only about protecting India's assets, digital assets, but about working with other nations and stakeholders to make India safer and vice versa. So participating in global processes about digital governance, because these are cross-jurisdictional global issues, they are no longer only nation state issues. So it's no longer optional, the participation. You could take something really sort of basic like content moderation, and everyone in the region is running to cut and paste something like Germany's NetzDG or Singapore's POFMA laws and creating these, or GDPR-based data protection laws. All of these are based on models of very high capacity in regulatory institutions and very, very high budgets. European countries are talking about not having enough money to run an information commissioner's office. So how are the South Asian countries or African countries going to do it? India's real contribution as a leader, because it's already well ahead, is to think through models that can work in our context of governance and capacity. Similarly, I think India has taken landmark decisions regarding the competition issues in e-commerce platforms. Again, region-leading things that I think really should penetrate the region. I'm really looking forward to being in India for some of the G20 related events, but there are so many other fora where digital governance issues of global importance and national importance are being discussed. And protection is one of the weak pillars in this report and in the region for people and businesses. And this international engagement, I think, is really important. So I really urge Mansi and the team to think about indicators that could measure this in future reports. Once again, thank you, Mansi, Deepak, and the ICRIA team. This is a fantastic report. And as a researcher, there's so much data. So it's really amazing that this has come out, and I'm looking forward to this being an ongoing series. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words, Delani. I'm just so surprised that you're so coherent so early in the morning, unless you're really early riser. I think it's 5 a.m. where she is. And thank you so much actually for the suggestions. I must say that one of the suggestions we've already thought about, and extending chip to chips and have a sustainability vertical in the next iteration, hopefully, or at least that's the idea at the moment. And many other suggestions. I think the labor markets one was also something that we should be focusing on. Governance, absolutely, participation. We'll see what we can do, but I really welcome your suggestions. Thank you so much, Hilani. And now Sehraj, who made it all possible. Sehraj, Managing Director at Process for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Mansi. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. It's truly a privilege for us to have seen this report come to fruition. You know, a year ago, we worked with the team at IPCIDE, created this team together. And I think the idea that we had was to at least provide us a snapshot of the digital economy, the progression, what we need to learn more, what we have learned, how do we apply that across the board. And I think it's quite heartening to see that there's such positive news coming out, as well as learnings. And I think as we go along, the ambition that we have is to learn a lot more than we know and apply that towards the digital acceleration of our country. And I'm truly proud to be a part of this, and I'm a small part. There's these researchers here, Deepak, Pramod, our esteemed panelists who are here to help us, take us along. And I think as the company Process, we are large investors in this country, and one of the driving forces that we have is that we're actually guests in this country, as investors. And it's very core to us to create a lasting impact in the countries and the economies where we are guests, and to feel welcome. And this is one of our goals, is to provide something that this country can take, that we can contribute to, and we can be a part of. So I want to thank everyone here for taking time this morning. I thank the researchers, thank our esteemed panelists, and thank the entire ICRIA team that's making this possible. They are a gem of a group, and I just couldn't be more happy to work with them. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Have a good morning.
We can end the session with a photograph. We'll start the next. I'm sorry that we don't have time for Q&A, but many of them will be around. So if you have any questions from the panelists or from the authors of the report, they're all sitting in the audience. So please find time to engage with them. The next session will start in about 10 minutes. We'll break for 10 minutes for tea and coffee and get back on stage. Thank you so much. For the schedule, there is the panelists haven't arrived. So can't allow the beautiful person isn't here. He's on his way. Right. And I told him 10:45. So that's why. Yeah, so I think he should be.
Well done, Mansi. Well done.
Yeah, Deepak. Huh? Yeah, I have connected. I don't, same link. I have connected. The same link which you sent. I don't know. You sent it. Acha, okay, I'll disconnect and try to connect again. इन्हें मानना चाहिए. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
बताइए, please take your seats. आपका आवाज ज्यादा.
नहीं, आप बोलो. अच्छा. Hi everyone, can we please take your seat? That would be great. Next session, we'll start it right away.
इस सेशन का ये बाद में कर देते ना.
फर्स्ट इनका है अभी ये वाला.
ये नहीं नेक्स्ट सेशन
अभी
नहीं, तभी रुके.
वहाँ करवा दो, सब पीछे बैठे हैं ना वहाँ पे लास्ट वहाँ कराना.
हाँ, मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन इसके पहले.
ये नहीं लगाना.
नहीं, मेरे भाई एक और है इसमें, देखें
देखना कौन.
ये वाला.
ये वाला.
ये तीसरा.
ये तो खुला है.
ये नहीं खुला है. May I request the panelists for the next session to please come up on stage? Ms. Aruna Sundarajan, Mr. Kantha Rao, Additional Secretary, Department of Telecommunication, Mr. Kiran Karnik, Chairperson, Indraprasth Institute of Information and Helpage India, and Mr. Neeraj Mittal, Chairman and Managing Director, Tamil Nadu Urban Finance and Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited. He's joining us online.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Okay. Good morning, everyone. So that brings us to the first panel session of today. I think we had an extremely informative and interesting first session. Those of us who've been involved in this space know that, for quite a long time, there have been attempts to really give a definition and an assessment of what exactly is happening. And often the digital world has just moved faster than most of us could really understand or try and define the direction in which it's going and how fast things are happening. I think the IPCIDE report for the first time has presented a very comprehensive, coherent view of what exactly is going on and the areas in which we have seen unprecedented growth. They've also pointed to some of the big challenges that are emerging. And of course, we heard from Mr. Saurabh Garg that maybe these challenges are not as significant as we imagined. So that gives us a very good context to launch into the first session. And interestingly, ICRIER had wanted us to look at the whole aspect of digitization through the lens of cooperative federalism. Now, normally cooperative federalism, is an area where typically we speak about finance and, fund transfers between states and equity and all that. But really, this is the first time I imagine that such a lens is being applied to the digital world. So it's going to be very interesting to hear from our panelists. We also have a very eminent set of panelists. We have joining us online is Mr. Neeraj Mittal. He's an officer of the 1992 batch. Until recently, he used to head the IT department of Tamil Nadu. His experience spans policy formulation and execution in e-governance, transport, industrial promotion, also the real world, petroleum and natural gas, commerce and industry. He also worked as a senior advisor at the World Bank. And as we heard from Mr. Deepak Mishra, and you would have seen in the report, Tamil Nadu is certainly one of the forefront states in the area of all things digital. He is currently the Additional Chief Secretary and Managing Director of the Tamil Nadu Urban Finance and Infrastructure Development Corporation. And he was the person who headed the Tamil Nadu government when they launched the PEHEL, the world's largest cash transfer program in LPG in India, and give it up in the Ministry of Petroleum, and give it up in the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. So he will bring his experience both in the central government and in the state government, and he'll be joining us online. Then we have with us here Kanta Rao, who is the Additional Secretary in the Department of Telecommunications, heading the USOF fund. And he is going to speak to us on the whole pillar of connectivity. And of course, we also have Mr. Kiran Karnik. I think he's one of the best known public figures in Delhi, because of his background in the public sector and then in the private sector, but also because of the large body of work he has done in public policy. CEO of Discovery India. He's working with several not-for-profit organizations. He was chairperson of Oxfam India. And I can tell you, Kiran, yesterday, we were saying that maybe in the not so distant future, the IPCIDE report will really emerge as a kind of flagship report, similar to what Oxfam puts out. So with that, we will begin the session. Mansi will be taking us through an initial, presentation where she will, I think, dive deeper, setting the context for the discussions to follow. And then after that, we will go on to the panelists. Thank you, Mansi.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Some of the slides that I'll be presenting is already something that, you may have seen in the first session, but I think they're important to set the context on why the discussion around cooperative federalism is important. And just with some background and context of how we have tried, or we have collaborated with Department of Telecom in the past to see how states and center can work together in terms of at least building the connectivity piece. and a little bit with Meiti on harnessing this connectivity in terms of really getting people to use the networks. So to start with, I think this is a slide that is showing, is something that you saw, but looking at how state connectivity has continued to remain divergent. And if you look at the slopes of the line, they basically tell you how different the levels of internet density is in the state with the lowest connectivity and the state with the highest connectivity. And so to just set the numbers right, in 2013, while Bihar was the lowest at about 7, Delhi was at 92. And the number we have is for 2021. But even when I was looking at the numbers yesterday, Bihar is still at about 55% teledensity, while Delhi is, I think, at 200 plus. I mean, one is also like, just how we collect the subscriber data, but it's clearly that there is a state divide or a regional divide related to per capita incomes and several other initiatives that happen at the state level, which continue to remain across states in India. So I think this is just important to explain why and how we need to pull up some of the states that are still lagging behind, and how some states have probably driven themselves to high levels of density. The quality of the internet. So only yesterday we were discussing about universal connectivity and meaningful connectivity, which is, getting everyone connected, but meaningful connectivity when you can get people connected and get them to use the internet properly. So the quality of the internet, when defined in terms of speed, also sees a huge variation across different states. The states in the West, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Telangana, perhaps not surprisingly, have higher speeds. The good news is that the overall or the average speed in India has gone up. But functionally, if there is load on the network, unfortunately, the infrastructure sometimes collapses and the speeds can fall way below 2 Mbps, which is not sufficient for most of the applications that, at least in this generation, we are now using today. In terms of how connectivity has happened in government institutions, so that was more about how individuals were connected and how individuals were, the quality of internet for individuals. This is connectivity to government institutions. And what we found through some data is that police stations and sub-registrar's office that keeps land records are probably all close to 100% connected across all states. So the levels of connectivity to police stations and land record institutions are extremely high and fairly uniform across the states. And it's not only in terms of connectivity, but also in terms of their ability to use this connectivity. So for example, getting the records of rights and property ownership through these offices is also very high. And similarly, even for police stations, they are using their databases a lot more. So the divergence is higher here in terms of the use, but it's still not so bad. But the bad picture is this one, where you see schools, both government and government-aided schools, which are not even connected to the internet. So the India average is at 24% for government schools, and for government-aided schools, it is 53%. And if you look at it regionally or across states, there's huge disparities in terms of the connectivity. In terms of adoption or access to the internet in schools, or allowing the children and the students and the teachers to use the internet in schools, we collected data on smart classrooms, and that number is also abysmally low at the national average. And again, even for states that are doing well, not so high. And according to, from the data, we try to estimate that at an all India average, we can expect one smart classroom per 758 secondary students in government and government-aided schools. So we discussed a lot of, the DPIPs in the morning, and Mr. Saurabh Garg also spoke about how fast and how diffused Aadhaar is, and it actually is. It's only a handful of states in the Northeast where the saturation levels are really low. On the other hand, if you look at Abha, which is also a much more recent phenomena in the last 2 years, while there has been a huge spike in the number of health IDs, so Abha is essentially the health IDs, there's wide variation across states. So there's like 43%, 42%, and then as low as 6%. Now, these could be state phenomena, or it could be COVID-led. We're not really sure. We haven't gone into the details of why the numbers are so stark. And what is actually even more interesting to observe, that all of these components, ABHA and your health facilities registry, which is the green map on the side, and the violet map on the right, which is health professionals registry, which are all components of the Ayushman Bharat digital mission. Actually, the penetration of all of these, or the or the scope and the scale of all of these, really vary by state. So it's not as if a state that's doing well in health IDs is also doing well in facilities registrations and professionals registration. So the entire growth of the Ayushman Bharat digital scheme in some sense is fragmented, with probably states picking and choosing what they're doing, or some other public sector agencies or some hospitals. We are not sure why this sort of pattern exists, but even within components of the Ayushman Bharat digital mission, things are growing differently in different states and with huge variations. And even at all India levels, at least for the registries, which are very important to really, they're the building blocks of the Ayushman Bharat, the growth at this moment is fairly low. But to give it to, it's just almost less than 2 years old. On e-governance, as you'll also read in the report, I think India is clearly a champion, whether you look at a international index or whether you look at our internal assessments. I think there's recognition that India has done supremely well in e-governance. And from the latest NESDA survey, which is the National E-Governance Service Delivery Assessment, we find that both state government websites as well as central government websites have done really well on accessibility, content availability, and all of these other factors that the NESDA reports on. What, however, is a little more interesting is that some of these enabling factors, NESDA score, which basically measures how good the quality of the state infrastructure is, or the state e-governance design is, does not necessarily translate into the number of e-government transactions. So the map on the right, you'd expect that states with high NESDA scores are also the ones that are going to have higher number of e-government transactions, because the service delivery is good, the design is good. But many states like Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan, which are on the extreme right in the NESDA score, which means good NESDA scores, don't necessarily have very high e-government transactions. And we try to do a similar correlation between internet connection and e-government transactions. And there also, there's no perfect correlation to explain what is driving e-government transactions. So enabling factors such as internet connection or digital literacy, or how well functioning the services of the state government are, which is determined by the NESDA score, don't necessarily point to high e-government transactions. There's states like Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Haryana, Telangana, which are doing really well on e-government transactions. But maybe I think the conclusion from all of this is that there's something more that is driving it versus just internet connectivity and the design of the state government websites. So I'll stop here in terms of the various differences or divergences that we found in the report, and the importance of the state and the center to coordinate to sort of resolve some of this so that everyone can come up to at least a respectable equilibrium.
Thank you, Mansi. So I think what Mansi's presentation brings out very clearly is that, apart from the fact that there's this almost universal connectivity and Aadhaar, there are significant nuances when we come down, when we look at specific geographies, when we look at specific income groups, and when we look at, the whole gender issue. And therefore, it's going to be really interesting to see what within the ambit of cooperative federalism can be done both by the center and the states to address some of these very significant gaps. So we, I think, are looking forward to hearing first from Kanta Rao, because Connect is not only the first pillar, it's the most foundational pillar on which everything is built. And he's also in a vantage position because he is in charge of the USOF, and therefore would be able to share with us, what is the national perspective on what, is happening in the area of connectivity, what are their plans to address some of these key gaps, and how does he view this whole issue of center-state cooperation to really sort of accelerate it and make equitable the pace of digital diffusion. So with that, I will request Kantarao, he has a presentation. One or two housekeeping issues in order. So what, in terms of broad time allocation, what we thought was that each panelist could take about 7 to 8 minutes. And then after that, between the three panelists, we could spend a little time discussing and then throw it open for question and answer. Over to you, Kant.
Thank you, ma'am. Aruna ma'am, Dr. Karnik, Chandrasekhar sir, and a lot of industry leaders I can see, academia, media, ladies and friends, gentlemen. I'm very thankful to ICRIER for giving me this opportunity to talk about the backbone for digital India. The topic is Digital India and Cooperative Federalism. The backbone for Digital India is what we do in the Department of Telecommunications. I also work as administrator of Universal Service Obligation Fund, which is a fund created about 20 years back to ensure that the telecom services are provided in rural and remote areas at affordable prices. So, but I will talk as to what DOT is doing for the Digital India initiative, and also how we are ensuring that there is cooperative federalism. In fact, federalism means that it is cooperative. So we are doing a lot of work with the states, and one of my friends from Tamil Nadu will also tell you he's been implementing some of our schemes in Tamil Nadu. This is the telecom infrastructure which you keep reading about in the newspapers, the increasing numbers of the telecom subscribers, the broadband subscribers, the tele-density. I think these are numbers generally known, but we have targets to ensure that these numbers reach a critical mass where the digital services, electronic services can be delivered in each and every village of the country. So if you look at the number like the telecom towers, we expect that ideally it should be around 15 lakh. So similarly, the OFC, if it is around 35, 36 lakh kilometers right now, with the rollout of 5G and the heavy requirement of OFC for 5G services, we expect it to be around 50 lakh kilometers by 2025. In fact, one of the architects of the policy, the National Digital Communication Policy, is the moderator for today's session. And I'll talk about what the policy envisages and where we are as per the targets. With respect to the cooperative federalism, we have picked up 5, 6 broad areas. There are at least 3, 4 more areas which I'll mention in short, where we are working with the states. The digital communication policy, national broadband mission, the Gati Shakti portal for right of way, call before you dig app, which we are working on, the National Communication Readiness Index, which is some kind of a state rating index that we have come up with, and of course the Universal Service Obligation Fund, which works mostly with the state governments. There are also other areas like which I will mention, and there's a lot of work happening there with the state governments. The telecom bill, which is in the public domain, the draft bill, which is under discussion, of course, gives a lot of additional powers to states in right-of-way areas. There is production linked incentive scheme. There is telecom technology development fund, there is special assistance scheme, there is 5G use cases. A lot of areas apart from these 6, which we'll talk about, where we are working with the states. The digital communication policy talks about ensuring that the telecom services are rolled out in the entire country, and the digital services, the electronic delivery of services to the people ride on them. And we have to ensure that we not only improve our infrastructure, but also make sure that the digital economy is in such a strength that it contributes to the overall economy of the country, which is already happening a lot. I'll not go into much details, but one of the things in this is to ensure that connectivity for all, connectivity for rural and remote areas has been a big focus here. The National Broadband Mission, the extreme right column is the targets for us for 2025, where we are saying that the broadband speed should reach 50 Mbps. If you see where we are as of the end of 2022, these broadband speeds are reports from some of the think tanks and private agencies, which say that the fixed line broadband, we are getting about 50 Mbps, and mobile broadband speeds are about 25 Mbps, but we are supposed to reach 50 by 2025. The fiberization, the OFC laid in the country is around 36. We have to reach 50 lakhs. Number of towers I have mentioned is around 7.4. We have to reach 15 lakhs by 2025, ideally. And fiberization of towers, that means the number of mobile towers that are connected through fiber, so that the throughput, their broadband speeds are better, is currently around 37%. Only, I mean, if there are 7 lakh towers, only 37% are connected by fiber, rest are through aerially connected, right? So, which is not so great speeds. So we have to reach at least 70%, especially with the 5G rollout that is happening. So these are the targets of broadband mission, and these targets can be achieved with a lot of cooperation from the states and with a lot of working with the states. So how do we work? One of the main issues of achieving the infrastructure laying in the country, in the urban rural areas of the country, is by seeking the right of way. The Indian Telegraph Act says that you have to give right of way for a critical infrastructure that is being laid along the road or aerially or along the railway track or any other part of the country. So the right of way rules we formulated, and we made it very user friendly, business friendly, by launching what is a portal that connects all the state portals with the central portal. So this is an initiative that we have done about 8-9 months back, and the result is that the approvals, for example, for towers, which was taking about 200 days, now takes 12 days. So that has been an achievement with this IT initiative for the right of way. A lot of states have also come up with in-building solution rules, which have come up with 5G, facilitating 5G. For example, the street poles, the electric poles, the street furniture can also be given for setting up, small cells for 5G users. So a lot of states are onboarded through their, by them adopting our right-of-way central government rules. So this work is helping us in rollout of infrastructure. This is a new app that we want to launch. This is already there in a few countries where if you're going to dig anywhere, alongside the road or anywhere else, then you can just send the coordinates, geo coordinates of that place, and that app will tell you what is the underground infrastructure, underground, pipes or OFC cable or whatever that is lying, so that you are careful. You will check with those people whether you're digging at the right place or not. Because the biggest problem that we have while we lay our OFC cable is that there's a lot of
digging happens by government agencies, by private agencies without knowing what is underneath. So this we plan to launch in March, this app, and a lot of states have already onboarded. Thanks to the Gati Shakti initiative of Government of India, there is now a GIS portal being developed by an organization called BISAC. IT ministry people here would know because they are driving it, where there are at least 700 separate layers of GIS. There's a gas pipeline layer, there is an OFC layer, there is a water pipeline layer, and so on and so forth, which are 700 layers of GIS are put on the map of India, and you can see what is where. So we are going to use that GIS portal, and we are going to help people in making sure that they don't spoil someone else's infrastructure, and also help ourselves in the process. So we are working on this with the states, because states have to onboard, states have their own GIS maps which have to be embedded into this, and then states will also have nodal agencies, officers who will coordinate to ensure that this app goes on well. The Digital Communication Readiness Index is a rating index of states. We have worked with a lot of states, and also I think to some extent career she knows. So where we worked out some 70 indicators on which we will be ranking states. Earlier, there was an exercise of ease of doing business ranking by DPIIT, where they gave some 300 indicators to all the states, and then yes or no, you get 1 mark each, and they did a good ranking. That led to a lot of competition among states, and states did a lot of good work in ease of doing business ranking. So similarly, we are doing something like that, but it's a tough ask because the telecoms, some states told us, the telecom is a union subject, what role do we have? They have a lot of a role to play, especially on things like right of way, policies on building codes, common duct infrastructure. While rolling out of 5G, what kind of facilitation they do with the electric poles that they have, with the street furniture that they have, what kind of skilling courses that they are doing in their ITIs and polytechnics, what are the state policies or state schemes they come up with, what is the usage, have they connected all their schools on broadband, a lot of things on the usage. So how are they utilizing the BharatNet? So in a way, it will ensure that the states are more clued into the telecom work that is happening around. As you know, states do not have telecom departments. It is the IT departments of telecom with whom we coordinate, and we have sensitized them. We have had 3-4 rounds of consultations, and this is an agreed format. This is an agreed rating mechanism for states. So we will rate them for the coming year, that is 23-24, and we'll have results by mid of 24. Universal Service Obligation Fund is a big initiative of Government of India. By amending the Indian Telegraph Act in 2003, we have committed to providing telecom services at affordable prices to people in rural and remote areas. We have 3 types of projects, which is one is the flagship BharatNet project, which started as a national optical fiber network connecting all the gram panchayats. There are about 2.64 lakh gram panchayats in the country. We have already connected about 1,90,000. We will be connecting the rest of gram panchayats by middle of this year. And then the Honorable Prime Minister gave us the mandate 2-3 years back that we have to connect all the villages. So there are about 3.8 lakh villages which are not gram panchayat headquarters. The total number of villages is 6.4 lakh. So we are coming up with a mega BharatNet saturation project where we want to connect all villages of the country with optical fiber cable. We also have a lot of mobile tower projects. We have one of the first projects we implemented is to ensure that in places where telecom service providers do not set up towers because they are not commercially viable, we will give them a viability gap funding. We will fund the tower construction and some operational maintenance cost for about 5 years. And with that, we started with Northeast region. We have done aspirational districts. We have done left-wing extremism areas. We have done island projects like Andaman. We have now come up with a saturation scheme of mobile towers. That is, that no village will be left behind without a mobile tower that gives 4G services. There are 640,000 villages, of which around 40,000 villages do not have mobile towers that give 4G services. So out of this 40,000, we have realized that the private telecom service providers are going to cover 15,000. There will be 25,000 villages left. We have sanctioned a project worth 20,000 crore in July last year for covering all the 25,000 villages of the country with 4G mobile towers, and the project is being executed by BSNL with indigenous 4G technology. BharatNet, I've already mentioned. BharatNet is probably the most relevant project of ours for this topic of ensuring that the digital services are delivered in the most remote and rural areas. Because a lot of what mighty ministry does ride on our infrastructure. For example, there are about 7 lakh service delivery centers, what you call CSC kiosk. There are about 7 lakh such centers which belong to either CSC or state governments. All these 7 lakh centers do assisted delivery for those people who do not have laptops and internet at home, who don't access e-services through their mobile or computer. These assisted delivery centers are there, which offer from a big bouquet of 4,000 e-services which are available in the country. They offer a few of them in villages. And I am told by Mighty, who were there in the first session, that the number of electronic transactions that happen per day is 400 million. 40 crore transactions happen per day. And the target is by 2025, we will be doing 100 crore, 1 billion electronic transactions per day, thanks to the infrastructure that is available and that is improving by the day. And thanks to the kind of Digital India initiatives that are taken up by Mighty in delivering services to those people who do not have access. So BharatNet is very, very critical. In BharatNet, we have done a lot of work through the states. Initially, we rolled out BharatNet when Chandrasekhar sir was the secretary. We rolled out BharatNet using only Government of India institutions. Then when Madam came, we roped in the states also. So now there are 8 states which are doing BharatNet project on behalf of us. Tamil Nadu is one of them, and Neeraj Mittal will speak a lot about that when he speaks. So we are working in close coordination with the states, because BharatNet is not just laying the OFC fiber till the Gram Panchayat, till the village office. It is also utilization. How will states utilize this infrastructure that is available? If they do not own up that BharatNet, if they do not use that, it is of no use. So we are working with states. States have come up with newer models of utilization, and we are even thinking of coming up with a subsidy model where we will give some kind of a subsidy for every connection that is given in a household using BharatNet. That is wired broadband connection given in a household using BharatNet. We will subsidize some of the costs so that it becomes attractive for the rural households to take up connections. It's one of the proposals that is under discussion. Mobile tower projects I've already mentioned. We have done in Northeast region. We have done in Andaman Nicobar. We have done in left wing aspirational districts. so on and so forth. And of course, the mega project where by the end of this year, we will say that no village is left behind in the country, which does not have a mobile tower that gives 4G services. So in mobile tower projects, of course, we work with state governments, they allot land, they forest clearances. They are also part of the uncovered or covered survey, so on and so forth. So a lot of work. We are doing a submarine cable project currently. We have done one with Andaman. We have connected Chennai with most of the islands of Andaman, and there is a good usage of the broadband through the submarine cable there. As we talk today, my second project, which is in connecting the islands of Lakshadweep with Cochin, is underway, and the ship has just reached an island called Kavaratti, and the work is going to start soon. Now, I have 2-3 more areas where we are working with the state governments. The draft telecom bill, which is in public domain, some of you may have seen it. We have strengthened the state's powers when it comes to right-of-way rules. We have also suggested that we will broaden the scope of Universal Service Obligation Fund, which will cover, apart from the rural areas, some of the unserved, underserved urban areas. It will also cover skilling. It will also cover some encouragement to the industry on new products, so on and so forth. Production linked incentive scheme, which is launched for about 12 sectors, includes telecom sector. We have 12,000 crore outlay. We have 42 companies which are joined us in this, and the production linked incentive scheme, we are working with states, especially those states which have developed IT parks. We are encouraging them to find units through their state policies, which can also combine with our PLI incentive. So a state policy incentive, in addition PLI incentive, will get them more and more units set up in their states. There's a telecom technology development fund, 5% of the USOF fund, around 500 crore, has been set apart for developing products and innovative services solutions on the telecom side. This has just been launched, and we have about 400 applications for about this. I'm mentioning this because states have also applied. States are also eligible to apply. States can also take up development of products, doing R&D, so on and so forth. There is a special assistance scheme launched by Ministry of Finance, in which they have said that capex infusion will be given into few sectors. This was launched last year, and about 3,000 crore was allocated for telecom sector. So I'm happy to say that our 23 states with 2,600 crore sanction are working on additional capex infusion into the BharatNet, which is already laid in their states. So this is another good initiative where we are working with the state government, including Tamil Nadu, where Neeraj Mittal is going to speak. The Honorable Prime Minister launched 5G services on 1st of October from New Delhi. And one of the things that he stressed upon is the use cases of 5G. 5G use cases, I've seen some of the slides where talked about usage in health sector, education sector, so on and so forth. 5G use cases in all these sectors is very important, and that is the best use of 5G that we can do, apart from watching a lot of video and so on and so forth. So I'm happy to announce that we will be setting up 100 5G labs in a lot of universities and states. And we have launched 5G use cases in an aspirational district in Madhya Pradesh called Vidisha last month. So there is a lot of work happening as a backbone to the Digital India initiative of MIGHTY, and also ensuring that the electronic delivery of services happen to the people who live in the remote and rural areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kanta Rao, for that really excellent overview. I think Kanta has compellingly busted at least 2 myths today. One is that telecom is largely the exclusive domain of the central government, and there's very little room for cooperative federalism. He has clearly shown that there are huge spaces for cooperative federalism in this area. And secondly, a view that at least I know that at least one more person shares, which is that the telecom department is notoriously shy of reforms, or has been until the recent past. But he has sort of indicated an ambitious roadmap, a very aspirational roadmap, where we're about to see huge change. And if this 200 days of rights of way actually comes down to 12 days, I think that is truly transformational. So thank you, Kanta. With that, I'd like to hand over to Neeraj, who's been waiting patiently. Neeraj, we would like to hear now the state's perspective, and also, what are some of the more
I cannot hear you. Can you hear me? I've lost the audio. Actually, I'm in the car. Can you hear me?
Because this 40% CAGR looks like it might just get replicated all over again. If all these initiatives go as per plan.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Neeraj, are you back on?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. And my sincere apologies for, I'm actually in a car transiting to, on a small hospital checkup for my father, so I can't, put on the video, but my apologies for that. But thank you so much for this opportunity, madam. All the colleagues there, Kanta Rao, Chandrasekhar sir, and all the other guests who are there. The report has been, really eye-opening to see a fresh perspective on how the Indian economy is digitizing. And, Tamil Nadu is a good story to look at because we have a very significant infrastructure which is fully digital. Mansi spoke about the conundrum where she saw the number of transactions being high in many states, and in other states where they were low, but they were high on the NESDA rankings. And a few, reasons which I just want to share here, which may be different for Tamil Nadu, are its high urbanization rate. I mean, we have about 50% people who live in urban areas, so the access to services which are online is very high. The other thing which is really good in Tamil Nadu for, for the people to access these services, that we have provided both all the electronic e-services through every Gram Panchayat almost has on an average CSC center. Apart from the Government of India scheme of CSC, the state CSC centers are also there, which assist people in, accessing these services. So the combined effect of having a large urban population, which implies that a lot of people who are in the cities, are aware about it, and the fact that we have a lot of accessibility for these services, apart from these services also being provided through 24/7 at home on the websites. So I think these are, two reasons why we possibly have a good score there in access of services. Apart from that, Tamil Nadu, I would briefly like to cover. I was until recently the IT secretary there. I just joined in the urban finance, but in the last 2 years, we have seen Tamil Nadu grow very significantly in providing good digital infrastructure and connectivity to its citizens. The way between 19 and 21, we jumped in the NESDA rankings from almost, I think we were at the bottom to almost at the top, showing a big leap in the improvement in the websites. On the other pillars which have been covered in the report today, the harness and the innovation, Tamil Nadu has launched a very important initiative, possibly first in the country, on promoting incubation and accelerator services in deep tech through a hub called the IT&T Hub, along with METI. And that's an excellent example of, cooperative federalism. Government of Tamil Nadu provided 20 crores. Government of India, METI, provided 27 crores. And we raised roughly 20 crores from the private sector. And this hub is going to be launched shortly in Tamil Nadu. As far as what Kanta Rao actually spoke about on the telecom side, in Tamil Nadu, all the villages are covered with 3G services, and connectivity is almost universal. And the scheme of Government of India will be a boon to many other states where such excellent connectivity is possibly not available as we speak. And that's a great way to actually go forward. Coming back to the topic of the cooperative federalism, I think we need not limit it to India and its states. Cooperative federalism is showing way using digital technology in EU and African nations, where nations are using digital platforms to allow free trade, free flow of goods and services, free flow of people, skills. And I think the digitization has really helped India leverage this development with massive proliferation of mobile phones, access to broadband, and awareness to use it. I mean, if we see people are, our maids are using WhatsApp for, coordinating their jobs in, in various houses, talking to their, the madams and figuring out when to come. And that has helped us really, leapfrog from being a very laggard countries, possibly a decade ago, to what we are today. It has also allowed the countries like India to experiment on different ways by which states and center can collaborate. I mean, be it PDS, be it scholarship schemes, be it Manrega, where states and center are jointly actually delivering goods and services using a shared digital infrastructure. And such collaborative approach is driven by the DPIPs, which the report talks about, and data. And I want to keep my intervention brief and to the point, focusing only on one aspect, which I think requires a lot of attention from policymakers, both in the state and in the center. I mean, we do have the Aadhaar, the India Stack, which helps us, provide really great things for the citizens in terms of, for example, providing a eKYC feature, providing, documents on DigiLocker, providing a consent layer, and all these layers. What we talked, the UPI, the ABDM, the direct benefit transfers, the GST network, CoWIN, and Deepak mentioned about the first use case of Aadhaar, which is the direct cash transfer program in LPG, which I was fortunate to be associated with, and its successor Ujjwala, which transformed the lives of poor by providing clean fuel at affordable prices while curbing leakages in subsidy. Now, that program really showed us a very key aspect of cooperative federalism, where when we were rolling out that program, any scheme which needs to get rolled out, it may be formulated at the center, but eventually we need the state government support to roll it out, except possibly when it is direct cash transfers, which are also becoming a very key feature of most services. I think we need to look at a future where such schemes can be co-created by, the same scheme can be co-created between a state and the center with state-specific features. And that can only happen, and I'm coming to my, my main submission before this audience, is that sharing of data is the key. Collection of data, sharing of data, standardizing data, what is generated in every state, what is generated at the center, a massive level of sharing needs to happen between states and the center if co-creation of schemes has to happen. And I think that will be the best day for, if you want to celebrate, for cooperative federalism. Recognizing this, the state of Tamil Nadu actually came up with the Tamil Nadu reference policy for the data standards. It's one of the most possibly comprehensive policies in the country. We are looking forward for the data privacy policy, which is and the law which the central government is formulating, and it will have a direct bearing on what states can and cannot do in terms of using the data. But I think the challenge before all of us, and we recognize this challenge, and we said, let us at least kickstart the process by identifying what data every department collects. Will there be a data officer in every department who will be responsible for actually looking at the data and saying, okay, this can be shared, this cannot be shared. What are the principles of sharing of data? Will you monetize the sharing, when you share the data? With which agencies will you share this data? Can you share it with NGOs for research? Can you share it with within the state governments, within the departments? So I will be happy to just run through some key principles which we incorporated just to let this thought process start. Openness of data. By principle, by default, all data should be open, which means the government of India already has come out with a open government data platform. Unfortunately, it did not take off very much in terms of states not having the capacity, and I think the incentives not being there in terms of sharing the data. A new version of that, I think, was launched by Niti Aayog to share data between states and between states and center, along with visualization tools. So I think the recognition that data should be open, unless some reason we do not want it to be open. Ensuring that there is privacy of data. Government collects all sorts of data from citizens and businesses to ensure that the personally identifiable information is not leaked. Data is anonymized before releasing. Equity of data, in the sense sharing of data across governments, NGOs, research, possibly startups. There is so much of services and goods services that can be layered or wrapped around the basic service which government provides if we share appropriate data for startups. Transparency, who gets to see what data and how. Ensuring that there is protection of intellectual property. Commercial data, if we have from any private sector, it is not shared in an inappropriate manner. Interoperability and standards. This is one of the key features which I think the central government has already prescribed some standard, but I think there has to be renewed focus to ensure that all states come into this fold and notify those standards as being applicable to every state. And unless we are interoperable on that, we will not be able to use it for any co-design of schemes. Quality of data. Again, something very, very key. We do not have the capacity and capability within government departments to ensure that quality checks are in place. People are aware that quality of data is very, very important. You take out any database from any department, you will find that it is littered with errors and mistakes in data entry, which we have never corrected because we do not have that wherewithal or the lens. Security, of course, one of the HD seals which the report points out, making sure that this data doesn't get leaked. And of course, last but not the least, having audit trails of all access to the databases. Tamil Nadu is trying to create, has already issued orders that all the departments have to share data with Tamil Nadu e-governance agency, and I think a similar approach would be helpful in all states. And then going a layer above, sharing all this data, what center collects from the citizens of the state for its schemes, and what state collects for its own citizens for its schemes. That would be very healthy to promote cooperative federalism. So with this focus on this one aspect of the scheme design, I would like to thank everybody for giving me this opportunity. And I look forward to recommendations from this for the states. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you, Neeraj. I think Neeraj has flagged many of the next level of challenges that we are going to have to face in this, cooperative federalism area. Namely, how can we share data? What kind of data exchange and sharing policies can we have? How can we actually collaborate and co-create not just welfare interventions and data harnessing policies, but even in terms of states actually being proactive in terms of creating good policies which the center can then pick up. And he spoke about what WorkCare Tamil Nadu has done in terms of putting up a framework for how data can be harnessed, data standards, etc. And I'm sure that there are other instances where other states have done pioneering work. The center has then picked up the baton, and states and centers have worked, state and center have worked together. So with that, I think we will now request Mr. Kiran Karnik for his remarks, because I think given his breadth and depth of experience and exposure to both the public and private sectors, the benefit of his insights will be really very valuable.
Thank you, Arunan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure and privilege to be here, and many thanks to ICRIAR for inviting me to this very, very interesting discussion. First, congratulations on this great report to Professor Mishra, Mansi, and the whole team that's done this. And I know Pramod has been instrumental in guiding this. It's a phenomenal job. I had a quick look, so I don't have all the details, but from what I looked at already, it's something which is seminal. And I'm sure that since you covered the state of where it is, that's going to be a yearly report. It's a challenge to you, but I think it'll be fantastic. And as you hone it and take it forward, it will be the go-to volume for anybody who wants anything on India. Thank you also for setting new benchmarks of how we might assess where we are in the digital framework, and not necessarily following what is done elsewhere, but really what might be important to us in our context. I know we are behind time, so let me try to be very brief. Just a few remarks on my perspective of what I see in a very broad sense. Bringing in, not by example, but just referring from what I've seen from many, many years of what's happening on the ground, mainly through linkages from civil society organizations, but a little bit from government days, from much earlier days, but what I've seen there, and trying to see what it might mean at the broad level. First, when you look at this topic, I'm very excited about where we are on this journey. Because for many years, I've been speaking about India's 3D advantage, which used to mean, when I first wrote about this some 15, 20 years ago, democracy, demography, and diversity. First two are obvious. Democracy, we all know, is great because it enables you to do what you want, freedom, trust, everything is there. Demography, because we have a young and therefore, economically speaking, a lower dependency ratio, which helps us to go forward. And diversity, very important, because to me, that's one of the critical things on which, as the report said, we are world leaders, which is innovation. It's diversity that triggers and helps innovation. So that used to be a big thing in terms of the 3Ds. But I think today, building on that, we have the potential for 3 new Ds. And the first and most important one, which triggers this all, is digitalization. Because building on this foundation of the earlier 3Ds, with digitalization, you can do a lot more now. For those very 3 first, but going forward, for 2 other critical things that are vital to what we need to do as a country and very much linked to our topic today. Because the second of those 3Ds is decentralization. I'll come back to a moment in that. And the third is devolution. Decentralization, because I talked of diversity, I talked of what the potential is in different areas and how we can capitalize on that. You saw the range of somewhat good and bad diversity in the charts that Deepak presented, from some states that are doing very well to some that aren't. And I think one of the things that we need to do is to see how, in the context of our structure, the decentralization through digitalization can help to correct some of the broader gaps and build bridges through digitalization. Many of the gaps in our society today come from a variety of factors, some historical, some recent, economic, gender, long time deeply embedded somewhere in our psyche, and of course, rural-urban, which we are familiar with. And then there are literacy and other divides, you can go on and on. And to me, if you pick any one of these areas, you will see how digitalization could potentially, and sometimes actually already shown on the ground, be a tremendous help to bridge those gaps. But that kind of decentralization will work best only if it's accompanied by high devolution. And there, I want to touch on one more aspect. So far, what we have heard of, and even the analysis that was presented, refers to India as a whole, which you might say the center, and states. But let's not forget that our governance structure has a third level of governance, a formal third layer, which is laid out now in the Constitution through the 73rd, 74th Amendment, which are local bodies. And they are key because many of the things, when we talk of digitalization, are services delivered at the very local level. What affects the common person and even businesses is something happening right there on the ground in a limited area, in a municipal corporation, in a gram panchayat. And therefore, the third level of federalism, and that's part of a federalism, let's not forget it, is key. And I think digitalization is one thing that helps us to get there, because the constraints that that layer has had and has therefore imposed on our system relate largely to things of like limited expertise, not enough data, not enough ability to link up with the broader world. And there, digitalization can be of tremendous help. And again, I don't want to get to examples, but we have seen that where this has happened, it's been very successful. It's worked well. And I would urge that as ICRIER goes further on these reports, may not be next year, but years down, they try to get to more granular data, certainly at the district level, but maybe pick a few gram panchayats or a few local urban bodies, not necessarily the big metros, the smaller ones, and see what is happening there. And of course, as we all know, given the disparities in India, you'll find big gaps. And what is the potential for learning between them, for exchanging experiences? And municipal corporations don't even do that. The states have started doing it. The center has encouraged them to share a lot of the work they have done with other states, and it's moved on. But at the level of the municipal corporation, right from the simple things of transparency and accounting to how you'd use, for example, the digging app, which was just presented by Mr. Rao, how that will be invaluable for municipal corporations where all kinds of digging goes on by multiple agencies and private players. So this can really take a lot of care of that kind of aspect if we begin to look at it. Let me touch on a different aspect now, and I now want to use the framework that was laid out and start with the first C, the chips of the chip framework with the S added hopefully next year, the connectivity. And I think it's not just a matter of connectivity of reaching out, and we heard the excellent presentation of the government efforts to reach out to every gram panchayat and then to every village and maybe every household. But our experience in the pandemic showed us that even where there was reasonable connectivity, if not perfect, even where there was some access in the household to a device, the ones who lost out most were the young children, and particularly the girl child, on education. Somebody in school who couldn't use that one device that was in the household, be it a smartphone or a computer, because there were other priorities in the household, quite rightly. So how do we make sure that access and connectivity means not at the geographical level, not even at the household level, but for those who need it, which might be individuals, and in most cases, they are individuals. And a quick fast forward to recommendations, I would urge that we give some thought to using both CSR and other funds, which is already being done to a limited extent, but the USOF is meant for connectivity. Why interpret it as only connectivity into the gram panchayat, which was what the original Bharat was, or now in its amended form to every village, and then through Wi-Fi, possible access to households? Why not take it to the extent of saying we will provide access to the user? So it's not the input, it's not the outcome, it's not the output, it's the outcome. Is the outcome better health and education? And that can happen when individuals have access. So huge USOF fund, not necessarily required for mobile towers, that the private companies use their profits, and they're all profitable now except one, to begin to fund their own towers or make it mandatory for them. Or where the states or somebody else finance it, where the USOF be funded for reaching out to make sure outcomes of digitalization are there. And this may require working together. So again, the concept of cooperative federalism, where the center, through funding and connectivity, makes it possible for states and gram panchayats and local bodies to take that access down to the individual who really might benefit from it. Then, of course, connectivity for gender, other forms of connectivity which we need to get to in a big way. But also, I want to touch on the I part and talk of that in the context of cooperative federalism. And you heard an excellent example of from Tamil Nadu about innovation and what they're doing there through something which is center, state, and private, which is ideal. What more can we do to make sure that innovation flowers through maybe like the IPCIDEs of yore? I think their sell-by date has come. But can we look at R&D parks where the state provides inputs, land, maybe buildings, and the center provides funds? And this is pure R&D because innovation is about R&D. And if you look at the long term, we're in a bad place. Or R&D spend, and you can argue it up and down, something is not counted. I just saw a good piece yesterday that's saying the actual private business expenditure is 10 times what is shown. Irrespective of that, the present formal figure is 0.67% of GDP. Way, way, way behind everybody, including our competitors. The aspiration of making it 2% has been repeated by every prime minister for the last 30 years, as far as I recall. At every Indian Science Congress, they go and say 2% for R&D. We are at 0.67, and it's steady. It's not going up. There's no trend curve there. Our R&D expenditure today is about 18 billion, give a few billion, which is a very small fraction of what others do. The Chinese do almost 3 times or in terms of percentage of GDP. And since their economy is 4 times ours, that translates to at least 8 to 10 times our GDP expenditure. Or 18 billion is same as what Israel spends. Israel is a big leader in this. So it's a good sign that we are there. But remember, there are 9 million people there. And we are 1,400 million people. So it gives you some sense of where we are in the gap and what we need to, when we look at innovation, not of today, but going ahead. And while a lot of the innovation comes from just ideas and minds and doesn't require money, it's very true. And that's where we have excelled. But that's not enough. And therefore, innovation in India has largely been on business models, on new thoughts, on ideas of how I can build an app that rides on a platform. And that's great, but it's not enough. As you move to 5G, you need hardware innovation, you need this. And the center and states have to work together on this. And if you want to go one step back, a backward integration, that has to go to schools. You have to teach young people to be innovative, not just to answer questions that they learn from the classroom, but to question the answers. Why is this so? And that can happen by looking at the school level. And that school, as we all know, education is very much in state hands. And the center and state would need to work very closely together if we are to look at a long-term innovation hub. I know I'm running out of time, but one quick comment on the P part of the framework, the protection. And this is of deep concern. Center and state need to work closely together. The center has some very robust agencies and mechanisms to try and make sure that there is protection, privacy, protection of data, that apps are all checked out and so on. The states less so. And other apps which are used, I mentioned local bodies, but by businesses, for example, are even less so. And when all these connect into a common network, the danger of a virus flowing from one to the other is extremely high. So, for example, from my little experience, the banking system, you have a cooperative bank that's small, doesn't have a great IT infrastructure. They connect it into the total financial network. If somebody puts in a bug there and the firewalls don't stop it, you corrupt your whole financial system of the whole country through what seems like one small cooperative bank. And so what happens there? Now, this is an example of where we need to work cooperatively between all levels of government, because a lot of the things are in or pass through government mechanisms. So what can we do to make sure protection levels there are extremely high and robust? Because without that, the confidence levels on these would go. And I must say that we heard a very optimistic and lovely presentation from UAIDI, but I sometimes worry whether we become complacent. This is a continuous battle because those who want to attack you are getting more and more sophisticated. And India has become more and more attractive as a point to attack because of a growing network. And therefore, hackers from around the world, not just here, whether private for ransom, for the heck of it, or, and we all know this, state-sponsored hackers are big because deniability in this area is high. You can't trace who did it. So you might have a state-sponsored group, which is very powerful, as all the resources is command hacking. And so our protection mechanisms have to be extremely strong. And this translates down again to common usage, because if you get a lot of data leaking or problems going out, people have less and less trust in what works as a complete trust-based system today in terms of where we are on digital. I have a few more points, but I want to stop here because I'm very conscious that we have little time for left and there must be some questions and discussions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kiran, for drawing our attention to the 3 new Ds and also some key aspects of innovation and protection, which I think will really be pivotal issues as we go forward. I'm acutely conscious that we basically have around 10 minutes to wrap up the session. And rather than sort of have, requesting the panelists to give further observations, I think it's better to open it up because this is a very interesting topic. And as I said, it's probably, the first time that we're really looking at it in this manner through the prism of cooperative federalism. So I can also already see one hand that's raised here. So I'll request Neeta to go first. I will come back to you.
Thank you, ma'am. This has been a wonderful session, hearing all of you. And the question I have will combine probably everything. Mr. Kanta Rao, I think call before you dig. I think this was absolutely great to hear about. Then I heard Mr. Neeraj Mittal saying, in the states, there is no capacity to kind of take it on, no incentives to take it on. And I think Mr. Kiran, you said about all this is delivered at the 3rd layer of federalism, the municipality bodies. So I'm just trying to bring all of that together. And the question is, what plans does, are there for the adoption of it? Because I think the real test is in the adoptions. I would just like to know what views are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is the tough part because we have series of meetings with the state governments, and there's a lot of homework that needs to be done before we even launch an app like that, which has to capture everything that the state has, everything that the central government has. So it's a tough job. What we are planning to do is that we will launch this as and when some states are ready. Like we know that 2-3 states are ready with their entire GIS layer, with mapping of every asset of theirs with some contact officer who can immediately respond. So it's a tough job, but we'll do it in phases.
Thank you. I think that's very reassuring to hear. And certainly, I think if plans go ahead, as was mentioned here, this will be, I think, one of the biggest accelerators for improving connectivity in India and laying the groundwork for 5G, certainly. I did see the young lady there raise her hand, so if she can be given a mic. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Pariru. I'm a PhD student at Harvard University. Thank you for this really, really excellent panel. It was really quite heartening to hear kind of the way in which percolation of digitization is happening and cooperative federalism across different spheres of the economy. My question is to do with, since we have a lot of people on government in this panel, of course, digitization helps provide solutions to various governance issues, but it also helps us conceptualize problems differently. So the kind of problems one comes up with through collection of digital data and then assimilation and then sharing between centers and states. I was curious if the panelists can reflect a little bit upon how the nature of problems that we're able to identify are different now that we have digital governance, and perhaps even on the limitations. Is there something that digitization isn't able to capture in terms of the kinds of governance problems that we have? So both on how digitization allows us to conceive of new problems, new governance problems, and any limitations. Is there something that quantification and digitization isn't able to capture? Thank you.
Would you like to go? Okay, thank you.
So thank you. That's a real tough question, because we talked about the backbone of the infrastructure that is required for delivering digital services. Then we have another ministry of IT which actually rolls out those digital services. So we need to work together, and then we have the state government which actually receives those services, right? The people in the states who receive those services. So we need to have the infrastructure ready. Let us say the infrastructure is ready in most of the country. Then we have what are called the services that are identified. There's what is called electronic delivery of services rules issued by the Ministry of IT about 10 years back. And it is within the Information Technology Act. So the electronic delivery of services rules say that any service that can be delivered electronically should be delivered electronically. So for example, if you want to have a domicile certificate or an income certificate or so on and so forth, that can be delivered electronically. So that has been, so the 4,000 services that I've mentioned, these are 4,000 services developed by the state governments and the central government for the kind of services that are under their domains, and converted into an application or a software which rides on this infrastructure. Now there are limitations, right? If I have to go and see a doctor, then probably it cannot be done electronically every time. There are certain medical services that can be done electronically. For example, if you have a cataract, you want to examine that. Now we have, telemedicine and so on and so forth. So there are some services which have restrictions because there is some kind of a physical appearance required. There are limitations, but otherwise a lot of services, there is a target, there's a tremendous pressure on governments to ensure that every service that can be delivered electronically will be delivered electronically.
Let me add, I don't know if I may, just a brief addition. You talked of contextualization, and I think it's a very important issue, because if we just digitize what we do, frankly, you're losing out much of the advantage of digitalization. Digitalization is about something different altogether. And a good example, taking off from what Mr. Rao just said, is what you do. Instead of moving people to work and saying, how do I create jobs here and get people to come? How do I get talent to come? You take jobs to people, because digitalization enables you to do that. And our IT industry has shown its best, first by outsourcing from the West mainly into India, and now from bigger cities into smaller cities and maybe to villages, deliver the service from there. And that's something which we have to do, but our thinking doesn't change because it's embedded, but we need to change it across the board, not just for digitalization. I was reading about Rajasthan wanting to buy a coal mine in Chhattisgarh to generate power, ship coal across Rajasthan and set up a power plant. I mean, generated at that spot, but that's a different story. I think we've got to learn that. And the example that was just given about the doctors, it also tells you what more you need to do. Because today you can do so much by telemedicine, but there are constraints on what can be done in terms of allowing a doctor to prescribe remotely. Now, some of those problems are being solved, but it's an example of the kind of reforms that we would need to do as we change how we deliver services. So again, I repeat, it's not about digitizing what we are doing today. It's about completely reinventing the process and seeing how can technology now get this done in a different way? And what are the obstructions and constraints? And many of those have to do with our older systems, which continue to be there that need to be changed.
Yeah, I see two hands, or rather three. So I'll request the gentleman in the last row to go first, and then we'll come to the two of you.
Hi, this is Neil this side. I'm a consultant with Vicky, and I'm closely working with the Startup 20 under G20, and I'll have two questions. So the first is related to that we've been working on ground with districts in Bihar and Odisha, where we've seen a lot of gram panchayats trying to scale up their digitization process. However, they lack the capacity or the resources that can integrate them in the digital process. So how do you see the states expanding their digital process to integrate these gram panchayats that are in a difficult geographical terrain or that are not connected with the digital space? And the second is that with the coming up of the SHGs and various FPOs, despite having the best practices in terms of management and production, they're not connected with any sort of digital infrastructure. And these are states which have done well. So if you look at Andhra Pradesh or Odisha, they have a well-connected network of SHGs. So how can we expect to integrate them under any sort of digital framework in the absence of the infrastructure that they lack?
On the first question, one is to ensure that the infrastructure reaches the gram panchayats and the villages. And in case of Odisha, we can say that in most of the gram panchayats, the BharatNet infrastructure has reached. Now we have to use this BharatNet infrastructure, that the connectivity that is available through the fiber that is ending at a point in the gram panchayat building is to be utilized. So there are common service centers across the country, including Odisha, where assisted delivery of electronic services is done through the Common Services Center, which is handled by the Ministry of IT. And another option is to have the broadband services given in each and every household, where they can get those services in their house itself. So for that, we need to extend this BharatNet fiber, the last mile connectivity from the gram panchayats to each and every household. It is like cable connections. You have to pull the OFC fiber 100 meters, 200 meters till the household, put a modem inside the house, and then they can use the broadband connection. This is something which we are working on, where we realize that in rural areas, it will be difficult for the household to pay for the initial cost of about 5,000 rupees, which is to pull the wire till the house and then put a modem in the house. Otherwise, they are willing to pay, let's say, 400 or 500 per month for the broadband connection charges. Because even now, the household has about 2-3 mobiles. They use about 15 GB of data every month. They are anyway paying 150-200 rupees per mobile every month. So if they have a broadband connection, let's say paying 400-500 per month, they are able to get much more than say 15 GB data that is average. So we have done a small pilot project across the country, including in some villages in Orissa, where we have funded that 5,000 rupees and given broadband connections to rural households. And we found that they are able to utilize about 150-160 GB of data every month. And every person who has a mobile in that household is connected to the Wi-Fi that is coming out of the modem. And they're able to do a lot of coaching classes and e-learning and work from home and so on and so forth. So the point is that the last mile extension of the BharatNet to the household is important. We need to come up with a model where we encourage rural people. Dr. Karnik was saying that we need to fund the outcomes, through USO budget. Basically, ensure that the USO fund is utilized till the last mile till the household, and also make sure that the services are available by various government departments, these 4,000 services I talked about, for people to access. Your second question about SHGs and SHGs being able to use the connectivity and improve their incomes is already happening, as you said, in some states like Andhra. The connectivity portion is what we are taking care of. There are the departments which are in charge of SHGs, for example, rural development has rolled out a lot of schemes to ensure that SHGs are strengthened, funded, so on and so forth, to get connected digitally and to improve their incomes. Thank you.
Last two questions, because after that, I think would be time to wind up. So please.
Hello, my name is Manikant Roy. I'm a PhD candidate at IIT Delhi. So in the keynote presentation, we saw that cybercrime is one of the big problem, and gender divide because of this digital divide is also one of the major problem. So what's our plan for digital literacy? Because when we are trying to do the digitalization at panchayat level, where the education is already in a very bad shape. So what are the plan for digital literacy and how to make awareness among people how to use that internet, which is reaching to them?
There is very briefly, and I think, I'm not the person to answer. There are others who might know better, but there is a very active scheme for promoting digital literacy, which the government itself has undertaken. And a number of agencies, including a number of NGOs, are also in the field of doing digital literacy. And incidentally, that digital literacy now includes a component of cybersecurity. So there is protection and what to watch out for, what not to do. But there is a very active thing to promote digital literacy in a very active way for people, not just school children, but even adults and others who use digital in a big way. And this is going across pretty well. And also just want to add that we are tremendous at learning on our own. I mean, how many people needed to be taught how to use a WhatsApp? And you just got to walk on the street to see the number of people using WhatsApp who have minimal levels of education and have had no training in using it. Just pick it up from each other, word of mouth, understanding, desire. So it will happen fast enough. I'm not worried about digital literacy, frankly. Digital protection, yes, because people forget often about the dangers of what it might mean. And that's something that has to be done more formally and put into place.
Yeah, thanks, Kiran. I think now we'll take the last question. And after that, I'm afraid we'll have to close.
Hello. Firstly, loved all of your speeches. I'm a second-year undergraduate student at SRCC who's right now working with Y20. Since you've told that digital protection is something which becomes of extreme importance, my question to you then becomes, what do you think is the role which outsourcing or private organizations can play with respect to integrating with government structures to make sure that cybersecurity is something which is protected in the national level frontier?
I think I'll request Mr. Kiran Karnik to go.
Well, I think a lot of private agencies are involved in terms of developing critical software or checking it out or auditing what is happening across the board. So there is great involvement. So it's being done. I wouldn't say it's not being done. And the government itself has enough expertise to be able to check that. The problem, as I mentioned earlier indirectly, and which came up in some of the questions, is the end user. You and I who use a platform and get a phishing message, we are not careful. You don't know what's happening. You just tend to respond. You open an attachment. You don't see what it is. You don't look at the email address carefully, and they change one letter in the from. Instead of your bank, it's put as BAN, and you assume it's from your bank, and they ask you for details saying your account will be closed unless you give me this, this, and this. So I think that's the aspect where a great deal can be done, certainly through formal programs. Government runs some of them, others do. But by the private sector itself taking up a lot of work in trying to do how this is done. But, businesses and the private sector is very much involved in a lot of these programs in a big way. And one of our unique things, and I do want to mention this once again, because I think it's very important and unique to India, we have created these large digital public platforms which are publicly funded, that is government funded, which some countries do, but then they put everything else in the same way. We don't. Beyond that, it's the private sector that's created the apps. It's young innovators. It's an entrepreneur who's created the apps that have come on that. So this combination of what has been invested by the government and then what is added to that in terms of value add, care, maybe cybersecurity now is done by the private sector.
Thank you. So that brings us to the end of this very interesting session. I'd like to thank Mansi for her opening presentation and the three panelists, Mr. Neeraj, Mr. Kantarao and Mr. Kiran Karnik, for sharing their observations and insights on this very interesting topic. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We've been celebrating innovation since morning, and this session is truly about innovation. It's an experiment that we are doing at ICRIER, an experiential session trying to demonstrate some of the new technologies. And we have a lot of innovative companies that agreed to participate and help demonstrate the technology so that we could understand them better. May I please invite on stage Professor Damodaran, Distinguished Professor at ICRIER, who's going to be moderating this session, and our presenters, Parallax Lab. I know there are two speakers, but can one representative from Parallax Lab please come on stage? Shikha Agarwal from Microsoft India for ChatGPT, Vikram Wij from VVDN Technologies, Arpit Sharma from Near Foundation to demonstrate non-fungible tokens, and Sunil Kumar from Dassault Systems. A round of applause for all of them. Shikha. Yeah. Arpit.
So this session will be slightly differently structured because this is not based on, they're very brief presentations of 5 minutes each. Each of the participants will introduce their company, and they will make a broad presentation of all the product lines that they have. And then there will be no question answer session because all the questions, all of you will move to the stalls there. It will be a commotion there, I know that. But you can move and then experiment with your oculars and ocular devices and see and experience virtual reality. And if I am still there on stage, you can come and watch me on using your using your glasses, VR glasses. Now, let me give you the context of why it was conceptualized, because as you know that the sessions that we had are sessions which dealt with the most important issues on digital economy, and including protection and all and related issues. But this is something which is evolving, it is emergent. Most of the technologies which are coming into fore, especially after 5G, it is anticipated to grow exponentially. And the reason is very simple. We are now talking about 5G going with metaverse, and in which case NFTs become very important because NFT is perhaps going to be the most important digital asset in another 5 years' time. And then we have, especially after Web3 and metaverse come into account, then we have a very interesting division. And part of the reason we have structured this presentation in this manner is because of infrastructure VR. Infrastructure VR will be different from end consumer VR. So infrastructure virtual reality is basically related to digital twins. So it is supposed to play a very big role in improving manufacturing processes. So it is not fancy games and, earning money from games and, gambling and all that. It is much more serious business. And if you notice in the climate change convention, which happened in Sharm el Sheikh, I think it was from Fiji or one of the islands, Tobago Islands,
the representative came and stood on metaverse and projected himself. So you can understand the kind of problems they have. And then we have IoTs. IoT anticipates big data in a bigger way and analytics in a bigger way. And therefore, it is going to be a very important issue, especially when linked to the previous session about data protection, cyber attacks, and cyber crimes, and things like that. And then comes ChatGPT, which is the most in thing now happening. It has fundamental implications on learning and teaching both. And therefore, it was important to showcase the ChatGPT session. And so this is the broad structure. Now, without much ado, let me call Damya Jaswani from Parallax Labs. Satyam Kashyap is there? Yeah. Satyam Kashyap, they're from Parallax Lab. Can you have your 5-minute presentation?
Yeah, sure.
Please.
Do I need this or should I use that mic? Yeah. Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Satyam Kashyap, and I'm from Parallax Labs. Before moving on, let me just tell you a little something about our company. Parallax Labs is a company delivering end-to-end solutions dealing in augmented reality, virtual reality, and also mixed reality. And we are based in Mumbai, but we also have offices in the UK and also the Korea. Our verticals range from defense-based solutions to manufacturing solutions to pharmaceutical solutions and automotive space, all of that. And without further ado, let me just talk about some of our accomplishments. We had the great opportunity to showcase our aircraft simulator to Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and also the President of India, Shri Ramnath Kovind ji, and they were experiencing our indigenous virtual reality aircraft simulator. Moving on, we'll be talking about our first project, which is a VR-based fire and evacuation training. I would like to invite my colleague Damya Jaswani to talk about it.
Thank you, Satyam. So this is the first project that we'll be demonstrating today. Basically, this is a virtual reality-based fire and evacuation training that we developed for the London Northeastern Railway. Just to give you a project overview, what we did was we tried to train the railway staff onto how to prevent fires and also learn how to tackle a fire by choosing the correct extinguisher for it, and also learn how to take the correct steps for evacuation. And they could do these trainings in various scenarios, which is inside the train, at the station, or at the kitchen pantry as well. And all of this safely in a virtual reality simulation. Talking about the product features, what we did differently was we attached the controllers of the VR headset on a real life fire extinguisher. So the solution was very realistic to how it would be in real life. And also what we did was that we tried to randomize the training every time that you come into the experience. So the size of the fire, the location of the fire, and the type of the fire would change as well. So you would have to take appropriate steps to tackle the fire too. At the end of the simulation, we also give you analysis and reports so that your trainer can analyze how the trainee or the staff is performing. So let's have a look at the solution, how it looks like. Yeah. So why virtual reality was best suited for a solution like this was because railways don't have as many resources to conduct such fire drills often. So virtual reality enables you to do these trainings repeatedly a lot of times. And also it mitigates the risks of a live fire training. Yeah. So moving on to the next project, I'd like to call Satyam to talk about it.
Thank you, Damya. The next project we'll be talking about today is a virtual reality aircraft simulator. This was developed for the Combat Army Aviation Training School, also known as CATS. It's situated in Nashik. To give a brief overview about the project, the aim of this project is to basically train our pilots on how to fly various aircrafts. And obviously, it has to be a very realistic flight experience. And we have to make sure it's scalable and cost effective. And we offer a lot of things like customizable weather conditions, different terrains, different times of day, and the most important point, accurate simulation of aerodynamics and flight controls mechanisms. If whatever simulation we are developing in VR, if the physics of how it works and the aerodynamics, if they are not accurate, then that renders our entire simulation meaningless because there will be no real training happening. So this is something that we have worked greatly on, and we also have a lot of sortie missions and rescue scenarios. And we have already developed for HAL Cheetah, Chetak, ALH Mark III, and Chinook. And obviously, this list is not exhaustive, and other aircrafts can also be developed for. Taking a brief look into the features of our product. Yeah, just 2 seconds. The simulation comes with a flight control joystick to basically mimic how a real flight controls would be like. And we also have a full motion platform, which you can see right there, which basically simulates the movement when you would tilt your plane, and you would be able to feel all of that. And that increases immersion. And obviously, we also offer multiple performance reports and analysis after you're done training. So you know what went wrong, what you can do to improve, and all of this is calculated in real time via our algorithm. I'll just show this short video because we are out of time. I'll just show one video.
This it's like 2 companies giving presentations. It was supposed to be 5 minutes.
Okay.
It's very exciting, but
Yeah.
Time is also running out.
Yeah. That's it. I would like to end it here. I'm really sorry for taking some extra time here. And also, thank you all for listening. If you would like to try any of these on, we will have it on our booth. And yeah, thank you.
Now, may I invite Shikha Agarwal from Microsoft? Will be on ChatGPT.
Sure. So first of all, thank you all for this privilege to share one of the latest innovations in the space of AI. This has been a buzzword for some time now. So let me just get started with it. So if you look at the history of artificial intelligence, right in 1956, we started to create intelligent machines. And by that, essentially what we meant is imparting cognitive capabilities to computers. So the ability for the machines to understand images, to understand language, to understand audio, speech, and ultimately to be able to take decisions. And then somewhere in 1997, machine learning as a subject started to take place, wherein we started to make use of this huge amounts of historical data that we had access to and create algorithms that would learn on their own from this historical data and then be able to predict for the future or make inferences on the data that they had not yet seen. And this was a very interesting step. And then in somewhere in 2017, as we started to work with even more large size data sets and even images, we started to feel that there is a need to now experiment with some different sort of algorithms. And we took inspiration from how we as humans process information. And that's how we created deep learning, wherein we have a sequence of layers of neurons, each layer taking inputs from the preceding layer, processing it, and giving it to the next layer. And that essentially enabled us to tackle or solve for the images. So we started to understand what, given an image, a machine could then understand what it was all about. And as we were experimenting with understanding language, there was a specific nuance that we were dealing with, which is like, what would come after a sequence of words was really not determined by what was immediately preceding those, but a specific words in that bouquet of words would actually define what would come next. And this problem actually was difficult to solve even with deep learning. And then something very interesting happened in 2021 in the form of self-attention neural networks, which is when we were able to embark on a different space of different era of artificial intelligence, which is termed as generative AI. And so if we look at the models which go by the name of GPT-3, these are generative pre-trained transformer models, wherein the self-attention mechanism is the backbone of the transformer models. And we have partnered with OpenAI to essentially accomplish two things, which is A, accelerate innovation in the space, and B, make sure that we democratize this innovation and enable every organization, every individual to create innovative solutions and to reap the tremendous benefits that that are now possible with this technology. So we have three versions of these models. First is, of course, GPT-3, which has got some remarkable ability to in the space of language, and we will have some demos at the booth. And then we have some specialized versions of GPT, which is codex series of models, which have the ability to generate code from natural language. So if I were to create a machine learning model, I can just write certain comments and it will generate the code for loading my data, performing exploratory data analysis, training an algorithm, performing the accuracy analysis for that model, and so on and so forth. And what that does is really, as a data scientist, it frees me up to do more creative, more interesting work, which is possibly feature engineering. And then we, of course, have DALL-E, which is able to edit images, create images from, again, natural language. And of course, there is a lot of comprehensive capabilities that we have in Azure AI. And want to just share some insights about how ChatGPT or OpenAI series of models are so different. Why is there so much buzz around them? So traditionally, if we look at machine learning, right, the moment we will say artificial intelligence or machine learning, the first thought that will come to our mind is, now I need to get massive amount of data. So, and then curate that data, label that data, and then have an iterative process wherein I will be writing certain algorithms and then determining the accuracy. And that's when, in some cases, I will get a accuracy that, or a solution that I would feel that can even complement human capability. Now with GPT-3, this paradigm has completely changed. These are large models. And when I say large, just to give you some numbers, they have 175 billion parameters. And these large models have the ability to solve for multiple problems. Just the off-the-shelf capability can do summarization, it can understand text, it can convert from one language to another, it can create creative ideas, it can write poems, it can write stories, it can, of course, give a lot of, solve for a lot of interesting problems. And of course, as we were listening earlier in the session, data privacy and responsible use continues to be a major challenge. That is something that we need to sort of work further. And with, as Microsoft, that is something that we are completely focused on. So we essentially not only facilitate scalability, security of these models, but also ensure that these models are used responsibly. So that is something I wanted to kind of highlight. And if we look at some of the use cases, so earlier we were listening about how, the India stack, we have created so many digital capabilities. So be it in the space of healthcare, the mission is to enable every citizen of India.
You're running out of time.
Sure, just 1 minute and I'll wrap it up. So if in space of healthcare as well as in education, we have created platforms like Diksha, and now we are working on ABDM, wherein every child, every citizen of India will have access to telehealth, etc. And with OpenAI, we will be able to solve for some of these scenarios very, very effectively. So here, there is just one simple demo, and you can experience more at my booth. So very quickly, I'll take you through this demo. So typically, when anyone visits a doctor or goes through a telemedicine activity, there is a sequence of information that needs to be collected before the doctor can come up with certain diagnosis. So what is the pre-existing conditions? What are the symptoms? Any medications we are already taking? And with OpenAI, we can actually engage in a very, very contextual conversation with the patient, and that will free up the doctors to really focus on delivering care. And to experience this in real time, I will request you all to visit a Microsoft ChatGPT booth. And with that, I would like to thank you all for this opportunity.
Thank you, Shikha. Very, very useful. And now let me invite Vikram Vij from BBTN to speak on IoTs.
Yeah. So good afternoon all. So I'm here to represent my company BBTN Technologies, right? So we are a technology innovation company providing end-to-end electronics engineering, manufacturing, and digital solutions to all the OEMs right out there globally and India. And we are working very closely with the government bodies like CDEC, like in providing the solutions in designing their products. We are their R&D partners, and in some case we are manufacturing some of their solutions, the products that they have built. So today we are in the domain of 5G, right? Where we are working with all those telcos of the world in manufacturing the end product, right? Not only manufacturing, right, from design to manufacturing. So in the data center space, we are today designing the servers, right? The switches in networking and Wi-Fi, we are doing all those switches. If I talk about the vision and IoT, we are designing the solutions such as cameras, right? Smart AI-enabled cameras, some AR/VR solutions, right? Smart sensors, EV chargers, automotive, we are into the infotainment, smart audio. And then we have a proper cloud and apps team that supports all these BUs in managing all the devices that we are doing for our customers and help managing that. So this is a short glimpse of our manufacturing facilities, right? 50 kilometers from here in Manesar. So we are having 7 plants today. So all the plants like the injection molding, die casting, SMT. So we design the product and take it into the manufacturing at our own facility and provide the end solutions to our customer. These are some of the services that we provide today to our customers. Like if we talk about on the engineering side, we support our customers on the hardware side, software side, On the testing, we do a lot of testing. We have invested a lot on the innovative labs with state-of-the-art equipments in doing the final product testing, right? And then we provide our customers on the manufacturing services side as well. So customer can choose in between these services as well as a full turnkey solution as well. These are some of the products, if I talk about on the IoT side, right, that today we are designing and manufacturing and exporting it to the world with a label Make in India, right? These are the products that today we are designing, and then we support our customers on the cloud and doing the application part as well. So we are in the IoT space, we are in the domain of EV chargers, tablet and laptops that you can see at our booth that are completely designed and manufactured by us, right? Then we have smart devices, smart audio devices, some power smart meters. Today we are doing for some of our customers in US and India. Yeah. So that was it. So as a wrap up, I can say that like we are going to make India proud, right? With making it Atmanirbhar and manufacturing lot of products and exporting to the whole world. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, Vikram.
Yeah.
Now, may I move to Arpit Sharma? Video, no? What NFTs? You can do the minting there.
Good afternoon, everyone. So one thing I'm sure of is of wrapping this up in 3.5 minutes most. I will very quickly begin by saying that internet has brought us here. We are talking about innovation, and that innovation is riding on back of internet and decades of development in that space. But if I were to tell you that internet is being disrupted as we talk, and probably in next 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, internet will not be the same that we have always known it to be. So as we speak, a new paradigm is taking shape, which is being called as Web3. So if I were to differentiate it from internet as we know it, internet is internet of information. You primarily exchange information, messages from one party to another party in the form of structure in the internet that we know of. Web3 is going to be an internet of value where you can create, transact, own digital assets on the internet without any intermediaries involved in that. So that paradigm is being enabled by a technology called blockchain. In blockchain, there are different layers of blockchain implementation. So one of the core blockchain paradigms is that of protocol layers. These are layers which enable a lot of applications to be built on them. So these are like so a protocol is like physics in the real world. It allows for all the action to happen, right? So similarly, protocols have a lot of different rules according to which all the participants will have to play. They have throughputs and all of the related activities. So today I am representing here a company called Near Foundation, which is a non-profit foundation which supports a protocol called Near Protocol. Near Protocol is a leading layer 1 protocol. It has been founded by some of the best minds in the industry. In terms of USPs, there are primarily 3 things. It is highly scalable. Scalability has been a concern in all the protocols such as Ethereum, etc. And there have been a lot of effort in scaling those protocols. But with Near, scalability is built in the protocol with something called as sharding, which is something which Ethereum is probably going to implement in 3 years. It is built in the protocol. Secondly, it is very simple to onboard users on Near Protocol with something known as human readable addresses. And then third, it is environmentally sustainable. Near Protocol by design is carbon neutral. And in Web3, very quickly touching upon use cases, last year we have seen a lot of action in India. Some of the interesting use cases that I was fortunate to be part of was Bangalore International Airport implemented a metaverse. There was Firozabad Police. We created a complaint management system. Some of the partners who are here, Air Chains, they did it. Then we had a lot of certificate issuance, etc. So there is a lot of scope. With that, I will just move on to a very quick intro on what Near is. so that we get a better view of the protocol. Yes, here it is.
The layer 1 blockchain that's simple to use, super secure, and infinitely scalable. It does this by using a breakthrough piece of technology called Nightshade, which allows the Near blockchain to record and verify transactions just like other networks, only faster, cheaper, and more securely. Near protocol is being built by the Near Collective, a worldwide community of developers, researchers, and scientists. Co-founders Ilya Pelusikin and Alexander Skinadov, who worked at Google and NemSQL, the distributed sharded database that powers Goldman Sachs, Samsung, and Uber, wanted to create a network that was easy to use for developers and also for users. So they created Near using proof of stake. Proof of stake is a consensus method that differs from the more traditional proof of work method used on Bitcoin. Validators secure the network by locking up Near tokens in escrow and earning rewards as a result. If the validator tries to cheat the system, they lose their stake, or the community can vote them out. For regular users, they can delegate their tokens to a validator to earn rewards too. This means that unlike Bitcoin, giant power-hungry machines are not needed to secure the network, making Near a more eco-friendly platform than its rivals. To make Near super fast, it uses a technology called sharding. We'll get into that in one of the following videos. With Rainbow Bridge and Aurora, developers building on Ethereum can take advantage of Near's speed and scalability without having to leave the network. Octopus Network, meanwhile, allows anyone to build their own version of an application-specific blockchain and connect it to Near's mainnet for speed, scalability, and security. The Near platform is also great for users. Its simple wallet allows anyone to get started within seconds with minimal fuss. No pop-ups, no switching networks, no crypto jargon, just a wallet that is effortless to use. Underneath the slick and simple exterior lies a ton of features that let developers create a seamless user experience whenever they interact with the Near ecosystem. Register your Near wallet with a yourname.near shortcut. Head over to wallet.near.org and start enjoying an experience where accessibility and blockchain go hand in hand.
Thank you, everyone. Just a quick note, we have some amazing proof of attendance NFTs that you can mint at our booths. It will be an amazing experience, if you can just go and check it out. Thank you so much for the time.
Okay, that is great. I think NFT takes a longer time to mint. Anyway, the last presentation is by Mr. Sunil Kumar from Dassault Systems.
Yeah, hi. So myself, Sunil, I represent the company called Dassault Systems. We are 4 decades old in this world and quite present across the globe. And in India also, we have a strength of now about 3,500 people, which are part of our global R&D as well as the sales and the technical team, where we serve across industries in India, all major OEMs across automotive, industrial, or other infrastructure companies. They are our customers. And today topic which I'm going to take is about that, how that virtual twin experience is helping our industry across the globe onto that. So the basic things of putting up a virtual twin is the strategy on which we are working upon to that. It's about not only about the industry, but it is also including the human factor into it and create those experiences by which you can develop a product, purchase a product, or market a product around the thing. Why human? Because that is the main, you can say, the ingredient or main portion of our strategy where everything is revolving around human, whatever the industry is creating and whatever industry is developing and giving to the thing. And gone are those days when product used to drive the strategy. Now it's all about experiences. Even if you want to buy a car, if you want to buy, let's say, any other product, it's all about the experience, what it actually is giving upon to that. That is where we take care of those, let's say, with our various type of solutions there, and where we serve on this, let's say, the 3 different industries which we target. One is about the life science industries, where We have, let's say, build up even a digital model of a virtual model of a heart, where where the various doctors and things, they do various types of experiments before doing it directly on that living heart upon to that. Then catering to all the industries upon with our solutions, and even the smart cities and the infrastructure which we are seeing across all our, let's say, across our cities and things, where we are driving various smart city initiatives. We are driving various, let's say, infrastructure development across the various networks there. So just a brief single slide about, let's say, virtual twin, how it is different from the common used terminology of digitalization or digitizations upon to that. The virtual twin primarily gives a more life to the digital and the digitalized world. And I'll just briefly explain how exactly it does that. It primarily takes care of, let's say, all my digital models. It could be to a supply chain network, to a manufacturing industry, to a car manufacturer thing, or it could be any equipment manufacturer. Take all those data science which is there, simulate based upon the physics and let's say the various scenarios could be, let's say, fatigue strength, could be with respect to how my aerodynamics will come into the picture, and various types of automations which are going to get into those things. Then which gives the ability or the capability for that, let's say, the team, let's say, to do what if analysis, to do, let's say, what is my design of experiments onto that, with much lesser, you can say, time to the market upon to this, and give much better outcomes into that. So that is where we take care of those virtual twin experiences to create, let us say, from those digital information which is coming, let us say, in silos in any organization upon to that, right from that engineering to manufacturing to supply chain to marketing upon to that, where in a single integrated platform-based approach, where all the information is connected and giving a meaningful results to come out into that, which definitely bridges the gap between a virtual and a real world. Maybe how before launching a real product, I want to virtually validate whether how the things are going to be manufactured, how the things are going to, let's say, work in a practical environment upon to that. And right from, let's say, all my education institutes to all engineering hubs to all things, they are using one or other applications from our portfolio upon to doing all these capabilities onto it. So that is where the target is all about, let's say, where maybe, let's say, having that complete 3D experience upon to that for that future mobility, where it is a combination of various transports and things. That is one, you can say, vertical from our portfolio where we are taking care of that. And this is just a brief, the know-how which I want to put it in that but today's session, but we are there as at our booth where we can discuss in detail how our solution is catering to the various industries and various functions into that. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sunil Kumar. Now I come to the, there are no questions in this session because the title of this session is experiential and talking goes against experience. So let us move to the booths. And before all of you move out to the booths, let me compliment, or rather express our thanks to all the 5 companies. They came voluntarily to showcase a product because they think very high about this audience. And no, I mean, it's very seriously. For a change, I'm very serious. I mean, they did it pro bono, I should say. Each one of the speakers, they don't have any compulsion to come for this in the previous session or this session, but definitely they came, set up the stalls, took a lot of trouble. They spoke to us. I mean, it was curated. What was perhaps not curated was this 5-minute constraint that was based on them. And that is partly because I am a teacher. And so if I speak more, then my feedback is bad. So, so I'm trying to, I'm metered to behave like that. Thank you so much. And now I invite the audience before Mansi comes to move to the pavilions or whatever.
We should get a photograph first. And I think a big round of applause. I think, and everyone should really see the booth. I haven't. So. When did you come? We can now all head to lunch. Lunch is at the Silver Oak Lawn. It's a bit of a walk, but our team members are outside to help you. Yeah, I'm coming to that. That there is a 1 hour lunch break. It's a 1 hour lunch break till 2 o'clock. So I hope that everyone will get a chance to eat and then spend some time at the booth or vice versa. Both places are going to get crowded, so you can choose which one you want to go with first. So, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I know our post-lunch is a different experience, but with the speaker that we have and the panel that we have, I don't think it could ever be better than this. And excuse me. My wonderful task today is to welcome Mr. Amitabh Kant. Amitabh, you are always, been fantastic in terms of giving us your time and effort. We know how busy you are. We know how crazy you must be going as the Sherpa of the G20. This is India's moment. This year is such a huge year for us in every respect, and it means so much to India across the board. So I'm not going to waste too much time. I know you have to go soon. I just wanted to say that this is a culmination of a report we're issuing annually. It's called the State of the Indian Digital Economy. And as such, it's a combination of process and ICRIA coming together to issue this report. The findings of the report are quite wonderful. And I think we want to make this a path-breaking report that we can issue every year, really to describe the progress that's happening in the digital economy in a way that nobody else is doing today. And I don't know if Mr. Kant wants to come up here and speak, or you want to sit, whatever you like.
No, is this an interactive session or is this?
No, we would love you to come and speak. I know you're short of time, so that's what I'm worried about. But please, welcome to Mr. Amitabh Kant. Thank you for being here. We would like to make it interactive, depending on how long.
Okay, no, I'll be brief and then I'll be happy to respond to any question that you may have. Thank you, Pramod, for that kind introduction. Mr. Chandrasekhar, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, truly delighted to be here. So India's recently taken over the presidency of G20, and G20 is being held in India at a time when the world is going through a fairly turbulent phase. You have the post-COVID era where 200 million people have gone below poverty line. Almost 100 million people have lost their jobs. You have a challenge of geopolitics in Europe, where you have a prolonged war for over a year, which is impacting food, fuel, and fertilizer. And then the global growth has slowed down, with 1/3 of the world under recession. And you have a global debt crisis with 75 countries in the world facing a global debt crisis. And you also have the challenge of climate action and climate finance. The earth may survive, but we as human beings will go extinct if we are not able to reach 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2050. And therefore, there's a challenge of all this. And therefore, as presidency of G20, India's key priorities are, one, to first and foremost to push for inclusive, resilient, and sustainable growth, because that's critical for the world. And that's critical because that's the only way we'll be able to provide better livelihood for citizens. And then there's that the SDG goals up to 2030, instead of progressing, we are midway through the 2030 goals, and instead of progressing, we have regressed. And therefore, how do you accelerate the implementation of SDGs? And climate action and climate finance is important, because we're not responsible for carbonizing the world, but we are the third biggest emitters now. And therefore, it's very important that many developing countries which will advance and grow need to become countries which industrialize without carbonizing the world. But that would require a lot of flow of resources from countries which have polluted the world earlier, which have carbonized the world. The developed world is responsible for 88% of the carbonization in the world, and therefore they need to support this clean transition. And that was agreed to in 2009 at Copenhagen, but not been lived up to by developed countries. But in addition to developed countries, you need money to flow in from multilateral financial institutions through new instruments like blended finance, credit enhancement, first loss guarantees. And that would require some structural reforms in both World Bank and International Monetary Fund. And I think the fourth key priority is that we do digital transformation. And digital transformation and the India narrative of what it has done through digital public infrastructure. Now, this is important because if you have to achieve SDG goals, if you have to achieve a climate action, going digital and going green is very critical and very important. Without that, it will not be able for the world to lift people above poverty line. And therefore, I'll dwell a little bit. You've released this report today, and I'll dwell a little bit because India's narrative is important. Because if you look at the last 2 decades, or rather 2.5 decades, most innovations in the world of technology have come from the big tech companies. They've come from Google, they've come from Apple, they've come from Microsoft, they've come from Meta. And in the case of China, from Tencent and Alibaba, they've been responsible for all the technological disruption and innovation that's happened in the last 2.5 decades. A contrarian model was followed by Europe through the GDPR, which focused on privacy of data of citizens, but at some cost to innovation in Europe. So if you see, they focus very strongly on the privacy of citizens. Normally, innovations happen from the developed parts of the world, and rarely as technological innovations come from emerging markets. But India has created a very unique alternative model of digital public infrastructure. And these digital public infrastructure have ensured that the tracks, the railway tracks, are owned by the public, that is, by government or public-led agencies, and on top of which we've allowed private sector to innovate. And therefore, what India has done is to ensure that 1.4 billion Indians have a digital identity. And then between 2015 and 2017, we created 480 million new bank accounts. And therefore, 55% of the bank accounts opened across the world during that period were opened in India. Every second bank account was opened in India. And then we seeded these bank accounts with the digital identity and with our mobile numbers. So what you would see is that we're reaching close to about 800 million smartphones, and all your mobile phones were then seeded. So the bank accounts have both your digital identity and your mobile accounts. And that enabled Indians to technologically leapfrog and do fast payments. And therefore, we in India do about 11x more payments than what America and Europe do. And we do about 4x of what China does in terms of fast payments. And, every Indian now uses his mobile. So mobile is my bank, and I use all my debit, credit, payments, everything through this bank. And I've not been to a physical bank for over 3.5 years. I've not used my debit or credit card. The only time I used it was when I was visiting my daughter in San Francisco to hire a Uber vehicle. But in India, I've always used my mobile, and I've, not been to an ATM machine. So that's the technological leapfrogging that India has done. But India has created many more public, what we call as digital public goods. So we created the CoWIN, which enabled us to do 2.2 billion COVID vaccines, almost 6x of what USA and Europe did. And this was all cashless, paperless. We were able to do direct benefit transfers during the COVID period and provide direct benefits to almost 800 million Indians. And we've been able to ensure that almost 600 schemes of the government reach the actual beneficiaries. And therefore, when I was a young officer, one of our prime ministers said that only 15 paisa reaches the poor person, because the money used to go from central government to the state governments to the district, and there used to be enormous amount of leakages. But now we put money straight into the beneficiary's account. So when we started the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, only 17% of the women had bank accounts. Today, almost 76% of the women have bank accounts, and they all have cash savings. So we've seen this. When I was a young officer, I was working with traditional fishermen in Kerala, and my job was to transform the lives of fishermen. So I was able to give them new crafts, which were fiberglass crafts. I could give them new outboard motors. They could go much further into the sea. We were able to give them new fishing nets, which are known as disco nets, but chasing the bank manager and getting to them to do know your customer and opening a bank account was a nightmare. It used to take us 7-8 months to open a bank account. Today, we open a bank account in less than a minute using the biometric. So I've seen this transformational journey. And opening a bank account was essential because the fishermen were prone to drinking, and it was necessary for them to keep some money in their banks, because someday you'll get a fish catch, someday you'll not. And it was a nightmare opening their bank accounts. But today, we've made a technological leapfrogging, much like what we've done in fast payments, what we've done in CoWIN, what we've done in DigiLocker, what we've done in Swayam and Diksha in education, what we are attempting to do and almost done it in for democratizing e-commerce through ONDC, and what we are now in the budget announcement talking about this technological leapfrogging in agriculture through a similar process of creating a digital public infrastructure on which private sector can then innovate and leapfrog. So we've created a vast number of digital public infrastructure, what we call as digital public goods. And this has enabled us to push a lot in terms of improving the lives of citizens. At the end of it, digitization, digital technology is all about improving lives of citizens. And we made a difference through direct benefit transfer, through better learning outcomes, through fast payments, through ensuring that we do everything paperless and cashless. I mean, look at the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, where we have insured almost 500 million Indians. 500 million Indians means, again, more than the population of USA and Europe. Totally cashless and paperless. You can be moving from Bihar to Tamil Nadu. You'll carry your digital health insurance. And therefore, this has been an enormous experience, very distinct from what the USA has done, very distinct from what Europe has done, and very distinct from what China did through. It supported the rest of the world by creating, it said that it'll use the instrument of what it called the BRI, of building infrastructure through very non-transparent and opaque loans. And the world has got indebted because of that. But India has got a huge opportunity to put all these digital public goods on a cloud and support the rest of the world. And that is what India is doing. So the other day, the Prime Minister linked up our UPI with the payment app of Singapore Direct, and we are able to do direct transactions between India and Singapore without going through SWIFT and at very low cost. So what India has achieved is size and scale. What India has achieved is low cost, because all these are open source, open API, and they are all interoperable. And because of the interoperable nature of them, we've been able to do a lot of innovation. And this has enabled a number of startups to grow and emerge. So what started as identity led to seeding into bank accounts and led to payments. So India is the only country in the world where PhonePe competes with Google Pay, WhatsApp competes with Paytm, 40 different apps are competing. But the next phase was that looking at these payment histories, you had a number of new startups, all unicorns, Lending Card, Pine Lab, MobiQuick, who started doing then cashless and paperless lending, credit. And so Creditflow started, which was all cashless, paperless. And then you had another set of startups. You had another set of startups like Zerodha, Upstock, which started doing wealth management, stock management, all cashless, paperless. I mean, imagine a top-class startup like Zerodha controlling almost 25% of your stock market, young unicorn, 25% of your stock market, simply because we've been able to enable him to do digital identity. He's used digital identity, payment methodology to get a credit history and build up this Zerodha as a top class and Upstock, all top class young unicorns, young startups. And then moving from payment to credit to wealth management, you had another set of startups, all unicorns who started doing insurance. So when I used to buy insurance policies, it used to take me months together to get an insurance policy from LIC. But you look at Digit and Acco, they do give you an insurance policy in less than 2 minutes, less than 3 minutes. And that's the power of digital transformation through young entrepreneurs and young startups who've really transformed the landscape of India. So what India has achieved is unparalleled. What India has achieved is transformational. What India has achieved is really about pole vaulting through new technology. And that is the model for the rest of the world to follow. To my mind, the world will sooner or later realize that it's not the big tech model, it's not the model of Europe, which is post facto, but the model of what India has done through creating public goods and on top of which allowing private sector to innovate. But the most important thing India has done is to build up the digital empowerment protection architecture, what is known as DEPA, and that enables every citizen to own his data, on the basis of which RBI has issued the account aggregator system, which will enable credit to flow to the MSMEs. And as account aggregators become more and more active, DEPA will ensure that the data is owned by Indian citizens, and therefore they remain the owners. And DEPA and account aggregator is really the key. So data empowerment protection architecture is a very, very key framework of this. Now, it's important to understand that in the world today, there are 4 billion people who do not have a digital identity. Then 4 billion people without a digital identity. There are 2 billion people who do not have a bank account. And there are 133 countries which do not have digital fast payments. And therefore, this is a massive opportunity for India to really put our Indian businessmen across the world to be able to transform the rest of the world. Instead of creating infrastructure which is not paid for, where we go and get into the sovereignty of other countries, we've created some outstanding digital public infrastructure which we can take to the rest of the world, where we can transform lives of citizens. And that's the great soft power of India, which we've built up. So technology and digital transformation is really the key, and that'll be the key driver and the key narrative of India during its G20 presidency. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Amitabh. I don't think I need to tell you that Amitabh is easily one of the most eloquent, articulate, well-informed, and forward-looking spokespersons of the India story, not just at the G20, but even otherwise. So since we have him here as a hostage for a few minutes, he's a busy man, as you can imagine, but he has agreed to take a few questions. So without intruding on that, I invite questions from the floor. And as usual, we'll give the first opportunity to the lady at the back.
Hello. Thank you so much for this really interesting keynote, Mr. Kant. My name is Pariru. I'm a PhD student at Harvard University. I study digitization and the informal economy in particular, and the kind of the Indian story that you described. So I think there was a little discussion about this earlier in the morning also, just sort of about the difference between universal access to digital technology and kind of actual take-up of digital technology by people. So you can give everyone a mobile phone, you can give them a bank account, you can give them internet connection, but that doesn't mean that they're being transformed into the economic agents necessarily that one wants them to be, that they know how to, that they have the kind of economic mindset of borrowing and lending, entrepreneurship, and these other really transformative ideas that you talked about. So I was wondering, you know, there's obviously discussion about trust in digital technologies, et cetera, but I mean, I was curious about your thoughts on how to transform economic agency alongside providing people infrastructure. So beyond just giving them the mobile phone and internet connection, how does one change the, call it mindset, psychology, social conditions that allow them?
The question is clear. Let him respond to that.
Thank you.
So my view is that actually people living in urban areas and those coming from Harvard, etc., do not comprehend the power of people living in rural India, and they're much faster and much quicker to adapt. And my own experiences when we were doing this aspirational district program, and I had similar views like you. But both when I was working in the traditional fishermen in Kerala and when I did the aspirational district program, I realized that you need to do the initial extension and mass communication. But after that, once they get used to technology, they are much quicker to adapt than people living in urban areas. And people in urban areas are actually quite often tend to take India backwards. The people in rural areas are far more able to quickly push many of these things. And therefore, now you're seeing much greater level of acceptance in tier 2, tier 3 cities, several of them in aspirational districts. Many of them are 100% fully digitally transformed. So I think we should really look at this with, India should look at this with, look at the way we've accepted mobiles. If 900 million Indians, 850 million Indians are using smartphones very effectively, that means there's a great power of technology, and the ability of Indians to adapt to it. And I'm sure that if we are able to do so many digital fast payments, if we are doing such vast number of transactions per month, then 8 billion transactions a month, that means people are accepting it. And second thing we should not forget is that it's a very young India. The median age is about 28, 29, and therefore the younger lot is very different from my generation. They will be adopting to this technology much quicker, much faster. I think we need to look at India with a very, to my mind, we need to look at this not with skepticism, but with a very different mindset and push for this even more.
Thank you. The gentleman in front who was the first to raise his hand. I'll come back to you at the back after this.
Good afternoon, Amitabh.
Keep sitting.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Shashidhar. I run a fintech in financial inclusion space called Sabke under Basics Group. I can't agree more on this, that rural people are nowhere behind and they really are adapting to technology. I run a microfinance program where more than 50% of my customers pay directly through app and they don't need to be visited anymore. So it's an amazing transformation. So in this story that you narrated, I think incredible, right? India is a 75-year-old startup as a government infrastructure, a huge creativity at the top, a lot of infrastructure, public goods, and private sector, again, playing a fantastic high energy role. But I think the missing link that we need to really work on is the public goods that are delivered to the citizens. Of course, I'm not talking about the CSC network that is, again, pretty digital in nature, assisted digital, but the public offices, right, where we go for services, they are completely outside of this whole realm. You can't even find a QR code. A street vendor has a QR code, but a government office doesn't. RTO office, you go and pay a registration fee. You have to pay cash or do something else, but you can't do digital payments in many places. Tourism department, you go pay entry fees, you have to take cash with you. I think there is a missing link in between. Maybe that's a mindset change. Maybe there is infrastructure issue there, but we need to also see how public services are delivered by public entities also, and in the same pace as private sector and the larger digital India movement that's happening.
No,
Just a thought.
yeah. So, I entirely agree with you on this, that I think government offices, etc. I think a huge exercise has been done in making things simpler and easier and scrapping a lot of rules regulation process. But I think the next bit is what you're talking about, that everywhere we should just ensure that the payments are all made digital.
Okay, I think there was someone at the
Actually,
back.
there should be no human interaction with public servants. Every payment, everything should be digital. So that's it.
Yes, person in the back. Yes, yeah, that's right.
Right. Firstly, Mr. Kant, loved your speech. I'm a second-year undergraduate at SRCC. I'm also working in international relations at Y20. My question to you is very simple, sir. You've told how the India-Singapore sort of pact was there. I want you to sort of give me your perspective. Do you think the focus of India should be towards greater bilateral agreements whereby we're working with our partners? Do you think it should be more towards regional organizations whereby perhaps we can push our stance in a better way? Or do you think the priority should perhaps be towards, making greater foot in multilateral agencies like the International Financial Committee?
So, I'm a great believer that the only way to progress on this is if there's a relationship between business to business. Governments are never able to deliver. Multilateral agencies are the worst of the lot. The governments are second worst. The best way to grow and prosper is if you create the facilitating environment and just be a catalyst to allow private sector to grow and prosper across countries. That's the only way growth will take place. Okay. Yeah, let the market work. Absolutely.
Yeah. Lady at the back.
And multilateral organizations, just forget them.
Loud and clear. Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Kant. This is Saraswati. I'm a journalist. So a lot of emphasis has been placed on digital public goods at the G20 as well. I wanted to understand in what ways can India actually speak about the social exclusion that sometimes technology can cause, and technology itself becomes a barrier to the access to these digital public goods. So in what ways can India address this issue at the G20? Could you speak something about that?
So, G20 is not a forum to bring out all the problems of the world. We are not here to change the world. We are not here to change the entire India. All our problems of India can't be solved through G20. G20 has few priorities. If you are able to get in a very fractured and a turbulent world, if you are able to arrive at a consensus, G20 works by consensus. So the objective should be to bring consensus around a few issues. That is what we'll aim for. Those priorities I had highlighted. Can this be the last question?
Okay. Last one.
Yeah.
Okay, this will be the last question. Mr. Kant has to leave after this.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Hi, sir. Ankur here from Air Chains, and I'm a proof of aspirational district. Worked in Dantewada, Bastar, studied in Bastar. So pretty much the young India, starting a startup. So my question is pretty much simpler. You talked about consensus. I work on blockchain, sir, the cutting emerging tech in the world. Blockchain works on consensus. When are we coming on the consensus of the scalability of that technology? We talk that it's usable, it's good, but regulations are pretty tough for startups to die on. When are we going to, have a proper thoughts on those emerging techs which are, diverging lives in a better ways at multiple levels?
So from an aspirational district, you've gone to the most powerful technology in the world. Blockchain is a really powerful technology. This will only grow and prosper. With Web3 coming in, blockchain will be the driver of all. It's the mother of all innovations. It's the mother of all technologies. It's the most powerful technology. And, I think sometimes people get mixed up with cryptos and cryptocurrencies and blockchain, but that's the underlying technology. The underlying technology is a very, very powerful technology. And blockchain will be unstoppable in a few years. for land records, for judicial interventions, for everything.
Thank you. Thank you all. I think, the questions as well as the questioners are living proof that the transformation is well and truly already underway. And thank you so much, Amitabh, for sharing your thoughts. And all of you would have noticed that while a very wide range of issues and topics were covered and responded to, all of this, he spoke without a single scrap of paper in front of him. So give a hand to Amitabh.
Big round. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I now request the panelists of this session to please come up on stage? Neeta from IGA Foundation, Mr. B.G. Mahesh from Sehmati, Mr. Koshi from ONDC. Mr. Sharat Sharma is on his way. I have sent a Zoom link so that his flight got delayed, so he can at least join, and then once he's here, he can join physically. He's there. And David, thank you so much for joining us online. And thank you for waiting patiently. Yes. Hi, Sharat.
I'm on my way. Hi.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And we'll resume the panel. This is the T20 panel on empowering India's digital revolution through digital public infrastructure and platforms. You've just heard Amitabh not only laying out the canvas, but how this fits in with the rest of the G20 agenda. So it's now time to dive a little deeper into the digital element of that agenda. The session is on digital public infrastructure and platforms. But if you look at digital public infrastructure, that term, it's a much wider term. It covers many things, including, of course, digital platforms, but it includes, a lot of technology systems and processes, and a lot of such assets, digital assets, which are created by public sector organizations or by the government, and serve to a significant extent as instruments of facilitating the governance outreach to citizens. And overall, to help create a more secure and efficient digital ecosystem within the country. If you look at the IPCIDE report, the state of India's digital economy, which was released this morning, then that also talks about the two things which Mr. Kant had spoken about, which is the which is the digital empowerment and protection architecture and the account aggregator ecosystem. And those two count towards digital public infrastructure. But in this session, we will focus a little more on the platforms that are being talked about, many of which were mentioned. And there's a reason why I believe that in this session, with a limited amount of time, it will serve to focus on these digital public platforms. And that is because a large part of the India narrative and what India is doing in the digital space that is in some ways unique, in some ways distinctly apart from the way that other countries are going about it. So it's important to actually understand why this is unique and what is different about it. And today we are actually witnessing a really rapid platformization of India's digital economy. And this is happening in every sector and at every level. And this platform story is something which is not new or unique to India as such. It was predicted even a couple of decades ago globally. But it's only in recent times that it has become so pervasive in India, number one. And number two, and more importantly, this whole approach of centering this entire transition and transformation that was talked about is being powered and driven by these digital public platforms. Public platforms like Aadhaar and UPI are now household names. And CoWIN, I think everyone got familiar with it in COVID times. And there are a lot of others which are, on the anvil, some under implementation, some on the drawing boards, like ONDC. We have Mr. Koshi here sitting next to me. And the OCEN, the Open Credit Enablement Network, and others in healthcare and agriculture and so on, all of which are at various stages. So clearly, this extensive public platform environment, which is either being set up or backed by the government, is a unique characteristic of India's digital ecosystem. It's not that other countries don't have such public platforms, but they largely relate to, and they're typically focused on government-related activity. Now, as this is happening in India, the well-known network effect and the winner-takes-all phenomenon, which is visible all over the world, means that these platforms would become nationally and quite often globally dominant. And that leads to some public policy concerns regarding ownership, competition, concentration of wealth or power, innovative power, and occasionally even things like national security. And since all these issues are involved, different geographies, different governments have responded to this differently. The US has responded in one way, relying more on the private sector to drive this digital transformation. Europe has tried to use these agents, but also to regulate and control them through fairly tight and well-structured regulation. China has tried to use this transformation to build their own technological prowess. What India is doing is different from all the three in its own way. And I think that's what makes the story unique. And many would argue that this is of great interest to other countries. And there is indeed a lot of interest that is being shown. In responding to these, queries or these expressions of interest, it's important that to understand that the questions are not just technology centric. In fact, technology is only a very small part of the interest that is being shown. It's, as somebody put it, I think it was Sharad who was mentioning the other day, it's barely 20%. The rest of the questions are really with regard to the models, the governance, and a lot of issues relating to those kinds of questions. And there's another interesting aspect, which is that the conditions in India are unique in some ways. We have a large population, so addressing this large population has its own challenges. The characteristics of the new and emerging technologies are uniquely favorable to conditions like India, where you have to deal with a large number of people and need affordable, easy to use technologies, which is what these are. The huge IT industry, which has huge domestic capabilities, so you don't need to look outwards to do all of this. The innovation power, which you heard Amitabh talk about, which is there sitting in this room with us. And of course, a very, very proactive government policy driving all of these different pieces. So there are many things which have happened. And in that sense, it's a confluence for India. But it's not as if this is so unique to India that other countries cannot emulate it. But I think it's important to try and figure out what is it that other countries can take away and what is it that we have to impart, because they are interested in learning. India is interested in sharing. And as we advance this story of India's success, it's also important to keep crystallizing some of these questions. So is this digital public infrastructure a silver bullet? Is it the answer to every problem in every sector? Or are there some general features which characterize such platforms? And are there some general approaches to customizing these platforms and adapting them to local conditions? So there are a whole set of questions which we will explore in the course of this session. And I don't want to go into the details now. We'll bring it out. We have a fantastic panel here, people who have dealt with very different aspects of this whole platform story and bring a wealth of different perspectives, which together I think will give us a completely comprehensive picture. So this is an opportunity to have a very detailed discussion on the subject. And I look forward to hearing all the panelists as much as each of you are. So before I turn to each of the panelists, I'll just spend 2 minutes or even 1 minute on how the session is going to be structured. The first is that I would invite each of the panelists, who, as I said, have their own unique expertise and experience, to share their perspective on the benefits and the imperatives of these digital public platforms. Very briefly, and I need to be very cognizant of the time here because we have a lot of ground to cover. And so not more than 5 minutes, and I would request their cooperation so that I don't have to interrupt their presentation. And after that initial sharing of perspectives by the panelists, there are a set of questions which I have tried to crystallize, which would be posed to each of the panelists in turn, and then they will respond, and others can add and supplement where they feel it is necessary. So that will be the format that we will go forward with. So let me first turn to the panelists here and ask them to share some of their perspectives on digital public platforms. So let me start with this Nita Tyagi to share some of her perspectives in 5 minutes. Sure. Okay. Thank you.
You can hear me well on this?
Yeah.
Thank you, and very nice to be here with my esteemed panelists, and that includes you, David, and Sharad, out there, and the wonderful audience here. What I'm going to do today is talk a bit about, since I'm from eGov Foundation, give a little introduction to that and go through its story to answer your question, on the benefits and the imperatives. So eGov is a philanthropic organization first. And on this slide, I just want you to notice two things. On the left, the strategic pillars, which I'm going to weave into my story next. And on the right, in the rectangle, that the sectors we work in, because eGov has sectoral DPIs. We can move to the next and just stay there. Thank you. That's it. All right. So eGov, basically, it has a 2-decadal journey, and we have really fumbled through our failures and successes to be where we are today to achieve scale and sustainability. And sometime back, Mr. Kiran Karnik, he very he talked about the third tier of federalism, in municipal, the services. And I'm very thankful that he kind of raised that, because 20 years ago, eGov actually found the market failures that exist in the governance and service delivery. So I don't know if you recall yourself or your parents sort of standing in the queues for property tax, whether it is rain, sun, or, and when you are raising a grievance, no one is there to kind of really, listen to you. So eGov basically, operates in that space which governments want to do, but they can't. And private sector can do, but they have no incentive to do. And I think that really makes it, imperative for, for a DPI basically to operate in that space. So going back to the story of eGov, where I'm going to talk about the shifts that it made, and the three major shifts that we made. So around 2003, when it started work, and I think the other thing I want to mention is eGov worked in reverse. So usually you will find that something is from the center, and then we heard today morning how it has to percolate into states. eGov actually worked into the trenches of Karnataka for almost 12, 13 years. And they were building, at that time, banking, tech, etc. So building solutions, on property tax, etc. at that point in time. And about 70 to 80 cities have eGov solutions, which are still working well. In fact, sometime back, a friend of mine, was in Chennai, and his mother passed away. And he mentioned how easy it was, at that emotionally choking moment that he got the death certificate. And now he knows that Chennai runs on eGov, system. But in 2015, with Aadhaar and everything, I think the vocabulary changed. It talked about the scale. It talked about the building rails. And that's when we started thinking that, when you're creating bills which come to you, like electricity, water, sewerage, why can't billing be like the payment gateway on your phones that every app, shares? So it was really that journey of abstracting it, and infrastructure was built, bottoms up. So this was really the pivot, the technology shift that, eGov made. And in terms of the benefit, I just want to say that in Punjab, which was our exemplar state, it spent about, 7 years, 3 RFPs, about $22 million spent with 0 outcomes. And with our DPI, it was 6 months and, just $1.5 million and for 3 years, they have successively been winning awards, on governance. And Digit is the platform which was made through this pivoting. And it was designed in such a way that any sector which has a market failure, like I earlier said, can be built on that. So with that, we went into health. And I just wish to check with you today that how many of you have, the COVID certificate with you? Everybody. So basically, eGov with its DIVOC has already touched your lives, because that was the credentialing part which gave you your certificate. The second shift I want to talk about is the actor shift at the bottom. And I think it was Mr. Kanta Rao who talked about, just looking at my notes, what he said. But basically, DPIs, yes, he said something that we have made it and now we need states to act on it. So the point I'm trying to make is DPI by itself, you need to create value on that. And the value is created when ecosystem players work on it. And ecosystem players work on it when they know how to engage. It is not right to expect that I've made the DPI and you come and play. So that's where I wish to point out that eGov actually then started looking into how to create capacity within governments and how to create a vibrant marketplace. And with government, you really need to help them to reimagine. And it's not just technology, it is also about the programmatic support that you give them. So, sorry, I'll just take one more minute.
Okay.
I asked him to put that for me. So anyway, I'm just 1 minute away. So eGov stopped doing a lot of things. eGov stopped participating in RFPs. eGov stopped making products. And now eGov wants to stop doing the implementation. And then the third shift for the policy shift, which is basically on sustainability. How do you institutionalize? And I just want to mention that, cutting the story short, there is a link here on Upyog. Basically, it is a manifestation of national level, service delivery system. And I have Karishma here. Raise your hands, Karishma, for people to see, who is from NIUA. And Kerala has been the first state, and 29 states have lined up to basically, adopt Upyog. So I think I'll stop here. But I think I'm just making a case for, while we have done with this, create and implement, I think the sustain, evolve, innovation, adoption should be the next focus areas. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Neeta. My apologies if I interrupted your flow of thought. But it was through technology, not me. In my defense, I missed a part of my job at the beginning. Neeta is the Director of Partnerships at eGov Foundation. Now I'll turn to my next panelist. We have, after Neeta, Professor David Eves, who is online. Is he on the link? Yes, and he is Associate Professor in Digital Government at the UCL Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. And can I request you, David, to share your thoughts on, the benefits and some of the imperatives of digital platforms in general before we get into the specific questions? Over to you.
Thank you so much. I am unbelievably excited to be here. I've been following what's been happening in India for a decade now, maybe even longer, but certainly for a decade. And I think we saw from the presentation earlier this morning, I almost don't want to dwell so much on what are the opportunities, because I think they've been laid clear in front of us. I might talk a little bit more about what's going on internationally, but I think I kind of, in part, have stumbled into this community because I wrote a case study on Aadhaar about 6 years ago when I was at the Harvard Kennedy School. That's been taught in, I think, over a dozen or 24 countries around the world. And that's kind of connected me with a whole group of people. And so I think, for one thing, just to make clear, so one is I study this as an associate professor here at the Institute for Innovation and Public Policy. I'm also on the investment committee and serve as head of strategy for Co-Develop, which is a funder in this space as we seek to support countries around the world in their adoption of digital public infrastructure. So we're working with, kind of 20, 35 countries, helping them think about how they can adopt the approach that India has taken and roll it out, but doing that all in a way that puts inclusion, trust, and safety at the heart of the conversation. And maybe just to really hammer home how impactful and how different India's story is, every time I teach my lectures on this, I always have at least one Indian student in the room. And all I have to do is tell them to open up their phone and to open up their digital wallet and start to show everybody, well, yes, here's my driver's license, or here's the deed to my house, or here's my credentials from my university. And everybody else, all the other students in the room, are just completely stunned because they don't have access to that type of information, and certainly not kind of canonical access to information provided right into their phone where they can show credentials. It's an incredibly rare accomplishment. And so then it really gets them to start to realize that what India is doing is so different from everybody else and so far ahead, even if they're from say, like an OECD country or things like that, where their perception may be that there's more resources to drive more digital government in those countries. So a huge accomplishment and really interesting work. Maybe just a few things on kind of what I think matters here. So one is, when it comes to the governance of this infrastructure, I think it's still early days. One of the huge challenges we have is the structure, the machinery of government is designed around vertically integrated silos focused around ministries. And what we're trying to build right now is an horizontal infrastructure that works both across government and across all of society. And most governments around the world are not really designed to figure out, how does accountability work? How does budgeting work in a world where you're going to build horizontal infrastructure that spans government and all of society? Usually that's the responsibility of a single ministry. But if everything now has a dependency on this infrastructure, ministers want to know they can trust it. Companies want to know they can trust it. We got to figure out what that model looks like. And so I think that second piece around that is the models of governance are kind of divergent still. So if you look at Brazil, which has some digital public infrastructure, Estonia, which has a fair bit, India, which has a fair bit, we don't see kind of common models. We actually see some different models emerging. And I would love to see kind of more conversation among the leaders of those countries or the leaders of those organizations within those countries coming together, not to try to spread their model, but to understand what are these different approaches, what are the benefits and drawbacks, because that conversation will be enormously helpful to the second generation of countries that are trying to come in behind you. So I'm very, very interested in how we promote more of that. The third thing I kind of want to say is there's huge opportunities here, and I think there's also a risk of overreach. So when we think about infrastructure, we want to be really clear that we're focused on the most important things that have shared opportunities and not things that kind of like we want to continue to innovate too much on top of. But with infrastructure, you want to lock it down and standardize and kind of like make it rigid so others can build confidently on top of it once all of the kind of unknown unknowns have been discovered. And so I would encourage us, like one of the things I think is really benefited with India is its focus on identity and payments and data exchange really are kind of core pieces that we know we need to get right. And we actually feel like we understand really, really well. And so standardizing them makes sense. I think if we get over ambitious and try to turn too many things into infrastructure, we might start extending our way into places where innovation still could take place and the standards aren't really quite as clear to us. The other piece around this is there's a huge conversation when we build this infrastructure on where, like huge opportunities around what is the axis of competition? What is the market that we're trying to create? So one of the things that's so exciting about UPI is contrary to kind of like the American model or even the Canadian model, I'm Canadian, where we're trying to rely on private companies to build vast networks of users so that people can exchange money within that network. What UPI does is create that common infrastructure so all those different companies are interoperable, and so you can make payments across different organizations. And it shifts the axis of competition from one of who can build the largest network to who can offer the best interface, who can offer the best services on top of that. And so I think there's a lot of thought about like, where do we want the axis of competition to take place when we're building this infrastructure? And that's going to require, I think, a great exchange between different countries around how we want to shape markets, because I think if there's a lot of divergence between how different countries choose to shape those markets, that could lead to kind of trade barriers and other types of problems in the future that we probably want to begin to figure out now.
Yeah.
And then I think the closing piece I want to say is, I want to be candid. Like I come here as an enormous ally and a big believer in what India has been doing. And I think there's still a lot more work to be done. And I think I almost fear that the kind of questions that were asked in the previous session almost created what I think is kind of like a false sense of disagreement. I think the work that's being done around infrastructure it's a necessary first step. If there's no infrastructure, there can be no inclusion and no access. But it doesn't mean that once we have the infrastructure, we can't also think about what inclusion and access looks like and how we might build regulatory regimes and support infrastructure to help people gain access to this. And so if we think that 80% of the problem is not about the technology, but is about the regulation and the inclusion and access, I would love to see India doing even more on that 80%, because I think that's where the world really wants to learn. And that's where the lessons are being first learned here in India.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. We'll come back to you with some further questions on this. Do we have any idea when Sharad is likely to reach? Will he reach by the time we? Yeah, I know, but is he likely to reach physically? In which case, sorry?
Yeah, I'm 15 to 20 minutes away, so I should be there.
Okay. So let me try and see if we can work with the other speakers so that hopefully you will be able to make your initial comments also in person.
Yes, I think so. That should be possible.
Yeah. Yeah. So let me now turn to Mr. Mahesh. And Mr. BG Mahesh, for those of you who don't know him, is the co-founder and CEO of Sahmati, which is a huge role in the whole account aggregator ecosystem. But I think I shouldn't steal his thunder. It's for him to talk about it. But Mahesh, from your perspective on
Sure,
the
thank you very much.
benefits and imperatives.
So, firstly, thank you for, calling Samati, to be on the panel. So I think the whole day you all have heard, or even in the past, you would have heard of the phrase, the India stack. So in India stack, you have, something called the consent layer, and it is actually there where the account aggregator is actually there. Now, to explain how the AA works, I think it'll be very easy for you to understand if I explain this in first what happened in the payment space. So we saw in the payment space, we had a lot of friction. And once you had the UPI, when it went live, you would agree with me that it was almost gone. The entire friction was gone. And in India, we saw the amount of, so formal participation in the financial, thing, like actually, so went up. Now, with account aggregator, what happens is, like you have heard from, few of this, the thing, all our information is actually there in silos, whether the banking systems, not only one bank or more than one bank, your securities, your insurance, and all of that. Okay, but like when you apply for a loan, for example, there are many times they look only at your bank statement and actually decide whether you qualify for a loan. But now with the account aggregator, what happens is you are able to share all your financial data, from your own phone. Like it works exactly like the UPI apps. You choose which bank accounts or which securities, which insurance, and you are able to give a consent and share your financial data, with the institution which wants to provide you the service. So in the account aggregator ecosystem, you have four main participants. Okay, one is called the FIP, the financial information provider, where your information is actually there, whether the bank, securities, insurance. Okay, then you have the FIU, the institution which wants to give you the service. And in between, you have these other, you have the account aggregators, which act actually like your consent manager. So even though the word is account aggregator, no information of yours is actually stored with the account aggregator. So when you give a consent, information from the FIP will go to the FIU. And the most important participant, the fourth one in AA, is obviously the citizen. So here, in this important DPI, we have to note that all the participants, the FIP, AA, and the FIU are all regulated entities. Only those who are regulated by RBI or SEBI, insurance, pension fund, GST, for example, are able to participate. So, when everything is actually regulated, the citizen has some amount of trust that, this entire, space is extremely, safe to use. Now, about DPI, I would say the most important thing is, you feel you have actually succeeded when the bottom of the pyramid is able to actually benefit, from the platform. Now, in India, say, for example, you have almost 300 million bank account holders who don't have access to the, formal financial services. Say, for example, a street vendor. Okay, they take a loan on an everyday basis, and the interest they pay is anywhere from, from 2 to 10% every day. So now, with the help of the account aggregator, end to end, it will be digital. Somebody is able to apply, for a loan in the morning. Receive the cash, through UPI into their account. They're able to spend and again pay back. So end to end, like as you can see, it will be digital. And with the help of the account aggregator, you are able to share your data, where in the past, you had to share information with the hard copy, PDF, etc., etc. Now all that is actually gone. The other thing I wanted to inform is like an example, like the role of Sahamati is that we are a Section 8 company and we work with all entities who are in this ecosystem, and we handhold them, okay, to ensure that they're able to go live. And we work on with the entities, okay, to ensure that we shape the use cases by which it will reach actually the bottom of the pyramid.
Okay. Thank you. I think that is perfect timing. I think my timer could have followed your timing. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mahesh. Now I have a very interesting person holding a very interesting job. Koshi is the CEO of Open Networks for Digital Commerce, ONDC, which has been hogging the headlines for quite some time now. All of you, I'm sure, are familiar with that. So Koshi, your perspectives, I think, would be of great interest.
Thank you. Let me quickly try to keep within my time and save some time. So you heard the various speakers talking about the various digital public good and the initiative that has come from India and the kind of leadership that you have shown. So ONDC is among the youngest of the various initiatives that we have, but there's something unique about it. One is if you look at when he came to Aadhaar, when he came to UPI, all of them, if you look at, we were trying to solve a developing country problem. Okay. Whereas if you look at what ONDC is trying to attempt, where we are trying to take a leadership position, not just finding a solution that is relevant to developing country, but also developed countries. Because the challenges of concentration in various segments of commerce, whether it is consumer goods, whether it is travel, whether it is food, everywhere, as well as the related and associated market practices leading to especially challenges to the small and medium sector, is a global problem. The Americans are trying to do it with regulation. The Europeans are trying to do it with regulation. China is trying to do with control, and India is trying to do with technology, markets, and enabling policies. So what are we doing quickly is that unbundling and interoperability. So we are moving away from platform to a network. In fact, what happens is when I talk to lots of people, in the past 10 years, we have been so tuned and so framed, conditioned to think that all solutions are only somebody sets up a central platform. Now, the question is whether it is private sector to done and have hog all the control, or whether it's to be done by the public sector, hoping that it will not hog all the control, is the only difference. But the model seems to be stuck in our mind. But when we break the whole idea of platform and make it to a network and truly unbundling, the kind of possibilities are enormous. Now, just take two examples. I know the time constraint. Let's look at the buying side and the selling side. Today, what I expect would happen if I take the big vision, I'm just starting and I'm making a very bold statement that how it would change over a period of time. Every seller of a product or a service, which is relevant to a broad cross-section of buyers, not one-to-one, would make their catalog visible in this open network using an open protocol. Just like all of us make a web page without worrying which browser is going to discover them. There'll be different buyer applications who would now help their relevant segment of users to reach out, discover, and purchase products or services relevant to their segment. And that is an idea that we believe will happen on long term. Because we are creating this open protocol, which is applicable in the sense for any product or service. It is easily adaptable. And there's no proprietariness about it. Okay. So the beauty is, in the digital commerce, there's a lot of innovation today, but innovation is focused on those platforms, within those platforms, for the interest of those platforms and their consumers. Can't blame, I would do the same thing. But the beauty of this is that now this drives innovation at the buyer side, seller side, logistics side, warehousing side, payment side, everything. Completely, whether it could be small company, a startup on one side, or large corporation like Google or Microsoft or Unilever or ITC. All of them can decide what is an innovation for which segment they will drive. And that is a possibility that we are making. And this is in big picture I want to share. And sometime if you guys, any of them want to know more, please contact us and we'll help you with more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Koshi. Before we get to the audience Q&A, there are a few questions which most of the panelists had mentioned, and I'll come to Sharad's also along with his question. But let me start off with a question to David. I hope you're still there, David. A quick question. We are talking about some of the issues. We are going to talk about some of the issues relating to digital public platforms. And we are talking about very, very different kinds of platforms. We are talking about Aadhaar, we are talking about CoWIN, we are talking about GSTN, and then we are talking about things like ONDC. There is the UPI which are not just providing a government service, they are also connecting private players, they are connecting also government players in some cases. And in a few cases, like maybe ONDC, they're largely connecting private players. So it's a very wide range of platforms that we are talking about. Does it make sense to talk of all of them in the same breath? Or should we separate out those which actually provide only governmental services, like Aadhaar? Nobody but the government could have done it. Like you take, something like GSTN, which is taxation. Nobody but the government could do that. So any thoughts on whether we need to look at these in separate buckets, or is it okay to pool all of them together? A quick
fantastic. Yeah, this is a fantastic question. And my sense is we actually have to deal with them separately. In the same way that I think often, people talk about regulating even the private sector platforms, and people think, oh, well, can we deal with Google and Facebook? But think of all the different players like Uber and Lyft and can we deal with them all in the same way? And the answer is there are sectorally specific elements, I think, that exists in the services they deliver, in the infrastructure they offer, that does not make it easy to have a one-size-fits-all approach to thinking about how we govern and manage these different platforms or pieces of infrastructure. And so I think we're going to need to have a diversity of approaches. I think where it's most important is that this is a huge opportunity, is what we really want is for the governments to be modeling how trust and safety and inclusion should be at the heart of these conversations, and kind of modeling what the values and the ideas and the approaches should be. But I think there's a whole bunch of these that actually probably be managed almost entirely by coalitions of the private sectors. So, it's not impossible for you to imagine like either coalitions of NGOs or coalition of companies actually jointly agree that the axis of competition at a piece of infrastructure level is too dangerous because it's a winner-take-all approach. And so they'll actually want a piece of shared infrastructure, or maybe nudged by the government to create a piece of shared infrastructure that they then all use to then compete with one another on top of. But they have a coalition for managing that. And that already exists even in Western economies. Like many of the banks have, kind of organizations that manage it. Even Visa, you could say, is an example of this. So I think we're gonna have a diversity of approaches here. But what we really need is government modeling what good behavior looks like.
Okay. Thank you, David. I think that is certainly something to chew on. Let me come to a slightly different question, and I'll pose this to Mahesh and also to Koshi. Whether this whole concept of digital public platform, is it applicable, you think, to all sectors? You've seen the financial sector very closely. But do you think it's equally applicable to the financial sector, the healthcare sector, the agriculture sector, the e-commerce sector, and so many other sectors? We heard earlier that there. So what do you think? And a related question, and I'll club these two together, is that some of these are actually only in the nature of information, like finance. But some of these involve a physical aspect, like, the e-commerce, where there's also a physical, corresponding element. So does that make a difference? So that's the broader question.
The mic is on. Yeah. So see, in my opinion, I think everybody would agree that this infrastructure DPI applies to, all sectors. I mean, whether it is finance, actually the health, your tourism or anything like that. Then the important thing is anywhere we have silos of the data. So, in my opinion, we can ensure in that actually sector, we should introduce, the DPI. But how do we know at what point of, when do we know that for a particular sector that we should have a DPI? So now, like if you see in the finance sector, because I am mainly in that, I'll give an example. So the main issue we had for these people was to acquire the data. You have a lot of the amount of effort and money and the friction which is there to acquire the customer data and the cost, and it is very hard to process it. It becomes very hard. So like even if a few of the private players agree amongst themselves, for a standard, okay, so but it won't be scalable because it's only few of them who would actually participate. But the whole idea about the DPI is that it should be scalable. Like it should be for the entire country. It should be for the entire ecosystem. So if it has to happen for the entire ecosystem, then that entire sector should agree upon the standards. Like in example, in an account aggregator, when we say things are standardized, it means what? Like, irrespective of the bank, the format or the schema of the bank statement will be the same. Whether the statement is from SBI or HDFC, they look the same. Whether your insurance is from LIC or from somebody else, it will look the same. So an important element of the DPI is the standardization. So I'm saying that when in any sector we see that you have a lot of friction, the cost of operation is very high. I'm saying that it is extremely it would be the situation ripe thing to introduce DPI. Now you ask about one more thing. Like even though we use the word digital, I think as I said in my opening remarks, it's very important that the benefits of the DPI will reach the bottom of the pyramid. So we have to be very open. We need to design for phygital, which is the combination of both. Like an example, when somebody walks into the bank, they walk into the bank physically. They're able to apply, for the loan using account aggregator, because somebody in the bank is able to help or guide the customer. So you have a component of the physical and the digital. So in every DPI, we should see that we should apply the digital actually part only to the parts of the journey where we think we can improve the efficiency.
Okay, thank you. So Koshi, I think he talked about phygital as in a physical extension of a digital service, but you are dealing with an area where there is not only a digital dimension, there is a physical dimension, there's a product, something which is physically moving and physically getting delivered. Does that make a difference in your mind?
And I'll make it quick. As Mahesh said, for every segment, this is relevant. And when you have physical products, it becomes more complex. But that doesn't mean that it is impossible. That doesn't mean it is not relevant. So we have to provide for tracking those attributes that can be digitally tracked with respect and help in search, help in order placement, and help in delivery, help in even dispute resolution. As much as information which can be digitally tracked, then it becomes more efficient and more effective. So in that sense, and whatever that cannot be done digitally, cannot be done digitally, but digital helps. Just take one quick example. Let's say if there is, let's say you ask for a product and there's a complaint about it, of a mechanism, the dispute resolution that will keep track of when it was delivered, what is the complaint, take a photograph, it became digital. Even dispute resolution, when there is a digital tool use, can make it more effective and more faster. So in that it become relevant.
Okay, thank you. So Sharad, I think it's good that you finally made it just in time. And I think just to introduce Sharad, not that he needs any introduction in this audience, but he's the co-founder of IPCIDE Foundation, which has actually been playing a seminal role in helping the government to set up the whole India stack and push this whole movement forward. So Sharad, you missed your turn at making the initial remarks, but I thought it's better you make it in person. So I'll roll your first question along with your initial remarks, and you can cover that also. And that question would be, while talking about the benefits and the imperatives, what are the concerns that necessitate such a platform?
Yeah.
What are the driving concerns?
Yeah, I think David, I mentioned a little bit about overreach as a possibility. And I think as we engage in G20, and just to bring the discussion back to G20, what we are finding is that the conversation that works with the global south is very, very different from the conversation that is there with G20, right? Because global south, there is almost an arbitrage, right? And I've seen this happen in my early part of my career. You know, I used to be a Unix kernel engineer. You know, very many companies benefited from the open source movement because they couldn't build the software on their own. So they were very happy to have open source software that they could take and modify and apply it in their companies. And so with the global south, there is almost an arbitrage. They're left with only two choices. One choice is be dependent on the big tech, which is not a happy thing to be, or leverage India's, you know, digital public infrastructure, digital public goods that are there, you know, which they can apply, because India has a long history of using, you know, its own public goods in a much more global fashion. Yoga is, of course, the most popular example that you know. So, so this is very good for global south. I mean, there's very little debate, and you know, it's a very easy kind of a conversation to have. But when you go to the global north, you're talking about companies, and I'll mention one in particular, which has a very close relationship with India, France. They love what we are doing, but if you go inside France, they cannot digest the fact that on one side we are buying their planes, on the other side we are buying all their defense equipment, you know, on the third side we are relying on them for really super high-tech stuff, and yet they cannot get themselves to do what they regard as basic stuff, you know. And they're not, there may be a few people who may be agreeable to this, but the large majority of the civil society and the government and the tech ecosystem is not agreeable to making that happen, right? So we got to figure out a framing for this that is appropriate, that will bring people together. So when UN does a session, as they did in September 21st, the digital cooperation, the question is, what does digital cooperation mean across the world, not only within the South, but also what it means for the North? And I think this is one of the reasons why when in September, there was a big discussion taking place. There was a pivot that took place. This word DPI is relatively new. If you talk to many of us, Neeta and Mahesh, of course, have been iSpirit volunteers, we would have been using the word DPG. And so I want to give you a little bit of a context why this pivot took place, because it's overreach. First, DPG is not an Indian concept, it's a global concept. The concept is that hard problems require public goods and private innovation to solve. And if some of you are familiar, this is what the US has been doing for some time. GPS is a public platform, which Indian companies also use, right? SMTP is a public protocol, you know, that they've been using for a long time. So this notion that there'll be public goods and private innovation is not new. I could submit to you that Silicon Valley is based on this. If there was no DARPA, there would be no Cisco. If there was no Stanford Research, there'll be no Google. You know, I could go on and on. If there was no GPS, there'll be no Uber. So this is not a new concept. So what is India's introduction in this story here? Is it just that we have learned how to do it ourselves and we can apply it to Indian problems? Is that all there is to it? If that is all there is to it, that has no applicability to the global north. It has really good applicability to global south. So really the change that took place in the last 2 years, which got crystallized for G20, was no, there is something else that is happening. You know, even in iSpirit, you know, as my colleagues will say, our first focus was to try and get the SaaS ecosystem in place. You know, and back in time, in 2013, the SaaS revenues were only about 100 million. Today, this end of March, we are likely to cross, you know, 10 billion. So it's been a dramatic journey. But, you know, for all the wonderful work that our SaaS companies have done, equal amount of money is made by the cloud infrastructure providers, right? Aruna ji is sitting here. She'll remember the software product policy, which was focused on something like this. So now the question is, there is digital infrastructure. And what part of that digital infrastructure ought to be public? That's the question to ask. And that's the question I think David said so very, very eloquently. And that is ultimately, even in India, and I think the global consensus that is emerging is, it's only three things. Something that mediates the flow of people, which is Aadhaar or MOSIP, or equivalent systems that are there outside. The one that mediates the flow of money, which means that system should be a public utility. And I like to submit to you that when UPI came out in August 2016, the controversy with UPI was that it was a public utility, right? And it is, unlike Aadhaar, which is a publicly provisioned public infrastructure, UPI is privately provisioned public infrastructure. It's like our airports. I came from Bangalore, privately provisioned public infrastructure called an airport. But if I go to Pune, it's publicly provisioned, or Chennai, publicly provisioned. So you can have public infrastructure that's privately provisioned or publicly provisioned. I think our UPI is privately provisioned public infrastructure. And then what Mahesh is doing, mediating the flow of personal data. Right now, this is being applied only for financial data, but hopefully when the bill comes, it will get multi-sectoral in nature. And that is also, there is a case to be made that should be public infrastructure. Now, therefore, now if you see in the arc of history, what has happened is that the US, after World War II, had no compunction in agreeing that their interstate highway system is public infrastructure. Transportation infrastructure is public infrastructure, is not in debate. Some of it is privately provisioned, some of it is publicly provisioned. India has got its act together in that area only in recent years. Then when telecom happened, then what has happened is that mobile telephony, by and large, has been privately provisioned public infrastructure. And you have to say, you have two former telecom secretaries sitting here, and we must acknowledge their work. We have a wonderful telecom infrastructure, and particularly on the mobile side. And you can say this is the gold standard, with respect to mobile data and all. The question that is now being asked is, in the large set of digital infrastructure that exists, where can be the global consensus that this part of it should be public infrastructure? That's only these three things, which is, by accident in India, we ended up calling it India Stack, right? And but India Stack is not a term that sells well. So we have to call it foundational digital public infrastructure. Now, the question is, G20 gives us an opportunity to communicate this to a broader audience, to build a consensus. And if there's a consensus, what as the consensus starts to build, what do they come and ask us? They ask us the questions that are, some of them are listed here, but I just want to mention, they say, okay, tech is okay, the protocol is okay, UPI protocol is okay, but what about everything else? How is the account aggregator? Just 2 minutes. Just account aggregators selected. In India, the account aggregators are selected by RBI in a process which sometimes derogatorily is called the beauty contest system. Right? By the way, this is how Italy and Germany and many European players, as you would know, sir, they selected their mobile operators for license to be given. There was an alternative method, which was the auction method, which is what India used, UK used, and many other countries used. So why are we using this method and not that method or the third method? That's a question they ask. Then they have to ask, okay, if you have to do it as privately provisioned, how are you going to make sure monopolization doesn't happen? This is an issue for us in UPI. And how will you make sure if monopolization doesn't happen, the animal spirits will be there so that they will still make money and yet it will remain a public infrastructure as you go forward. Now, these are important questions for which tacit knowledge is there in India. Now we have to rapidly formalize this tacit knowledge and then be able to communicate it to our counterparts in G20 for them to be able to embrace this idea in a big way as they go forward. So finishing here with one more line, there are pros and cons of digital public infrastructure. The pros, everybody has spoken, right? So the con, I think only David hinted at. One is authoritarianism. Luckily for us, the Aadhaar went through 3 Supreme Court hearings. All the 3 were, some of you were involved in that. and they were all about surveillance surveillance system. And Supreme Court said, no, authoritarianism, it doesn't change the balance of power between citizen and state. So we've learned in that process, complaints around UPI are far fewer. And Mahesh is the beneficiary of that because complaints account aggregator are even fewer. Right, Sunil? Am I saying the right thing? Right? So I think there's learning that is happening. Monopolization is another. Weaponization by countries is another. And we've learned about weaponization by taking the Aadhaar type of a system and putting it in mostly IIIT Bangalore so that we can convince other countries that weaponization of this will not happen. And since we have not done that for our EVMs haven't traveled outside India. So there's an enormous amount of learning over the years that has happened, which I think for the first time we are able to share to the rest of the world. And I think much will happen from that.
Thanks a lot, Sharad. I think that was a very, very eloquent and very clear exposition of, not only the whole lay of the land, but also the key questions. And I suspect that some of those questions may not have universal answers.
Yes.
They will have answers which have to be tailored and customized to the local polity, the local economy, and so on.
Yes.
So that will be, I think, an ongoing discussion, but thank you for focusing on those issues. I'll go to the last question. Last question to the panel, to Nita, and then we'll open it to the floor for questions from the floor because we have to close by 4 o'clock, which will leave about 15 minutes for the Q&A from the audience. So, Nita, my question to you is, taking a cue from what Sharad has just said, he said the thing to think about is which of these whole infrastructure and the blocks need to be publicly owned. Let me ask you the other way around also, that who should actually own these platforms and who do you think should own these platforms? We see Aadhaar is purely government owned, so is GSTN. We see that UPI is owned in a sense by NPCI and IBA is involved, but it's privately provisioned. In the case of ONDC, the government is supporting it, but the government is not involved in it. So there are all flavors here. So what is your take on who should own this public platform?
So, yeah, there are no straight answers to this, but I think we have seen a pattern. And if I, Sharad, very eloquently, lashed onto it regarding the physical infrastructure in India, if you look at the roads, the airports and telecom, I think government has taken a step back in terms of the ownership. And again, I see in the digital, again, you talked about Aadhaar as the first layer, then UPI, and then ONDC. So I really don't think it is to do with the ownership, here in terms of you move from foundational to sectoral, you kind of see government taking a backseat, but then there is always this control,
Yeah, actually by ownership, I mean ownership and control.
And control.
Yeah.
So I think I would look at it in this way, what is the government best suited to do? So for DPIPs to be successful, there are number of roles that, ecosystem needs to play. And I feel that regulation, for example, the governance, those are the areas which I don't think anybody else can play. So, and if you play more than one role, there is always conflict of interest. So I'm making my answer in a way that basically look at what is government best suited to do. If you had a choice of, like provider, payer, fiduciary role, right? In terms of governance, I mean, open governance and where you can let the experiments happen. So like you said, there are many experiments happening. I think it is best if, and probably this is more pointed towards government ownership because see, when you say infrastructure, you first think of government because that's where the scale is, but then the connotation is also slow, it impedes progress, etc. So I think I'll stick to my stand that in terms of they need to just see what is the best suited for them and focus on regulation, governance is what I would
say. You answered it indirectly, but exceptionally clearly. That don't combine too many roles for the government.
Not more than one. We have seen in health.
Yes, I was trying to moderate it a little bit, but it's a good point. But before we go to the audience, I can't resist asking one more quick question to any of the panelists who choose to answer, including particularly Koshi. There are some sectors which have a regulator. RBI regulates the finance. There are some sectors which don't have a regulator as of now, whether it is e-commerce or healthcare. There are many regulators in healthcare, but not for the context that we are talking,
Digital
or
media.
agriculture and so on.
Yep.
So how much of a factor is the presence or absence of a regulator in all of this? And I won't ask for a detailed answer, just say big factor, not important or not relevant, and then we'll go to the audience.
Quickly, any sector, forget whether there's public good or not, having a regulator is good to bring more discipline in among the operators in the sector.
You're saying a regulator is important and should be there.
It is for all sectors, but it is, no, I'm not saying it's a prerequisite for establishing public good.
Okay. Anyone else wants to have a quick?
After you, please.
I just feel you need a regulator when there are more than one player or more than one use cases. I think that's when you need a regulator. Otherwise, there is no need for a regulator.
So if you have sensitive data finance, for example, so if everybody wants some amount of trust to operate in the DPIP, if they want to use, when they know either the government or RBI or somebody is involved. So amongst the citizens, there is some amount of trust that I can use this DPIP.
Yeah, although on that, I should say that in the case of the financial sector, you have the RBI as a regulator, and you have, or hopefully will have, the personal data protection law.
Yes.
And for the other areas,
yeah,
like healthcare, you have the personal data protection law, or will be. But you don't have a sector regulator. And for areas like agriculture, perhaps both are not really significantly present.
Yeah.
So there are some differences. But yeah, let's see.
To build on what Neeta said earlier, see, the framework for this is that, look, in every place that you go or in every sector, you have to look at state capacity and market capacity. Because good governance of the system has to harness the market. What Mahesh is doing is essentially making a market collective and as a self-regulating organization. They're saying we will practice good behavior. Even before the regulator slaps on our wrist, Sahamati will slap on the wrist. Now that's possible because there's market capacity in the financial sector to be able to do that. Now, if you try and do that with another sector where this is not there, you can't follow this approach. On the other side, you need state capacity. State capacity requires usually a regulator. Now in health, this is a problem because we don't, the provider is also the regulator, and there are all kinds of problems that come in there, right? And that's not a problem in telecom, or that's not a problem in civil aviation. It's not a problem in financial world, because the ministry will have one view and the regulator will have one view. DFS, please don't mind my saying this, is still Department of Public Sector Banks. It's not Department of all banking, right? But the regulator looks at all banks that are there. So there is an issue that we have. So when we design a system, it has to take into account. So far our design has been that we have middling state capacity and middling market capacity. Now, however, in the 10 years that we've been around doing this is no longer true. In some sectors, we have more than middling state capacity, and we certainly have more than middling market capacity. So what was appropriate then is no longer appropriate now, right? So this is the first point I want to make. Second point, and the last point that I want to make, is public goods does not imply government goods. And this is the biggest learning that we are getting from G20. See, because in India, you made DigiLocker, right? DigiLocker was not meant to be a government system. It was a DigiLocker system. There was supposed to be multiple providers. But CDAC did a wonderful job in the beginning. And now what happened is everybody benefited because people trust DigiLocker because it's government provided, right? So in India, you want to create trust in a public good, give it to the government, because government is a trustable entity in India, right? But for that reason, DigiLocker is hard to sell to somebody because they say, "Aapka backdoor hoga, aap kuch kar denge." This is why our EVMs haven't gone elsewhere. That's why we had to create MOSIP, saying there is one level of distance from the government. So if you use MOSIP, this IIIT professors will make sure it will not get weaponized.
I do need to go to
give them a chance. So this is public good is not government good all the time, is the point that I was making.
Okay, I think point well made. But I think we go to the David, you want to add something? Sorry, I missed.
Yeah, if you don't mind, just very quickly. I want to make sure. I do feel like this conversation gets a little bit confused in two different things that we're trying to do. On the one hand, DPIs can be the provisions of infrastructure of last resort. So if you don't have identity, nothing in your society works. Like everything falls apart. And so this is why we focused on those three core ones. And once you do something as infrastructure, you make innovation incredibly difficult, because changing the width of a road or changing road types is very, very hard. Same with this infrastructure. That's why France they have privately provisioned infrastructure and they can't change it. It's very, very hard. So just want to understand, once you're moving it, you're making it hard to change, and we're focused things on here where you have last resort. When you're talking about regulators, now you're talking about market shaping. Now we're trying to use DPI to try to increase competition or choose where the competition is taking place in the market. So we're standardizing some things because we don't want competition on that. Instead, we want competition on the layer above. And those are two different objectives and two different reasons. And I just don't want them to get conflated in this conversation.
Yeah, I think the sort of bottom line which comes out of all these interventions is where the market is working, try to use it and only intervene where there is a felt need or it's clear. Okay, so on this note, I think let's open the floor. Yes, yes, please. Sunil.
Very interesting comments from and presentations from all the panelists. My question is to Sharath. I don't know, Sharath, whether when the TAG-UP report was released in Feb 2011, whether you were a ghostwriter or something of that report, but that report used the phrase national information utility. And perhaps if a phrase like that is used, or public information utility, then all the Europeans, they don't need to have any anxiety, because utility regulation is a very established area of regulation. So whether it is non-discrimination, common carrier, must carry obligations, price regulation, and then any one of our networked regulators in India who are able to regulate networked infrastructure, they would also be able to say something about public information utilities. So what was the debate between choosing utility versus infrastructure?
Look, I would say I've witnessed this, back in time when I started working in 80, I'm dating myself. In 86, I finished my engineering. 84, I had become a Unix kernel engineer. And it was in 1990 when Linux came, 93 when Apache came. It took a long time for the open source movement to be called what it is called open source movement. In fact, there'll be some people who will say still it is actually free and open source movement. See, this taxonomy takes time to settle down. I worked for a company called Veritas, which was really big into utility computing, which is now called cloud computing. So I don't worry so much about taxonomy, right? The question is, the principles is what we must worry about, right? And the principles, I think, are very important. And the principle that you're outlining is actually true. And this is what I was alluding to. For example, we are deep into this BVLOS drone system, right? Because we don't have a beyond visual line of sight. No country has sorted this, because beyond visual line of sight, the drone can hit another drone, can hit a building, can hit a helicopter. And, we're not going to have 700 planes. We'll have 7 million drones in our sky. So what's the system for unmanned traffic management of drones? There is no consensus on this anywhere in the world. The US is trying an approach, Europe is trying one approach, India is likely to try a third approach. Now, the question is, if this design was being done 5 years ago, our design would have been different. Today, we can make different decisions about market capacity and state capacity. The DGCA, Airports Authority, the capacity is different than what it was 5-10 years ago. Our marketplace, their capacity is different. So what is becoming possible is a new type of regulation, which we are promoting very actively. We call it techno-legal regulation. You must have heard that term. If you go to research.ispirit.in, you can read more about it. So this is what is needed. Because in all cases, yes, infrastructure is not the answer. Because really the problem that you're trying to solve is a hard problem, right? In some combination of public and private innovation coming together. What form it takes is therefore contextual and also temporal in nature would be my answer to you. Okay. So India's contribution to this would be techno-legal regulation, which is happening in a big way in the financial sector, which SEBI, originally with SEBI, Mr. UK Sinha took that route with mutual funds. Now this is happening again in that area. So techno-legal regulation, which is also built into DEPA, right, is built into in a small way in UPI, but is now blossomed in a big way. That is going to become probably a more prominent way of doing things than platforms, protocols, infrastructure, as India continues to build state and market capacity.
Any other questions from the floor?
Yeah, in the back.
Yes, the gentleman here in front, with his hand up, and then behind him.
Hi, my name is Yakub, and I'm a lawyer. I'm working with a law consulting firm. My question is, it's on the digital public infrastructure. I believe that any such goods should ensure data protection and should not do any harm to the public. However, we don't have any full-fledged data protection bill that would hold government bodies or any private bodies accountable if there is data breach. Even if we go through the latest revised data protection bill, government bodies have largely been exempted from its application. So my question is, while developing and implementing such public goods, how should we put people at the center so that such public goods should protect, should demonstrate some commitment to protect citizens' rights, and so that it cannot go beyond the existing legal and regulatory regime. The idea is to put people at the center while developing such products.
I think let me slightly translate and expand the question. Question is whether the regulations regarding data privacy and individual privacy, and I would add maybe even things like competition law, should be applicable even to these entities that are getting created.
Absolutely. And however, I want to make two comments here. I think good design puts citizen in the center. I think this is true for what Koshi is doing, puts citizen in the center. That's true for Open Health Services Network, true for OCEN, true for everything that is happening. I think India is doing a good job of that. Second is that when it puts the citizen on the center, there should be specific provisions that prevents authoritarianism of the state. And I would tell you that's true. I mean, today in India, you don't have a mapper, even though you may have 3 bank accounts all verified by Aadhaar. Government has no mapper where they can put in an Aadhaar number and they can see all your 3 bank accounts. This is because that authoritarianism ought to be prevented. The Abha ID of health, you can create multiple health IDs, and there's technologically no system available to the government to be able to combine your 3 health IDs, and they can see only you can combine your 3 health IDs and the government cannot do it at all. So I think we've learned the lesson of authoritarianism. The only lesson that we have not learned, and I think it's a very minor one, it's to do with tort law. In the West, and that's true not for all the West, it's only true for US, and we are you can go and sue your municipality the way you can sue another company, right? The suing rights are the same. Nobody prevents you from suing a municipality, if you are allowed to sue a company. That is generally not the case in the West, and that's certainly not the case in India. If you want to go and sue, government e-marketplace, oh God, good luck to you, right? But you can go and sue Amazon much more easily than you can go and sue. Not that that would work either. So this is, I think, a very limited part that is there. I think we are just thinking of it in very Western terms. I think you must open your eyes and look at the good design that's happening in these other 2 dimensions, and the 3rd dimension will sort itself out over time.
Would add something?
I just wanted to acknowledge, the concern that you just spoke about. In fact, I think in Lucknow, there was recently a G20, conclave, and when they asked the EU that why are you not, using these technologies, I believe, they said, well, technology is the easier part, but the whole democratic process, right, and the regulations, I think that part is really important. So I really want to acknowledge what you're saying. In my mind, that is the real danger. And yes, design is important. I know we at eGov do look into it, and most of them are, but really, I think that remains a concern. And it is something that I hope in the next decade, like I keep saying, the focus should be on the regulation, should be on the good governance, should be on these laws to protect because that trust is really important. I mean, there is a skepticism in the room. I can sense it, since morning, which needs to be, we need to acknowledge the elephant in the room is what I would say, and work upon it, and rather than brushing it. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you. I have two.
30 seconds.
One is the commitment to close at 4 o'clock, and the other is the commitment to the gentleman to ask the question. Since we are being people-centric, I'll allow that last question and then we'll close. Okay.
I'm Sumit. I'm working as a senior resident fellow at the Center for Computational and Economics. My question is pretty simple that, it is mostly from a competitive framework, that what is really stopping the government? Let us say they have come up with, let us say, M-Seva store for, let us say, hosting apps, right? And then they have also supporting OCDN in e-commerce space. What is really stopping the government in taking more such initiatives when it comes to, let us say, search engine market, or let us say social media, right? So as to say, offer more choices to the consumer and, the subsequent antitrust concerns. So,
okay. You want to take a shot at the question? Anyone? You want to take
look, you cannot beat private sector innovation with government innovation. We tried that with ECIL. We tried that with CDOT. I don't want to give you many more examples. Let's not go back there. See, please don't treat all these things that are happening as a call to go back to that era. That's not going to succeed. Our CDOT was set up 31 months before Huawei was set up. If Chinese can realize that a government's telecom system will not be competitive in the world, we should be able to realize that much more easily. So we have to develop our market sector so that they can win the next battle. And I think some of that is happening in green area, that's happening in synthetic biology, that's happening in software products. It might happen in the next generation of, some of this system on chips that we need on the electronic side. It may happen on defense, but the answer is not having government institutions go back to the CDOT ECIL era. That would be my only submission to you. That has not worked and will not work. I think you will probably agree with me on that.
Absolutely. I think they've already seen that, and we didn't want a controlled economy in the traditional economy, and we don't want a controlled economy in the digital economy either. So,
can I say something
here?
Please. I heard you say M-Seva, because that is a DPI by eGov, and I thought I must answer. So basically, see, look, that is something now it is implemented by state. Why many others are not doing? It is a lot to do with capacity. And I think that's where Karishma is sitting here, the institutionalization is very important. I have myself worked on the implementation of Digit in Uttarakhand, which is a very low resource state. And I can tell you, we did it and it almost got undone, right? Because of, you're not able to hire people, right? So I think behind that, that's the beauty of institutionalization. There is money behind it. And 29 states have signed up. I just said Kerala is the first one which has gone. So the second thing I want to say is that on top of that now, the market needs to play what just Sharad talked about, and that cannot play if there is, in my mind, there is no business viability. But that I mean, to give you an example, in Uttarakhand, only 40 people pay property tax. Only 40 people, 40% people. Now, how do you increase that? How do you increase it, right? Maybe like through your M-Gate. What is that? My gate, right? I'm just saying, these are the players, if the government gives those hooks to them, right? And I just shared that Punjab example where it was 22 million versus 1.5 million. That is the value you have created. So, there should be different models. There should be a revenue sharing models that should come, right? Which will help take it for adoption. I'll stop here.
Thank
you have a commitment.
You have a break now? Okay, thank you very much. Now I'm going to allow as many questions as you want, but only over the tea break. Okay? And I just want to thank this extraordinary panel for some fantastic insights. And I hope they have left you with many more questions while answering all of your questions which you tabled. And you can do that over the tea break. Thank you very much. And, I'm told that I've been asked to announce that you reconvene at 4:15. Thank you.
We are ready to start our next panel. May I request everyone to please take their seats?
So do you want us to sit in a photo, please?
No, yes, yes, yes. I'll have to.
So who's the moderator?
Let me sit here. I know.
So you want to sit here?
Oh, in the middle. Oh, okay. Okay.
Look at everything.
Here or- Here. This is the middle. Two ladies.
I just wanted to check at the console if Carl has joined. He has? I think we'll get started and everyone will settle down. But to introduce this panel, Dr. Rajat Kathuria, former director at ICRER, very happy to have you back, sir, for moderating this very important session on building guardrails. So we're going to be discussing all the downside risks or potential risks of the digital economy and see how regulatory changes or non-regulatory changes can address these. What is it that needs to be done from the perspective of labor, competition, divides, technology, to be able to make the digital transformation more inclusive, more sustainable, more resilient. So I'll hand it over to you, sir.
Hello, is it working? Yeah, okay. Thanks, Mansi. It's really great to be back here. Pramod, Deepak, Sairaj, thank you all for inviting me to this session. As Mansi introduced, the building guardrails for a safe and inclusive digital economy. Sunil, Payal M and Payal A, all sort of comrade in arms, and Carl. Sort of, we have a great panel. So before I go to the panel in the order that is listed in the program, just wanted to make a couple of really quick points, which is I understand the topic of the entire sort of seminar is on the fact that India doesn't do well in digital indices, and it's not sort of ranked very highly. But then when you look at India and you sort of look around you, you think otherwise, that India is doing well because digitalization, digital sort of economy is doing well. We want to grow to a $1 trillion digital economy, and it will happen. It will happen sooner than later. And then when you do global comparisons, you find yourselves, or we find ourselves, not very ranked very highly. Now, of course, one is to say that we don't want to engage, and we say that, no, we don't care, this is not right, and you be done with it. But I don't think that's a very helpful way of sort of engaging with that narrative. One has to engage, and obviously we don't want to hide our faults or weaknesses, not faults, but the weaknesses in the digital economy. But one thing is clear, which is that the way a lot of these indices are approached, and you can look at it from a trade perspective, you can look at it from even a macro perspective, you can look at macro indices about, let's say, about credit ratings, macro fundamentals, and you always feel that India gets a raw deal, or emerging markets get a raw deal. And that's not surprising. The reason it's not surprising is because the indices are built with the perspective of a developed market or a mature market. So the questions that are asked, the way the questions are framed, are from the perspective of a developed market. So naturally, some of the questions or some of the rankings that we will get in some of the sub-pillars or some of the parameters won't be sort of the ones that we expect them to be for our own case. So, but I don't think we should behave like an ostrich, obviously not. And therefore, this report adds a lot of value. It's trying to define a perspective of how you can look at these rankings. And I think that's a great step. From where I'm coming from now, this is a big area of research in the social sciences and humanities, looking at South Asia from a South Asian perspective, right? So be it economics, be it sociology, be it history, be it international relations, look at South Asia, look at emerging markets from a South Asian or your local context, that perspective. So I think this report comes at exactly the right time. So something on the topic, and then I'll pass it over to my colleagues, is that, we've had 30 years of digital in India, at least from the time that mobile phones, we liberalized, mobile phones came into being. We've had roughly about 30 years, on to 30 years. 94 was the first license that was issued. And then, there's a whole history of what has happened and what has not happened in India. And some people sitting here are a part of that history. So, what is the learning from all of that, and what can technology do for us? And of course, the panelists will speak about that. But I think when we started liberalization or reform, if you want to call it that, in India, we probably did not anticipate the sort of impact that digital technology, digital economy, and digitalization will make on the economy. And therefore, we were riding a plane and fixing it at the same time. And obviously, when you do that, it's very risky, very vulnerable, and lots of things happen, and we don't want to sort of bore ourselves with reminding ourselves of the history. But now that we are trying to correct those things, and I know Sunil is going to talk about spectrum, for example, we did not realize in the 90s that spectrum would be such an important resource, and the way it is assigned will become critical to the health of the sector. So should you have licensed spectrum? Should you not have licensed spectrum? What are the spectrum frequency bands that should be left? And those will be, those will be analyzed or at least spoken about by Sunil. But it's an important issue because spectrum is really the lifeblood of telecommunications. But we had realized in the value of this, probably the path would have been different. But be that as it may, it's an important area to look at. Then we thought that technology in India, given the surfeit of problems that we have, obviously being a 1.4 billion strong population, obviously there are many problems in the country. And when technology came into being, digitalization came into being, those of you who've done economics, when there's a shock to the system, let's say a digital shock, you expect all your problems are going to be solved by technology. And you say, digital determinism, but that obviously doesn't happen. Technology can go so far and no further. But the immediate response is one of overshooting. And you put all your eggs in the basket of technology and say, technology is going to give you inclusion. We've had all these problems with inclusion. Here comes technology, and it solves our problem of inclusion. And as COVID showed us, actually it didn't. And it showed us that we are creating, while we are doing inclusion, we are also creating exclusions at the same time. So while technology is good, technology also creates exclusion. And Payal A is going to help us understand about that. And then, we have a jobs issue. We have obviously competition issues. Technology is, if anything, it has these network effects. And when, companies grow big, and we know that companies across the world have become really big, the top 5 companies of the world, digital companies in the world, beat the GDP of many, many countries. If they were a country today, they would probably be the 6th or 7th largest economy in the world if their market value is taken. So the point is that they become really, really big. Now, is big a bad thing or is big a good thing? When MRTP was around, when the old competition structures were around in India, big was bad. And you break down the big. Now, when we had a new competition law, we said big is not necessarily bad. Big can be good. But let's not sort of be bigoted about it or dogmatic about it. Let's do it on a case-by-case basis. So big is fine unless they abuse their bigness or their dominance, as economists call it. So Payal is going to talk about the sort of how the Competition Commission or how authorities across the world can look at. But this is, let me tell you, this is one of the most difficult areas today in the competition literature, because earlier you had dominance, but you had, brick and mortar companies, you had those oil companies, the big Standard Oils and Exxons, etc. And it was, you could deal with them, but digital is a different kettle of fish. The Chicago School would have you believe that, look, it's no problem, you become big, because there will be another company that will grow big and wipe out the competitive advantage of the incumbent or the existing firm. But only if there are no barriers to entry. But if there are barriers to entry, then that process of market reform on its own, or the market disciplining those firms, is not going to happen on its own, and therefore you need Competition Commission. And Payal M is going to talk about those issues. And finally, we have Carl. Carl, welcome. Carl is going to talk about the impact, I guess, on jobs and labor markets. And Carl has been to ICRIER several times many years ago. I know we were at a panel together. And Carl's sort of looking at substitutability between capital and labor. Of course, there are, in India, we feel that, digitalization may not lead to the kind of job displacements that technology has led to in the United States or in some of the aging economies like Europe and Japan and South Korea, because they need it. We have digitalization or robotization already, but will technology add to the displacement? Not, that's a question that we confront ourselves with India, and hopefully for our own sake, that won't be the case. It will create more jobs. There'll be a sort of net effect, and there'll be a displacement effect. And on balance, I hope that digitalization or technology is able to create jobs. And Carl, nobody better than Carl to speak about that, because he's done a lot of work already in the past on that. So that's the sort of introduction to the panel. And I'm going to stop here. And I've already laid out the questions for the individual panelists. So I'm going to go in the order in which they are listed in the program. So I'm first turned to Payal A, who's a professor and chair in technology, values, and global media cultures at the University of Erasmus. Payal, over to you.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so thank you for the introduction, and really wonderful to be on this panel. And thank you for staying after coffee. And now, the whole day, for those who've been here all day, it's been really inspirational, because we've heard so much of momentum that's happening on an infrastructural level, at a platform level. And indeed, it's a lot to celebrate and see hope in, right? But I'm bringing in the user perspective. So a lot has been talked about top bottom, but I'm bringing it the perspective from the bottom up, right? And so as you can guess, I'm a user researcher. I've spent about 2 decades looking at low-income populations. What used to be called the bottom of the pyramid is today called the next billion user market. In fact, I actually came out with a book on that very title, the next billion user market, next billion users, digital life beyond the West. And that was really capturing about 2 decades of fieldwork experience on how people make sense of digital media in their everyday lives. And not just in India, in Namibia, Nigeria, in Brazil, and elsewhere. So I'd like to draw upon that, because after all, our perspectives are informed by our grounded realities, right? Now, it would be interesting to know that when the book got released on the next billion users, every major tech company was contacting me, because they all, whether Spotify, Meta, Google, everyone had either revamped their bottom of the pyramid group to the next billion user group, or the established one, and grew from, say, 6 people to 100 to 500 people. So, this is interesting, because low-income populations have been looked upon as liabilities for decades. It's the burden that you have to face, right? And now everybody wants to jump on the bandwagon, and guess where they're coming? India, because India is looked upon as a live laboratory for technology companies around the world. And they want to be the first to arrive. After all, now it's the AI race, and they're competing in this data economy. But, we have to be really careful about that, because we don't want to be just a live laboratory, because what we're then being is just data extractive points. We are lab rats, right? So we need to transform mentalities at a global level, as many of the panelists in the past have said, is that we need to think not just about how we can inform decision-making in India, but also serve as co-designers and leaders in rethinking how the future of the digital economy can play out at a global level, right? Because we're literally at the forefront of testing it out. But also, and how do we guard the safety and and the protection of those who are the most vulnerable, which is, we're talking about 3 billion of these people. Who are the next billion users? They're basically low income, but upwardly mobile, aspirational users. And they're desperate to get online, and they're very, very enthusiastic, but they are very likely to also fall back into poverty. So that's 3 billion of the world, and that makes up about 30% of India, and 70% of that lives in villages, right? And we've heard already that there's a lot of infrastructure access, but the question is there enough of, making them feel at home? As everyone knows, the old adage is that, if you build it, they will come, which is a real Silicon Valley mantra. But now in this case, especially with the public platforms and infrastructures, sure, they will come, but that is not a sign that it's the best available and the most user-friendly. It's because they may not have a choice. It's because it's free. It's because it's mandatory. What you want to do is transform that into something that they want to create a digital home. You want them to come, you want them to stay, and you want them to establish a digital home. And so how do you go about it, right? So let's look at the CHIP framework, which I thought was very valuable from the report perspective, right? So if we look at the connection, the first element of connectivity, I've been doing research. My group for actually just so happened, we started just before the pandemic, and we were established across India. We had 40 people at the ground level looking at how low-income populations in 6 different sectors were, experiencing the new digital India, right? And so just a few hiccups, right? Because after all, connectivity without understanding the digital culture of, India will be basically connectivity without purpose. So I'll give you an alarming, insight. So I had a team who was doing field work for about a couple of years on low-income women, girls across India. And one thing is very, very clear, is good girls don't go online. The young girls in India today think that if you are a loose girl, that's when you go online. You capitalize on the attention economy because you're interacting with strangers. You are, being immoral. If you have a reputation to keep, you're going to be more conservative. You can, be a voyeur, but you're not going to be an active participant, which is basically extraordinarily disturbing if we see the creator economy as a future. And that means you're gaining a double gender divide, not just on a digital front. They are voluntarily moving back. And our field data was consolidated by some of the alarming meetings I've had with the major tech companies who've invited me to consult because they themselves are truly worried about India. And one of the things their data is showing is that young women consider themselves senior citizens. We're talking about 30 to 35. So they already have to recalibrate what constitutes a senior, and they think the internet is not for them. I'm not talking about an app. I'm talking about the entire internet is not for them. And these tech companies are really concerned on how do we repivot them back online. So there's a huge cultural question here, a gender and a gender normative question. So that's just on a connectivity perspective, right? So let's go into the harnessing perspective, say future work. So my group with FemLab, this Global Future Work Initiative, we've been looking at these different sectors. So yes, the construction sector, for example, and in IPCIDE about registrations. Yes, you have access. You had registrations and you had payments happening at the beginning of the pandemic. And our team who was looking at the migrants in the construction sector wondered what was going on. Majority of them did not capitalize on these public infrastructures and availability, almost 90-something%. Because it happens that they can't register themselves. They need intermediaries. So you're not leapfrogging, you're entering a layer of new intermediaries that need to sort of spearhead you towards the services. So they needed these intermediaries, but those intermediaries had other intermediaries. So it was like a Russian doll syndrome. And by the time you came to it, they were not registered and they weren't getting their payments. Not to forget that as there's a lot of tension, we spoke to a lot of government actors from across board. And one of the things which we really need to talk about, not just about public and private infrastructures and platforms, but about decentralization and, centralization, because there's a lot of non-agreement between ministries at the local level to the middle level to the central level of when should you centralize, when should you decentralize to make a system truly efficient and work for the people at hand. Because you have linguistic issues, you have cultural issues, you have movements, you have even the misperception of construction workers as if they've moved from the village to the urban area when they've not. Most workers in the future are going to have plural identities. It's not just seasonal work, right? Agricultural work, which they have to go back to the village. They're going to have jobs in the construction. They're going to be, Ubering sometime. We don't have that flexibility. We are boxing them into one kind of worker. So that's just one example of the challenges of inclusion, which we need to fix. So that's the harnessing. Then you have the CHI is innovation. And like I said, we need to change the mindset. And, this India can dangerously go into this India exceptionalism. We need to take on a leadership of global engagement and not be like the rest, because right now we're in a very disturbing time. Some of the most confounding problems are global, intrinsically global in nature. Inequality, financial reform, climate crisis, and yet look at what's happening in Europe. I live in Europe, and there's a fortress mentality. Europeans believe the global supply chain is actually not. It starts and ends within Europe. It literally is a European fortress mentality. They're actually not interested in outside, and they're more interested in exporting their regulatory frameworks elsewhere. The Americans, America first, and they're doubling down on it. So do you want to join on that bandwagon? I guess not, right? And then the last but not least is the protections. We have to understand, and going back to the gendered element, for example, and that's just one of the instances, is when we talk about digital harassment, which is driving people away, which is it's not just about trust, it's about safety. Do I feel safe here? Having a locked profile for women doesn't really help, or even other marginalized communities, because what that's telling them is that I think you are the best when you stay at home, right? Women don't roam around in the public space because your place belongs at home where it's safe. That's really what a locked profile is. You want them to capitalize on the attention economy. You want them to capitalize on the algorithmic engagements, right? And that happens with a lot. So those are like band-aids to larger issues. And harassment, as Twitter has actually shown through their data, is actually proxy to sexual harassment online. Actually, there's a huge correlation with that. So let's put gender at the center. And if we can address that issue, then we can address and really create equity for all. Because if it's good for women, it's good for all. And I will end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Pile A. And we'll come back and ask you some questions on that. But before, so that point about bringing gender center stage, I think is extremely important, because when research on digital mobile started, I think the gender issue did not come out initially upfront, and only over a period of time has gender become central to research on digital economy. So I think that's something that we'd like to speak on in a bit. But before that, let me go over to Sunil Abraham. Sunil Abraham works on the data economy and emerging tech in Meta. Sunil?
From there or here?
Your choice. This is completely democratic.
Okay. So the question is, what should be the guardrails? And in my intervention, I'm going to explore DPGs in a little more detail as a candidate guardrail, and other forms of public goods and commons also as candidate guardrails for this discussion. I'll begin, of course, with personal experiences at Meta. And earlier today, there was discussion about generative AI and language models. And I'll quickly introduce you to some of our projects. The first, of course, is OPT 175B. That is Meta's sort of counter offering when it comes to GPT. And when we look at Chat GPT, Meta's counter offer is Blenderbot 3.0. The difference, of course, is Meta's offerings are completely open source offerings. And we have two more interesting projects which are particularly relevant for India and also the global south. The first is No Language Left Behind 200. This is a language model for low resource languages. And then we have a sort of universal speech translator project. And you can already see a demo online where our founder, Mark Zuckerberg, talks to the developer, Mark speaking English and the developer speaking Hokkien. So all of this is 100% open source and all the code is available on GitHub. So is this some kind of deviation from the standard proprietary practices at Meta? Or is Meta quite serious about this openness ethos? So to explore that question, I'm going to look at our posture towards intellectual property. Everybody in this room must be familiar with the TRIPS waiver that the Indian government and the South African government proposed to deal with the COVID pandemic. And the Indian government made that proposal in October 2020. 6 months before the Indian government made that proposal, Meta and a series of other companies pledged our complete patent portfolio under open license, under the open COVID pledge. And then in this Jan, some of you may have noticed that the Indian government has also proposed another waiver, and this time the waiver is for green technologies. A similar waiver in the lines of the TRIPS waiver. And again, 2 years and 6 months before the Indian government made this proposal, Meta had pledged all its patents that are relevant to low carbon under the low carbon patent pledge with a set of other companies. So Meta is very serious about sharing its intellectual property in the commons. And I would go as far as make the argument that compared to all our peers, other global tech platforms and other global tech giants, we are actually most hardcore when it comes to our belief in free and open source software. And that's because you take one of our crown jewels, an open source project from Meta. We have thousands of them. We have 1,000 open source projects at Meta, but our crown jewel is PyTorch. And what we did with PyTorch is we have transferred the intellectual property of PyTorch to Linux Foundation and even the governance to Linux Foundation. So suppose a government would like to use PyTorch as a DPG, as a building block for their DPI, then they can be relatively sure that if they want to participate in the governance of PyTorch as a project, all they have to do is join Linux Foundation and be part of the governance of the future of that open source project. Now, this is really a post-property paradigm where we are no longer obsessing about individual and exclusive property rights. And that's where I want to bring the conversation to Spectrum, as you prompted me, Rajat. And here I want to talk about the Open Telecom project, again, an initiative of Meta. I have more knowledgeable colleagues like Rishabh in the room who can speak about it in detail. But the Open Telecom project has 3 sort of allied initiatives. Open RAN, which is the open standards for radio access networks, Open Core, and Open Wi-Fi. And Open Wi-Fi is perhaps the most important and key piece. Wi-Fi has been such a tremendous contribution to the digital economy because it leverages the commons, and this is the Spectrum Commons. And therefore, Rajat, to quote you, to quote the scripture to the angel, we shouldn't be dogmatic about our approach to spectrum regulation. There is space for all sorts of approaches. whether it is exclusive property rights, whether it's unlicensed spectrum, light licensed spectrum, open spectrum, shared spectrum. There is a variety of post-property paradigms that we should and must explore. And only then can we really unlock the next generation of the internet, which is the metaverse, which will need much more spectrum. That's it from me, Rajat. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sunil. So I really liked this phraseology of post-property or post-property rights. And I think this is a good time to get in Payal M into the discussion, because if post-property M, if it translates from, let's say, companies to countries, which is what the G20 really wants, to get coordination or cooperation, then I think many of our problems would be solved. But my mind goes back to 1998 Microsoft case. One of the dictates was open source. And I'm told over the period of history, it really didn't happen in spirit. It may have happened otherwise, but it really didn't happen in spirit. So does open source work? And I mean, this is one sort of question to maybe Payal. But Payal, I really wanted to get you into the sort of tech versus competition commission discussion and debate. How is it that we are looking to sort of regulate the tech companies?
Thank you, Rajat. Thank you to ICRIER for organizing this. And just a disclaimer, which it's normal. My views here are my personal views and not of the Competition Commission of India. So in the chronological order, I come after Sunil Ibrahim, who was at Meta. So apologies, blanket apologies to him before I start, because there would be, means I have to pick holes into some of his arguments. And so before I get into those specific arguments, 2 words, and means I'm a single hobby horse, and that is competition. And because having been living, breathing, sleeping, eating competition for all these years, if you come back to the title of this particular session, Building Guardrails for a Safe and Inclusive Digital Economy, I will see inclusivity from a very competition perspective, when it comes to technology firms, inclusivity in the form of whether or not data is decentralized or data is concentrated. And the 2 words which increasingly my experience has shown through the slew of cases which the Competition Commission of India has been dealing with is to be afraid of: open and free. So it is open and free, and that's what triggered me, because you're talking about open source, because the most open operating system in the smart mobile ecosystem is in some sense the most closed. And that is one of the big cases, large cases, which the Commission has been looking at. And because it is sub judice, I would not like to get into details. And very simply, so if it is open, how do you make it closed? And how do you make it closed and appropriate the gains for yourself by appropriating large amounts of data and then milching that data for the gains for a single or a few set of companies. So that has been by and large the theme of most of the cases which the Competition Commission of India has been dealing with. So through a slew of its recent final orders, Competition Commission of India has shown a red card to digital companies for not playing fair in the market. So India has now joined a League of Nations where antitrust regulation has become one of the centerpiece of the overall public design which governs these companies. And just to talk about the theoretical underpinnings, because how did the shift happen? So when it comes to inclusive, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we were more concerned about the consumer side of the market, whether or not consumers have access. Access issues were discussed in our early days of doing telecommunication regulation. Access was at the center of policymakers' agenda, that more and more people get access to these technologies so that there is not a technology divide. Unfortunately, be it through markets, and markets have played a very important role when it comes to, so not withstanding that, not taking that away from the instrumentality of markets, and big technology companies have their fair share of contribution when it comes to access. So despite these purported benefits of these platform-centric markets, there is some kind of a problem which the antitrust authorities have now brought forth. Why did the problem? What is the problem? The problem is that unlike the old bricks and mortar companies, which were gaining strength and gaining largeness or dominance, was coming by and large from their internal resources. Here, the firms, the technology firms, these platform-centric digital firms are dependent on autonomous agents, autonomous firms, or complementers, which we call them in our jargon, in order to become and gain and reap benefits of their technology for their purpose. Now, in doing so, many problems have arisen. First of all, the economics of it is very simple. Yes, these platforms would be large because, as the Nobel laureate Jean Tirole way back in 2003 had mentioned, that it is not possible to reach an efficient outcome by doing away with the platform and going through a bilateral bargaining. So the economics of it means that endogenously, these markets would be dominated by few. But as competition and antitrust law says, big is not bad. What is bad is the abuse of that dominance, and that's what Rajat said in his opening remarks. So what had happened is now all this efficiency creation has led to a creation of a few small cohorts of intermediaries who are now interfacing with the consumer side of the market in a multi-sided market platform and are reaping or also engaging with the business side of the market. So now the shift has happened that, yes, consumers have access, but now the competition has moved to what is known as an arena of an ecosystem competition. And in this ecosystem, these big tech firms are acting as orchestrators of these ecosystems through their governance rules. So the platform or the architecture may be open, but their governance rules, agreements, etc., have made sure that these open architectures have become essentially closed. And closed in the sense that the data benefits, as I've said earlier, are reaped only by these companies. So data and customer access can also facilitate and has facilitated these firms moving from their core platform services, from what they began with, and getting into adjacent markets. And when they're getting into adjacent markets, they are getting into adjacent markets by, again, disadvantaging the complementers who in the first stage or the initially help them to get these monetizable data feedback loops. Some jargon here. Basically, the data is so there's no free lunch. It is the data which is being harnessed and is being used by these platforms to lead their or to finance their advertisement-led, targeted advertisement-led business models. So it is free on one side of the market, but the advertisement side of the market is now getting increasingly concentrated. And it will be fair to say that in online digital advertisement market is now just a duopoly. Meta is one, Google is other. And I'm not talking about the kind of agreements, I'll not get into that, even Meta and Google has had when it comes to the quote unquote division of these online advertisement markets. How would they affect? So these things now have economy-wide ramifications. So antitrust law was all about consumer welfare. So just to give you the little bit of history, 2012, and we have changed. What's the problem? consumers are getting free goods. Open source has made sure that smartphones are ubiquitous. Access has deepened, etc., etc. The problem, it took some time for even regulators to basically internalize what the problem and where the problem lies, because of the dependence of a lot of actors in this ecosystem on these platforms. It was the terms of trade between the business users of the platform. So there's a shift from a consumer welfare perspective, which was saying price, price, price alone, to a much more broader concept of consumer welfare. And the Competition Commission of India, since its earliest order, has taken a more expansive view of consumer welfare, where price is not the only metric on which so therefore I said, let's be aware of the words free. Price is not the only metric on which we measure consumer welfare. Innovation, whose innovation is it? Is it only the innovation of these large platforms? Choice, the terms of trade for the business users who are dependent on these platforms, because there have been cases where the trading partners have been ousted again because of these governance rules which are being imposed by these big tech platforms on the same very companies who have, or same very trading partners who have helped them in reap the benefits and co-creation of value. So businesses in India, and so now the inclusiveness is now shifting, at least from an antitrust-led perspective, to what is happening in the economy-wide ramification, what is happening to businesses in India, be it hotels, restaurants, media, app developers, and other startups, because of the dependence on digital platforms. So regulation now is increasingly moving, and antitrust regulation is now increasingly moving towards problems associated between the business users and these platforms and the governance rules of these business users. So words such as self-preferencing, leveraging, data collection practices, deep discounting are increasingly getting into the lexicon of antitrust law. Unfair, bargaining power imbalance, bottlenecks, bottleneck facilities, gatekeepers, yada, 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 and dependence, etc., etc. Now, what needs to be done? What is the future in the regulatory architecture which could provide certain guardrails? I would just end with certain other legal instruments which are available in India and which are the legal or the legislative journey is in the works, be it the data protection law, the private data, personal data protection bill, be it the Digital India Act, be it the intermediary rules, be it the consumer protection rules, and now most recently, which I can talk in later, about the government of India being serious about creating certain do's and don'ts and rules of conduct for these big tech companies, rather than going on a case-by-case basis, because it is a long, arduous route to solve for the market problem, which is now very much clear through the antitrust cases which came before us. And so in some sense, these antitrust cases have created a set of pro-competitive guidelines and a presumption of illegality of certain practices. And those 10 practices have been identified by the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Big Tech in India. And now the process has begun to see whether or not another legislative instrument is required to rein in these big tech companies.
Thanks, Payal. M. Yes, give it a round of applause, please. Yeah, it's going to be a sort of a long, winding road ahead for competition and big tech. I think it'll be a cat and mouse game. But interestingly, you mentioned right at the end, so ex post intervention versus ex ante intervention, and within ex ante intervention, you sort of nuanced between rules and moral suasion, as the RBI says. So I'm going to quiz you on, will moral suasion work, or these rules of conduct work? Or is it better to have, I guess, ex ante rules to prevent any abuse? But interesting sort of observation. Let me go to our last speaker. Carl, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well indeed. Can you hear me as
thanks.
well?
So Carl, over to you for your intervention. And I've already
sort of put the question to you in terms of technology and jobs, and should countries like India be worried, or how worried should we be about displacement? Carl, for all of you, for the benefit of all of you, Carl is the Oxford Martin City Fellow at the University of Oxford. Carl, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for those kind words, that kind introduction. It's great to be with you. Thanks to you, and thanks to the wonders of digital technology. I'm going to make one very basic point in my presentation, which is that when thinking about the guardrails for the digital economy, we need to think about one key issue, which is that successful countries have broad and prospering middle classes, and unsuccessful countries don't. And the obvious question then becomes is, how do we then achieve this objective of building or restoring a prosperous middle class? And where I'm based in Europe, much of the discussion and the debate has centered around promoting unions, lifting minimum wages, which can surely help making existing jobs less horrible and better. Another approach has been to support manufacturing and try to drive a manufacturing revival through protectionist policies that were mentioned, or other forms of industrial policy. But the truth is that old jobs are not coming back. They've been permanently lost through the process of technological change. And even in China today, manufacturing jobs are disappearing because of partly automation, in part due to the process of globalization. So the only thing that can generate or restore middle class over the longer term is the creation of new middle income jobs. And what that essentially means is more innovation, and the right kind of innovation. It's quite striking to think that the vast majority of jobs today that people hold in frontier economies, like the United States, for example, didn't even exist in 1940. Jobs like solar panel installers, software engineers, those jobs had to be invented. And what we need is a digital economy that creates those new types of jobs. Now, the case for governments to invest more in innovation is quite straightforward. The socially optimal level of R&D investment, which produces the highest growth, is just much lower than actual spending for a variety of obvious reasons. But spending alone is also not going to be enough to create these new jobs, right? To create jobs, you need technological knowledge to be absorbed and to be translated into new products, prototypes, industries. And historically, that's something that's been best done by startups, right? And small and large companies have different and complementary roles in innovation. Large firms are very good at process innovation, of improving efficiency, of making sure that goods and services can reach consumers at a lower cost. But at some point, as they try to increase efficiency and improve productivity, what you will tend to see is actually the shredding of jobs. And it turns out that over the longer term, it's entrants and smaller companies coming into the market that tend to be the creators of new industries that create the jobs that we require over the long run. And it's quite astounding to think that most of the digital companies that we are talking about today didn't exist that long ago. The leaders in hardware are not the leaders, tech leaders of today. If you look at retail, it's not been transformed by Walmart or Sears Roebuck, and you can go industry by industry. And a key concern is therefore that despite the fact that the open source software and cloud computing should really reduce the cost of setting up a new company quite dramatically, well, we actually see that even in tech and even in the United States, new firm formation is down in that sector, which sort of takes us to one of the key points that been made so far about competition policy and the role of free entry, because it used to be the case that profits in an industry was quite a good predictor of entry into that industry, and that is no longer the case. And that link has essentially broken down, which speaks to the fact that it's hard for the companies that are most likely to generate new types of jobs to enter the market. And we see through historical experiments, such like the 1956 consent decree in the US, which forced Bell Labs to license its patents, that it led to lasting increase in innovation. We saw in the case of IBM, for example, which was forced to unbundle hardware and software, which paved the way for the entry of Microsoft and a host of new companies in software, and essentially, created the market for software in the US, and it's probably one of the reasons that the US is a leader in that domain. So competition policy has a very crucial role also to play in creating new jobs and building a middle class. However, though, what we do want is primarily technologies that create new jobs rather than automation technologies that destroy existing ones. If you think about it, if we just automated everything that we've done in the Middle Ages, which we essentially have, we wouldn't be that much richer as a consequence, right? The reason why we're much more prosperous today is that we've created a whole set of new tasks and industries. And clearly, institutional frameworks matter for this, right? Because if you think about something as basic as the tax code, right? What happens when payroll taxes are going up or are stagnant, whereas taxes on capital are decreasing, is that it essentially incentivizes companies to focus the technological efforts on automation technology at the expense of technologies that are more likely to create new jobs and support a middle class. So the institutional framework and the tax code needs to be in place for job creation that supports new labor-intensive technologies rather than favoring automation technologies. Finally, I think a lot more can be done to increase the pool of potential inventors and entrepreneurs, which in the end of the day are the job creators. So what we know, for example, is that children who are exposed to innovation early in life, either through their parents or through the communities which they live, are much more likely to become inventors themselves later in life. And clearly, to become an inventor, you need to have had exposure to it at some point. And I think we can, generate such exposure, for example, through the schooling system, would be low-hanging fruit, and there would be much fewer lost Einsteins as a consequence. And I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. So great points. I'll come back and ask you some questions on that, especially on entry driving away profits, because people said in the long run, you wouldn't have extra normal profits, and yet we see firms making a lot of supernormal profits, and the role of innovation and therefore competition policy in driving those profits away. So we'll have one round of questions. I will sort of use my prerogative to have one round of questions, and then I'll open it to the floor. May I request the answers to be sort of precise, short, so that we can also engage with the floor. We have about half an hour left, so there should be some time. So Pyle, I wanted to, at the end, you made an interesting point about the role of women in an economy and how sort of a greater role for women in the economy will boost GDP. And we know that through many studies. We know that through studies as well, that women in positions of power in companies, they tend to do well compared to the control group, let's say. And then you made this point about sort of access to a public space like mobile to women, and you were not clear whether the social mores allow that or not, or whether that would be beneficial. My question is, what would it take to open up this public space much more to women, given the positive impacts it would likely to have, if not in the short run, at least in the medium to long term?
Yes. Firstly, I mean, of course, if we keep looking at it in an instrumental way about how women are good for GDP, we're not going to get very far because we all know that argument. I think we should understand that it's not for women, it's for society. I mean, first and foremost. But I mean, look, if we want to change things, one can always go into this mindset of, oh, well, you have to change culture. Culture takes very long, if at all, and it's just a long battle. And then that's why it drops. I mean, all through the day, I keep hearing about how gender is a major issue, but then nobody pursues it as much in terms of, at an institutional level, it's like talked about and then lost interest because it's too confounding, too complex, and culture is not computable. Culture is not institutionalizable. It's just not workable for a government, so it's easier to build infrastructures and platforms. That said, there's some very interesting fixes we can do, okay? Because we have to do it in short term, like the ride-hailing sector. We've been looking at them, and you can see the rise of the women-led taxis because there's a huge demand for women drivers, but there's a big stigma on women who are drivers. So we've heard many of the women drivers say they want to drive, but the customers think they're cheap women, and that's why they had no other resort but to do that, or it's basically their own families think is disreputable. So basically, they have to fight those cultural burdens, but you do have the she taxis for women by women. And they started rebranding it as kangaroos. Like, no, actually, this is good, not just for other women, but also for the elderly. They basically capitalizing on a stereotype of care, and saying that, women are good for many different groups. And so now it's become cool to actually hire a woman. And so, but here's a dangerous point, right? Is that, yes, you can do this sort of innovations in a zone level, but do we want to become like a Saudi Arabia where they have entire cities for women by women? I mean, so basically you have real segregation. And I don't think, and in fact, a lot of the CEOs of the new ride-hailing sector are so fed up, who've made it a feminist-led group that they said, we have no interest in dealing with men. Let's just create for women by women because there's no hope. Now, I really think that can't be, we need to come up with alternatives. But so what I mean is that we need to do something like upskilling a lot of, and obviously that's a longer answer, but there are ways. There's boring institutional ways in which we can do it, sort of nudge effects, sort of shifts in mindset because you have to rope in the family. And the families do get roped in. A great example is Mishu. 40% during we've been working with them. 40% of their resellers are women, and they actually targeted the families. And the family said, "No, you do it on top of your regular work, and then you do it." But over the time, they realized that it is beneficial to the family. So even the husband started to take on more domestic work. So that way, things actually culture changes through these kinds of processes. So what we need to do is commit to investing in research, committing and investing in processes to enable that change and not just stop at, okay, this is a really confounding problem, because it's not. We can do it,
Yeah, definitely. It's not a confounding problem, but there are institutional handicaps and there are, of course, social mores. But I think we should at least start with getting rid of the institutional handicaps towards employment of women. But great points, Payal. Thank you. I'm going to put you on the spot, Sunil. Well, at least try and put you on the spot. But I don't think I'll be successful. So Payal said, open is closed. Very counterintuitive, but the way she explained it, it sort of made some sense that open source, and even the celebrated case that everybody talks about in the interface of economics and law, the first class on antitrust would be the Microsoft case, especially in the digital era. And as I said, one of the do's was cease and desist orders was open the source code. I don't know what the compliance was to that order, but open was certainly not as open as probably the court ordered. And so when Payal made the statement, open is actually closed, and sort of reinforces your market power, it sort of sounds counterintuitive. yes, at first, but when you analyze it a little more, it doesn't. Does it sound counterintuitive to you?
No. I mean, when we begin the analysis, to answer your question, we have to first start with the licenses itself. So unlike many other terms that we use when we interrogate the digital economy, free and open source software or open source software have canonical definitions. So whether something is open source or whether it is free software is very clear. All you have to do is look at the license, then you go to the open source initiative, or you go to the Free Software Foundation website, and you look at the list of licenses there. If the product is available under that license, it meets that definition. So it is completely legitimate under certain open source licenses to take an open project and then to make a proprietary derivative work that is in full compliance of the license. So in a sense, open source is not some kind of forced sharing of IP. You can actually legitimately, in compliance with licenses, make IP proprietary also. And we don't do that, but there are very successful examples of that happening. Now, this additional argument that I made, that it's not enough to just comply to the license, you must also have open governance. That is precisely the problem statement that Payal raised, that you must have an additional obligation, that you must have open governance. And precisely to handle that critique is why we have taken PyTorch as a project and handed it over to Linux Foundation and handed all the IP also over to Linux Foundation. So it is completely outside our control. And when Meta tries to influence the future of that project, we will also have to do it like everybody else as part of the governance mechanisms at Linux Foundation. And just to take Microsoft's side for a minute, even though they don't pay me, if you were to count the contribution to open source just by lines of code, if we were to use a very simple metric like that, then Microsoft is right on the top. So while it might not have engaged in sort of mandatory source disclosure, or at the level of voluntary source disclosure, there is a lot. So how can this be in some way proprietary? I think the way to ask that is everything that you need, and that's where Payal was headed, is everything that you need to replicate the success available to you. And that is the underlying data, right? So there are some projects where you only give the source code, you don't share the underlying data. But in all the projects that I mentioned, including No Language Left Behind, suppose an Indian company would like to have machine translation on their platform, and they don't want to call any Meta API because Meta is seen as a competitor. The full source code, the full data set is also available. Not only the data set is available, the trained model is also available for download, so that you don't have to burn the carbon retraining your instance of the model on the data set. But why is it that we can share these data sets without worry? Because these are data sets which are free of personal information. Now, if we have to share data sets that have personal information, then the big complication there is the privacy risk. And even if those data sets are anonymized, there are re-identification risks. So because of evolving mathematics, because of lowering processing costs, lowering storage costs, because of the time available to the attacker, almost any anonymized data set can be re-identified. And that is the privacy risk, which means that if such sharing happens, then it should happen under proper regulation. And our founder itself, Mark Zuckerberg, from 2019, has been inviting regulation. So even I can sit here and say that we as big tech, we invite regulation because many of these decisions we don't want to make by ourselves. We would rather knowledgeable persons like Payal make the regulation, and then we
And you will comply with it.
Yes.
So I mean, so I wanted to ask you, so I'm thinking like an economist, is that what is this, if you're giving out everything in the open, free, I mean, I'll have processing costs, but if you're giving out everything, and yet you're making, in the words of Carl, and yet you're making profits, then what is the source of your competitive advantage? What is the source of, what are you getting rents to? What is it that others don't have that you have, that you're making profits from?
Our users love our products because they protect rights in a very substantial way, and it is gratis. I would tell you, I will tell you, Sharath, I was in the non-profit sector, as Payal knows, for 25 years of my career. My salary, my last salary is available in the annual report, which you can download from my previous employer. At that time, I never paid for any subscription services because I couldn't afford it even at that salary. So are you really saying that for our country, that the gratis business model is illegitimate? It is a very important business model. It should be regulated, obviously, but that model must exist even in the future, the gratis business model.
So I'm just going to hand it over to, I'm so she's going to rebut. So Payal M, the question that I asked, you wanted to respond to Sunil.
So means I can't be as eloquent as Sunil is. He's a pro, and I should acknowledge that. Having said that, his point of Mark Zuckerberg, sorry, because you said that, asking for more regulations since 2019, we also know there then has to be asymmetric regulation, so that there is some regulations imposed on certain set of actors in the same market, but not on certain set of actors in the same market. So if Mark Zuckerberg, Meta, and other big tech firms are okay with it, so that's what is being experimented. The EU DMA, that is the Digital Market Act, has come out with the word gatekeepers, where gatekeepers would be certain identified companies based on some criteria, user base being one, who would be obligated to follow certain rules, which are as do's and don'ts, and would not therefore go through a process of an antitrust proceeding. An antitrust proceeding has, on a case-by-case basis, has shown to be, yes, useful in at least flagging the anti-competitive harm, but it is a tedious, long process going through judicial reviews, and basically by the time market correction takes place, the markets have tipped and the harm has already been done. So once these things have been identified, certain companies would be identified, and in India, the word which has been coined, similar to gatekeepers, is systemically important digital intermediaries. So 10 action points have been identified, and these are emanating from the competition rules which have come through these competition cases, that these cities would not undertake what is known as anti-steering provisions, that is, give the choice, or even if so, they are free goods, but give the choice to the consumer how, or the business user, how does he want to communicate with his consumer. Should he or should the startup or should the business user just be communicated through a product which is developed by these big tech companies, the kind of adjacent markets I was talking about, or they should be free and open to choose their trading partners. Second is platform neutrality and self-preferencing. So a serious problem that when so again, free is good, but as long as you're not using the data which is emanating from these free transactions to create products which are then sold as which are in competition to the products of your competitors who are depending on your platform. Yeah. So it has happened in the e-commerce retail space, where the data relating to transactions, data relating to consumer preferences, ability of this big data, and this audience is very knowledgeable, by using the analytics which are available and innovative analytics produced by these big tech companies for the purpose of then creating super profiles of consumers and able to replicate each and every product which is sold on the, and I'm talking now from the e-commerce perspective, which is sold on the platform, and sell it under your private labels. So that has been also proscribed in DMA, and that has been also suggested by the Parliamentary Standing Committee.
So, Payal, are these rules, these guidelines, can you litigate? Can you litigate on these, or?
So some of them would be, in the sense, you have to self-executing, okay? And otherwise, yes, it would require, and something which I picked up from the previous session, it would require different regulatory capacities. So the state capacities have to also change. So a good question. So state capacities would not be now to go into and that's the state capacity of an antitrust authority, do not go into a long drawn out litigation and try and prove that there is an anti-competitive harm. So an anti-competitive harm by these practices is presumed. There's a presumption of illegality, but then it would require a lot of monitoring. And that monitoring requires setting up new capacities, say, for instance, again, going with what's happening in other jurisdictions, say setting up of the digital markets unit, or getting more technical capabilities within a competition authority, which is now limited to, say, lawyers and economists.
Right.
Then various other do's and don'ts. One area which would be acquisitions and mergers. As we know, these big tech firms have become big through their own organic growth, not taking that away from them, through innovations, but they have also become big through acquisitions and mergers. So the word killer acquisition, half if you know, but it's not also about killer acquisitions, it is more reverse killer acquisitions there, wherever you see a potential competition. Competition which could basically be offer contestability to your own product, or add complementarity to your portfolio. The second part being more important, add complementarity to your own portfolio you just acquire. Yes, build versus lease. That's one common economic principle. Either you build it yourself or you acquire, but that principle has now turned out to be problematic in the digital space. So one proposition and proposal is that once these cities or gateway companies or gatekeeper companies have been identified, at least for a notification, because because these targets which they have been acquiring do not have the thresholds for notification. So they fall between the cracks. And so they have to list and notify each and every acquisition which these cities would be undertaking. Of course, then we have restricting third-party applications. And finally, which I cannot delve into because it's such a huge area which would require one full conference. It is regarding the advertisement policies and advertisement revenue sharing between the platforms and the users of these platforms. And that's where the problem rises. So you can harness that data. You can the digital advertisements, but how do you share the revenue between the users, means the people, the business users who have helped you create or add complementarity to your product? How do you share the advertisement revenue? Do you garner it all and keep it with yourself? So one issue which is before competition authorities, and Australia has come forward with a solution, is with the news publishers issues. How do these news publishers gain or some revenue from the advertisements because the content has been created by them?
Thanks, Payal. So one of the things that I'm working on right now there's a university in the US. So there's a very common principle in sort of civil law that because of the long drawn out litigation, you often resort to mediation. And I wonder, so in the digital space, whether mediation will have any role to play in settling disputes. And this is something that perhaps we could talk about later or maybe for another time. Carl, I just wanted to sort of pin you down on an India-specific question. If you have any response or sort of suggestions. So as you said, manufacturing is sort of moved on, and the kind of jobs that you saw in manufacturing, even in China, are being vacated and technology is displacing that. But with the kind of demographics that we have in India, so largely, almost 500 million workforce, education and skill levels are sort of still growing because schooling, etc., becomes an issue. So in this environment, the kind of sort of processes that you described of innovation, creating more jobs, but they'll be relatively what labor economists call skill biased, right? There'll be sort of in favor of skill biased jobs. But the jobs at the bottom that historically manufacturing has provided are not going to be available. So countries like India, if they don't get onto the manufacturing sort of bandwagon, if you will, are really doomed, because services are not going to provide the kind of jobs that manufacturing provided. The services jobs are relatively sort of informal, even if you talk about servicification of manufacturing. So where do we go from here, countries like India? And as you rightly said, without a middle class, it's not going to happen. So any prognosis and suggestions for us in India?
Well, it's an excellent question. And part of the answer is obviously that if you look at global trade, it's more about services today than it's ever been. And we have this decade of globalization, as it's called, but it's globalization in goods, not in services. And that process has been accelerated by the pandemic. And I think you're right that if you look at skilled professional services, which has been most affected to that's not that many jobs, but we also see technologies on the horizon, and that's already being adopted, like ChatGPT, which promises to make many service jobs a lot easier and reduce barriers to entry. These technologies are not necessarily automation technologies, and what they do is that making content generation cheaper and easier, so that the broader swath of the population can do it. In addition to that, I think you're absolutely right that the manufacturing sector itself has generated many more jobs than professional services. But if you look then at the labor multiplier, I think the picture is less clear, right? So in the US, for example, a manufacturing job has a multiplier of 1.6. If you take a skilled technology job, it's 5. So even if you have a few people working in the tech sector, the multiplier effect is such that a lot of other jobs in the local service economy is generated as a consequence. And in countries where income inequality is higher, or the wage gap between these tech jobs and service jobs is higher, the multiplier is probably even larger, and where housing supply is more elastic as well. So potentially this way, I think you can generate a lot of jobs through services, and I think that should be the focus going forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Carl. Thank you. Excellent discussion by the panelists. Now I'm going to throw it open to the audience, please. Brief questions, identify yourselves, and don't give the answer yourself. Yes, please.
Hi, thank you. So two brief questions. So we started a conversation with a concept of an inclusive digital economy, among other things. One very important part of an inclusive digital economy is, of course, access to some basic services like, computers and internet and mobile phones. I won't even go into the whole conversation about 5G and crypto and all of that. So let's come back to the basics for a minute. There's a lot of conversation, a lot of debate, a lot of research on how there are socio-economic implications of digital exclusion, primarily, let's say, on the basis of gender. Ma'am, you worked a fair bit on that. You spoke about, how gender has a role to play, and there's an overlap between exclusion. Now, there's other parameters which I believe are not talked about enough in the Indian context, at least. We have parameters on the basis of caste, religion, marginalized communities, tribals, immigrants. So now these are also overlaps, which of course have certain nuances which are different than your, let's say, mainstream, reasons. It's not always economics or access to, money. It's maybe linguistic barriers. It's maybe, I don't know, access to, social expectations maybe. So there are new nuances which are related to this, similar to what you've been seeing in the US, the overlap of race with digital exclusion. So these are important topics. In conversations like these, we say
What's
that
your question?
the question is, how do we tackle it? Are we going to acknowledge it and as a country, and the role of the government, the industry, the civil society, and academia?
Thanks.
How are we doing?
Thanks. Do you want to take that question?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a number of, like I said, we need to get boring. We often think like there should be some major disruptive solutions to major problems. But for example, let's get concrete, because that's how I think it can get communicated best. Is like, for example, ride-hailing sector. We looked at the women riders driving, and we want to know what are their major concerns. And some of the cliches that came to mind is it's unsafe for them in the night, right? Like, obviously, women don't feel safe. In fact, they like the night the best. In fact, majority of women drivers wanted to ride the night because it freed them from family obligations. This was their downtime. In fact, they found it very meditative because it was their leisure time-ish, right? So it was something very counterintuitive. The other thing is we realized that what was the biggest issue, and this was crossing sectors, sanitation, etc., was lack of safe and clean toilets. Because actually, if an app was with like a Uber app or any of these apps were inbuilt with, oh, here's your closest toilet, and also you don't get penalized. So the very structure of these systems, which by the way should go to consumer rights, because there needs to be standards also on the governance of work, digital work, right? Like for it to be humane, which will actually benefit, right? So I mean, these are the sort of interventions which are doable, which are easy to establish, design into it, and immediately take into effect. And in terms of, you're right, there are other forms of exclusion. So for example, digital interventions have been pretty powerful in nudging people to not, be biased. For example, in the delivery services, what we looked at is that many customers, if we actually ask them to manually prefer, sometimes they're like, oh, we don't want of this caste people delivering food because they'll be touching that food. Okay, so if we were doing a manual choice, a customer would actually choose based on caste, based on religion, based on a variety of other factors. But when it is anonymous and they're just a worker, or they call themselves a partner, right? Like a urban company partner, then that's who they are. There's a power in anonymity, and actually customers get nudged in not asking. So this nudging effect could be the pathway to cultural change. And these are just some examples, but we really need to like immerse in these examples for us to know that yes, it can happen, and it can happen fast and soon.
Thank you. Yes, please.
This is a question for Payal Malik. So as you were talking, I think the image that came to my mind was you took the name Mark Zuckerberg, when the parliamentarians were, the Senate there was asking him questions. I think it almost looked like they were pretty behind the curve in terms of really understanding what is happening. Am I right? So I just wanted to understand how does, at CCI, because these are areas which are really sort of, how do you keep abreast, of which very few people understand, and they really, I mean, the image of Mark Zuckerberg with the senators is all I can, bring about.
Good question, and thank you. So what has happened is with the globalization and internationalization of R&D. So India has been very open. So India's model is unique. We did not go the China way, or because there was a question in the previous session, or the Russia way by creating our own search engine, the Baidus of the world or the Yandex of the world. So it was an open country that way, in allowing internationalization of R&D, allowing big tech companies to come and tap the Indian market. So that internationalization in some sense has helped in transfer of intellectual know-how, and also the fact that there is, so it's not all that bad. There's a huge amount of synergy now between the kind of technologies which the big tech companies, which include some of the domestic firms also. So let me be clear about that. Allows synergies between our startup ecosystem and the kind of technologies on which they have allowed the startup ecosystem to piggyback on. So this internationalization has also helped, and competition authorities all over the world enter into we have a huge network, international competition network, enter into several MOUs. There's a huge transfer of knowledge, huge transfer. For instance, how we wouldn't have ever known of a regulatory instrument which Australia, for instance, has proposed when it comes to the problems of advertisement revenue sharing between news publishers. It is a more of a decentralized regulatory instrument where only a bargaining code, a bare-bone bargaining code has been provided by the regulator, and then it is left to the platform and the publishers to negotiate a deal. So yes, these are challenging times for regulators in all over the world. And I'm not saying this just to say it, but when we are engaging with our international counterparts, the regulatory capacity seems to be the same. We need to augment it. Our resources are few. We are challenged in that sense because we are, to give you an instance, FTC has 80 economists. My team is of 4. And now with these new technologies coming in, you need technologists, and that is why new centers of understanding these technologies like digital market unit or a data market and digital unit in India are being considered to unravel these technologies. But yes, regulators are always one step behind. That problem would remain, and it is not only an India problem. I think it is a world over problem.
Other questions? Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, I'd like to pose a question to the dais, and maybe, Payal, you can help us. I always kind of have this problem reconciling the philosophy behind the fact that when in certain African countries and Latin American countries, when you have extractive industries, and if any company has found a certain mineral because of their own R&D, their own research, their own kind of intellectual properties been applied, they find it, and the government says, okay, for 10 years you can extract it. After that, it becomes kind of a public good in which other companies can come. Similarly, you also have R&D for pharmaceuticals where you say, okay, you have a patent for 10 years, you have it, you can exploit it because it's been your R&D, your research, your innovation. Similarly for data, right? Do you think that companies, big tech, small tech, medium tech, any tech, because of their R&D, their intellectual property, they have created a product that allowed them to create this data that gives them an edge? Should they also be similarly allowed to have a window in which they can benefit from the gains of their fruit that allows them to benefit from that data and give them that window? Do you think that's, comparable? Because data is a currency, data is an asset. Why should it then become a public asset that everyone can get access to when their IP, their innovation has created the opportunity to learn that data?
Right. Fine. Do you want to, or does anybody want to take a stab at that?
I just wanted to object at the terminology extractive. I think there are two very distinct rights that we enable at the platform. The first is the right to speech, and some of our products enable that right. And the second is the right to privacy, and the other product enables that right. So I thought the extractive terminology was a bit heavy. So I was protesting.
You were protesting. So it sort of touched a raw nerve.
But Payal will disagree with me.
Could you introduce yourself? Where are you from?
Siraj from.
Okay. So a good question. Yes, regulations and regulatory philosophy, which has developed in the pharmaceuticals sector, etc., may be guiding. Now that's what is happening if ex ante set of regulations is being brought out, and by and large and as I said, multiple instrumentalities. It is not just the competition law. There has to be some kind of and again to commend in the present data protection bill has again given just a framework. It still has to be minimalist. It cannot be an intrusive regulation because the trade-offs are really could be then swinging the other way. You don't want to stifle innovation. You want to balance, and that's a regulator's tightrope walking. You have to balance innovation. You do not want to throw the baby with the bathwater, etc. These are big words. But when it comes to the implementation and going to the drawing board and drawing up regulations for the similar purpose, it's a lot of hard work. And that hard work, because you, and that's where the private, if I just take from the personal data protection bill, which is coming to, which may become an act, and it's better to be late than to rush something which is going to just distort the entire ecosystem and create a lot of problems. For instance, the EU GDPR has tried to be over-prescriptive and has introduced so many rules and regulations where, in fact, small, because you mentioned small firms, big firms, mid-tech firms, or it has created an ecosystem where these small and medium firms are facing the brunt also and will stifle innovation. So it can, and yes, I think there should be a sunset clause when it comes to what is promotional activity, till when is it free, then if it is free, then how do you harness the data and monetize the data? Then if you are monetizing the data, how do you share the fruits of that data monetization with your trading partners? That's where I think the area where the regulation is going.
I would, yeah, I mean, I would actually hold on to the extractive term. And I'll give you an example, right? WorldCoin. This is a classic case. Now, in the last few years, I've been dealing really deeply with a lot of tech companies. And one mindset is deeply extractive. I mean, one is their hyper monopolies to begin with. And a lot of their wealth, the data wealth, has been created under dubious circumstances of unfair competition. So if you want to level the playing field, I'm sorry, but you have to then let go, right? But going back to a concrete example like WorldCoin, which will illustrate what's happening to many developing countries, not just India, is that you have these two 20-something-year-old kids who managed to get, millions of dollars of venture capital funding to go out and come up with a proposition of data extraction with the orb, right? I mean, for those who've heard of it, they just walked around collecting indiscriminate amount of data, personal data collection. And for a couple of years, in the name of democracy and blockchain freedom for the world, and through this altruistic measure, they were able to circumvent a lot of serious privacy rules and regulations. I mean, we have GDPR instituted in entirety of Africa in cut-of-paste fashion, but they managed the loophole of saying, no, this is altruistic because it's blockchain to save the world. Then they went pretty much like critiqued in a year, and then they're like, oh, we are pretty much out. But then what happens to that data? So a failed project, an entrepreneurial project, still is actually structured for failure because then they have this data they can play with for other kinds of products and services. So, and this is a game of altruism that is constantly played time and again, not just in the data industry, but in the pharmaceuticals, because I mean, this is what I mean. It goes back to stop being laboratories for the, for the global north, because, and that's how, whether it's pharmaceutical, whether it's testing of products, or services, that's not what we should be. We should be co-designers. And in order for that, we do need a leg up, which means the equitable sharing of data. And it is fair to open it up at this point.
Okay. Okay. There was a question here, Mansi. There's Mike.
To ma'am or anyone else on the objectives of competition. Increasingly, many people have been thinking about broadening the objectives of competition to also see how it can address problems of inclusion or sustainability or having a gender lens versus a narrower definition of how we were just broadly looking at consumer welfare, now consumer welfare through different lenses. So just wanted to hear from you. that at the competition authority, whether in India or across the world, is there a sense of what the objectives should be for a competition authority to look at?
It's a hugely large philosophical question, and I have my personal view. So I do not know where the Indian competition laws will move. So I'm a little bit purist. So when I'm saying purist, so the instrument of competition law should be basically used for the end of promotion of competition to an end, and the end is economic development, and that's what the preamble of the Indian competition law says. Gender, sustainability is now creeping in, but sustainability is creeping in as much as it is a part of consumer preferences, and it increases, as an economist, if it increases the utility of a consumer, and there is a consumer welfare objective, so certain agreements between firms, say, to test out a new technology because they don't want to be in a position where one firm comes up with a sustainable technology, but the other firm has cost advantages because it is still adopting old technology. And so therefore, so certain kind of agreements where there are industry norms on the kind of technologies to be adopted, clean technologies to be adopted, are now getting some kind of a blessing from competition authority. But that's under the framework of the competition law, where there is a proviso that such kind of agreements would not be considered to be anti-competitive as long as they are efficiency enhancing, or and in a broader terms, efficiency would also mean now sustainability.
Great.
But I will not touch gender. Sorry, Payal Arora. So under the competition law.
Wonderful conversation, I think. Let me also attempt to, by way of summarizing, also try and attempt to sort of provide a framework to the question that Mansi asked. Which is, I think, is essentially what has happened as sort of one evolves digitally or otherwise. If you look at WTO and trade, it was only trade and restricted to trade. But as sort of the way trade is done, the way patterns of trade evolved, and the way trade began to have interface with, let's say, environment, sustainability. If you go back to 1992 in Seattle, where labor activists were burning the effigies of Clinton, protesting against trade because it was creating sort of adverse impacts or externalities on labor. Trade and labor now are beginning to be combined. Trade and environment is now beginning to be combined. Trade and digital is beginning to be combined. So I think, as Payal rightly said, digital is now going to be all pervasive, and it's going to enter sort of not only competition and anti-competitive sort of areas, but digital is going to affect, as Carl was saying, manufacturing, services, agriculture. So digital has become sort of all pervasive, and this topic of this today's talk, digital and markets, I think it's completely altered the functioning. To me, I think that it's completely altered the functioning of markets to an extent where it's made it more efficient, and to an extent where it's actually become to be harmful. So, but you can't, dismiss it. You have to embrace it. But we're still early days. I think it's still early days. The efficiency effects, do the efficiency effects dominate when technology and digitalization works in markets, or do the adverse effects dominate? Are we going to become co-creators, or is the sort of inequality between the North and the South going to be exaggerated as by the digital? Is the inequality within the country going to be exaggerated by digital? These are difficult questions, but I think they've begun to be discussed. And I think but I would conclude by saying what I said right in the beginning. I've been working on telecom and then now digital for the last 25 years. And every time, we talk about digital, especially in countries like India, we feel that here is a panacea. Here is sort of a solution to all our problems. Technologies emerged and it's going to solve our problems. And I keep saying, no, it's not. It's a means to an end.
It's not going to solve all our problems. It might create more problems. Technology is not a panacea for our problems. We have to look elsewhere to solve those problems. It is a means to an end. And it helps markets work better. Yes, certainly, but we have to keep ourselves on guard. And therefore, the session is called Building Guardrails for a Safe and Protective Digital Economy. I thank all my panelists for a wonderful discussion. Payal, Sunil, and of course, Carl, who had to leave, but wonderful discussion. And thank you, ICRIER, for inviting me back to moderate this discussion. Over to you.
He's on the call. Yeah. And if you'll allow us, we're going to move right into the last session without necessarily taking a break, because we'll give you time for a break after that, because we have dinner and drinks and everything else after that. So if you won't mind, we're just going to move right into the next session, please. And hope all of you will stay. Rajat, thank you. It's good to have you back. And may I invite our panelists up, please? Sudha, Sanjeev. Please come. Please come. Come, please. I think we may be taking a break. Huh? Will you do that, Deepak? Huh? Mr. Bansal, good to have you. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me over.
Great. We have these. Okay, great. Shall we give them a few minutes? We'll give everybody a few minutes. Is that right? Good to have you, Shashank. Thank you. We're going to talk about it's a CEO conversation. Yeah. To talk about, the digital platform and digital infrastructure, right? Public infrastructure. And our job is to talk about how do we do it from our private sector perspective, your perspective, in terms of inclusion, from your perspective, as how you can use it, then your perspective. What are some of the dangers? And I don't know if Mr. Bansal can hear it. I'm just briefing the panel members here. We're going to wait for a couple of minutes for people to get their teas and coffees and come back.
Sure.
And it's actually working. They are actually coming back. It's quite wonderful. And Mr. Bansal, so I was also hoping that we would have every panel member. I'll go first and we'll have everybody speak just for 5 to 7 minutes. And then we'll open it up to question and answers, not necessarily in any order, but I have a list of questions by all the things that you will.
Sure. You going in and out somehow.
Sorry, I don't know why it's going in and out, but we'll speak for 5 minutes each, Mr. Bansal. I'll start it off and then turn to each one of you and call you one by one, if I may.
Sure.
And then we'll open it up to question and answers amongst us and from the audience.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. For our last session today, certainly not the least, we've had a lot of discussions from a lot of different people covering a large sphere of and diverse group of people from across various segments of NGOs, of government, of bureaucrats, of policymakers, and again of people from companies as well, of course. But in this panel, our aim is very simple. This is a CEO conversation to talk about the digital public platforms that we've talked about, or the digital public infrastructure that is being set up. It's been a marvelous conference all day. Deepak, I know at some point you want to go because you're just not feeling well enough. So please, don't worry about that. Deepak's just hanging in there with a bad cold and everything else. So please, I know you'll worry about moving on, but hello. Yep. Okay, it had to wait for the last session for this to happen. Fortunately, it didn't happen all day. We're very pleased to have announced and published this annual report. It is it's the first time a report of its kind has been issued. It's called the IPCIDE report, and it talks about the state of the digital economy in India. Frankly, despite all the conversations that happen across India around startups, the various platforms that are being built, the type of infrastructure that is being built, there isn't that much that quantifies or elaborates or does deep research into the impact of this on all of us across the economy, on individuals, on inclusion, on regulation, as well as all the other implications these platforms will have. As we've discussed in the past, one of the key issues, and as we've discussed in this forum as well as we discussed in the report, there are many questions around these platforms. Who will fund them? Who will benefit? How do we ensure they don't get monopolized? As many people say that may have happened to UPI. How do we ensure that these are democratic? How do we ensure they are well regulated? How do we ensure, from my perspective, that they're not over-regulated? That's my biggest fear. I worry less about regulation than I worry about over-regulation. And frankly, some of the commentary I heard today started worrying me even more on some of those things. When and I question that because, frankly, we have a tendency to over-regulate in India because typically it is done with a mindful mindset of distrust. Having said that, I really believe India has leapfrogged. We have built digital public infrastructure which is remarkable. There is nowhere else in the world which is doing it at this scale and this pace and at this cost. I do want to emphasize that. The frugality with which we have delivered these platforms is incredible. In another country, in a more developed country, I could imagine that the Aadhaar platform would cost 10 times more, if not more than that.
Yeah, because they outsource development to India.
Sorry?
They'd outsource the development to India.
They'd outsource it. Well, I mean, even then, we charge them more also, right? I hope we would make enough money out of it. But they would have to, and it would be incomprehensible, I think, to be able to do it in the time frame that we have. If you look at COVID, if you look at the platforms we built there, at the speed at which we built it, and the speed at which we were able to get everybody to sign up. Of course, there was a great push for it, and that made everybody sign up. But as Deepak said right in the beginning, if you hold up the little handwritten card that you get in the US from a Walgreens for a vaccination versus the digital certificate we carry on our phones, that in itself demonstrates what's happening. Thirdly, I would say that the recognition of what India is doing in this area is very, very small. If I go across the world to travel, I'm going to Israel, by the way, on Sunday, I'm going to ask people, a lot of people, what do they know about the digital public infrastructure that India has put together, I can guarantee almost that all of them will say we know nothing about it. And it is something that yet I believe the world should understand. I'm very proud personally because the statements that were made was very simple. The Western world put in a physical infrastructure. We struggled to do that, and we have struggled for years, and I wish we had a far better physical infrastructure. But what we're putting in is a virtual infrastructure which will allow a lot of innovation to happen. And I think of this no different than the roads and the railways that we have put into place, that every country puts into place, around which you have enormous enterprise growing, enormous communities building. And in the same way, I really think this actually, to me, is some of the most exciting things that I've seen in India in the last 25 to 30 years. The opportunities for us are enormous. I know there's a lot of concern that people have about ONDC and other areas. I am this is a personal anecdote, so please forgive me for that. I am absolutely overjoyed that ONDC is here, and I hope it will drive innovation. By the way, our ability to judge the success of ONDC will not happen for the next 5 years. It will take longer than that. Initially, yes. Initially, I can promise you what we fear will happen. Amazon, Flipkart will take it over. They will be predominant on it. They will come in. They may not democratize it. But in time, all of these things will change. Many others, there's D. Hart here, there's many other people here who will jump into the fray. And by democratizing the platform itself, I think you're going to see innovation at an entirely different pace. So I'm delighted at that. And I must say that for one person, I am truly excited at what India has created. I take no credit for it, but the fact is we had discussed this even when we had a commission at the time when Arun Panagriya was here and running Niti Aayog. We had done a commission with Tarun Khanna at that time, which is what came up with the Atal mission, with the tinkering labs, etc. In that, there's a chapter, which was my chapter, which talked about building platforms across India, building platforms for health, for education, for all of those. I take no credit for it because I think these were thought of by many others. But back 10 years ago, it was obvious that that we should not suffer through some of the perils that developed countries have gone through with their healthcare system, which have prevented them from even responding as well as India has, because their healthcare systems, for instance, in the US, are so fragmented. And yet a stack and a platform that allows us in the healthcare system to collect data in a way that is usable by many others will allow a level of innovation in healthcare which will be unparalleled. And I can already see examples of that and people working on that. So for me, you can see unbridled enthusiasm for this. I know there are 1,000 things we should worry about. Fortunately, I have a lot of friends here who are worrying about them. So I leave it to them. And I think they are far better off worrying about it than I will be, because as an entrepreneur, I will remain optimistic. And I'm sure there will be many things that will go wrong. But for us, I do think it's one of the most exciting things that could have happened. I'm going to ask our panel members to speak for 5-7 minutes each from your chairs. I'm going to turn, if you won't mind, to Mr. Bansal first. He's online, and ask him to talk about this. And we'll talk mainly about the role that these digital public infrastructures will have on our lives, on industry or entrepreneurship, and the concerns that arise. And then after that, Mr. Bansal, I'll come back to each of you. Sudha, I know, has a wonderful view on what this can do. And I know we'll all love to hear that. Over to you, Mr. Bansal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pramod. And my apologies for not being there in person. Thanks for having me over. So, sitting at this unique position of the Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, which is a 100% owned subsidiary of the Reserve Bank of India, the digital public goods that India has built over the last decade or so has special importance for our work per se, but I'll not focus too much on that. But having been part of the founding team of Aadhaar, I would say what we had imagined is what is actually playing out, that the digital public goods in the last decade have laid the foundation for what we can do. They have achieved some things, including obviously building the world's best digital rails, the best payment rails. Apart from that, obviously the open health ecosystem that we are creating. So all of these stacks compared to, and if I talk about the IPCIDE report, the fact that India is perhaps the only economy in the world which is 10 steps ahead because of, as I would call, the 10 big public digital infrastructure that India has built over the last 10 years, actually 12 years now. And given the fact that we also have the lowest, telecom data rates, we have 60% smartphone penetration. India is now bound to jump to the next level of innovation, as well as ensuring, if I would talk from financial services point of view, to ensure that by 2030, we should be able to offer frictionless finance to 1 billion adults by the year 2030. It's a unique opportunity that only we have as a country. However, to be able to leverage that, I need not emphasize on how we can do that. As a part of our work, we do some of that. We focus on process innovation, product innovation, and policy innovation, the 3 pillars of our work. And I would say some of the, from an infrastructure point of view, we are there. But the infrastructure utilization, what we had envisaged, government is obviously leveraging. The Honorable Prime Minister talks about the annual saving that we have, the fact that people are able to get money directly into their accounts. Through Aadhaar, they can withdraw the money. Through UPI, the world's lowest instant cost payments, they can transfer money. However, in terms of financial services, we still feel that it's actually just touching the tip of it and touching maybe the lives of 200, 300 million people. There is so much untapped opportunity. And if you permit me, Bhavan, maybe I'll take a minute, then stop by giving an example. So we are like about a 1.5-year-old company. So when we, assume charge, we asked ourselves, okay, and we defined the mission as frictionless finance for 1 billion Indians. Then we looked around and saw which are the major segments of population which have massive friction. We went to the field, we realized that farmers, the friction the farmer has to get a $1,500 loan or a 100,000 rupee loan is 3 big things. It's all paperless, including KYC, mind you. And I'm sure during the day, the IPCIDE report tells you 14 billion eKYC is done, but it's all paper-based. Turnaround time, 3 to 4 weeks. How many visits to the bank branch? 4 to 5 visits to the bank branch. So honestly, it was kind of a moment personally for me. Hey guys, we have built this world's best public digital infrastructure. Why is that farmers still struggling? Because I know, I have, investor out there on the panel. Yes, a lot of investments have happened. A lot of innovations have happened by the fintechs. But what was shocking was that they were not touching the lives of 100 million farmers. So we launched a project. Honestly, the innovation we did is we brought all these pieces together. And now there is a straight-through processing for a farm loan. So just as an example of, we need to think horizontally, especially my financial services friends who are boxed in the legacy technology, legacy way of thinking. So I'll stop here.
Thank you. That was very good. I agree with you. By the way, I'm in financial services and we are boxed in. You're right. By the way, some of that is because of the RBI regulation. So we should think about that also. as we
realize, policy is my 3rd pillar of innovation.
Right. No, but I'm glad you made those comments because those are accurate and good. Sudha, may I turn to you? Sudha is the CEO of the Nudge Center for Social Innovation. Would love your thoughts on what's happening around us.
Thank you very much. And unlike my eminent co-panelists, I guess it behooves me to share a little bit about who we are and what we're up to. I'm pretty sure you haven't heard about us. And this is my opportunity to shine some light on a sector that has hugely benefited from the emergence of digital public infrastructure. It's an interesting story, so I hope you stay with me. So I run the Center for Social Innovation at the Nudge Institute. We are a 7-year-old nonprofit based in Bangalore that are looking to alleviate poverty in our lifetime by providing resilient livelihoods for all, creating conditions in which this country can provide resilient livelihoods for all Indians. In my prior life, I was at one of, a Fortune 50 semiconductor giant, creating technology for first world problems. I turned 40, pretty restless with the fact that while technology was solving first world problems, it also had the potential to serve basic human needs. And it required entrepreneurs and the startup ecosystem, just as startups have disrupted every sector. The development sector also needed to see some disruption come through efficient use of technology, not just efficient use of technology, but disruptive technology that would bring to life solutions that we otherwise could not have imagined. Solutions that would outpace the growth of problems, because we are indeed a country where life for the bottom 30%, who are getting left behind in this digital progress, can only be addressed through technology-first solutions, not by solving problems the age-old way. So 2017 is when we created the first incubator for tech-first non-profit startups. And something interesting happened along the way. In the very first cohort, we had startups that had created, say, a smartphone-based solution to detect contaminants in water. And with that, they had the ability to go into the mining districts, into some of the poorest urban communities, and tag the water sources as safe to drink and not safe to drink. We had a startup that leveraged the Diksha platform and helped multiple states through the course of the pandemic upgrade the public education systems and take digital education to kids in government schools in places as far-flung as Lohardaga or Gadag in Karnataka. We had interesting ideas for carbon credit trading, enabling small and marginal farmers who would otherwise grow trees as a safety net. It's a tree you cut down and make money when you have a life shock. But now with drone technology, they were able to measure carbon sequestration rates and get that income into the hand of that small producer without having to cut down that tree. Such interesting ideas. And all of this was happening because, as you can see from these examples, these were riding on digital public infrastructure, right? Geospatial technology and the public infrastructure provided by that had to pre-exist the tagging of the water pumps, or for the drones to measure carbon sequestration. You needed Diksha kind of platforms to proliferate digital education into systems that would not have had the deep pockets to build that themselves. So the world of philanthropy and the world of non-profit work changed very rapidly in these 6 years. We had erstwhile lived in an era of redistribution of resources. Right? You had to pay taxes or you had to do philanthropy to level the field for the haves and the have-nots. And now suddenly in these 6 years, and this is very unique to India, and just so proud to be saying this on the stage, we've created mechanisms for pre-distribution through merit goods, and these are the equivalent of the roads that you mentioned, Pramod. Merit goods that make it possible for problem solvers to serve any segment, even segments otherwise left behind by markets and sometimes even government. So it's an exciting time to be a non-profit entrepreneur, as exciting as it is to be an entrepreneur in any field. And a lot of that is thanks to the existence of this digital public infrastructure. Pramod, to put you on the spot, I hope the next side report has a segment on non-profit entrepreneurship and how that is taking the value of this infrastructure to India's bottom 30%. Because until we do that, I think we will forever be stuck in this debate on the haves and have-nots on the digital arena, the digital divide being a problem itself. But once you enable the ecosystem on the other side, magic can happen, and we'll kind of be in this journey together to end poverty in our generation.
I think that's such a fantastic statement, and really, really love the thoughts. And so that will come back to you on that, because it is the best testament one could ever get to why these digital public infrastructures are so incredibly valuable, and especially not just in a country like ours, but I would say even in developed countries, in fact, they could bring in an enormous amount of benefits. I'm going to come to Sanjeev Bikhchandani, if I may, my very good friend, and probably one of the most successful entrepreneurs on the internet. I think you have to hear his stories one day. If whoever hasn't, please do follow him on YouTube as to how he built Naukri.com, and then how he's been involved in Policy Bazaar, how he's been involved in Zomato. He was also the builder of Bharat Matrimony? No.
Jeevan Sati.
Huh?
Jeevan Sati.
Jeevan, but that didn't work because there weren't too many repeat users, you see there. So that fell off. So that as he said, it didn't work properly because you didn't get the coming back.
It's the only business, as one investor told me, the only business in the world where if you do a good job, the customer goes away.
That's right. He's a prolific investor and a huge philanthropist. So the extent of his philanthropy goes beyond bounds. Sanjeev, over to you. Would love to hear from you.
Thank you, Pramod. So I will give 2-3 examples, Pramod. And it's not just about not-for-profit startups. I think for-profit startups can also do good and can also serve underserved communities. So I'll give you 2-3 examples. So we have invested in a startup called DGV. Now, basically what happened was when demonetization happened, very shortly after that, there was a rule passed by the government which said that if you have more than 5 crores worth of transactions in cash in a year, you have to pay 5% tax. Right? Now, huge problem. Now, what happened to dairy farmers? Now, Amul would collect milk every day from collection centers and they'd pay the farmers in cash. Right? Farmer would get his money and he'd be happy. His working capital is daily. He's getting it. When this happened, Amul said, listen, we can't pay 5% tax and margin goes away. So they got the banks to open the farmers' bank accounts and began to deposit money in the farmers' banks. Now, the banks were often 10, 15, 25 kilometers away. And the money is there. The farmer has to go there specifically. Half day goes, going, coming. Okay, so the farmer would then go only once in 10 days. So working capital from a daily payment became collection once in 10 days. Big problem. So what DGV did was very simple. It tied up with a bank at the back, opened farmers' accounts, and at the collection center had a system of debiting the bank and paying cash. So Amul created the bank account for the farmer. The collection center operator, who's an entrepreneur and has tied up with DGV, would simply debit the farmer's bank and transfer the money to his bank, and over here he'd give cash. And once a day he'd go and withdraw cash, pay out the next day. They rolled this out, and with various cooperatives in dairy cooperative in starting with Kaira, but then other districts as well. And adoption has been tremendous. Now they're getting zero money for this because they're not charging a commission. But the plan is, hey, now I have data. I know which farmer is getting how much income. It's all documented. I can enable financing and loans, perhaps insurance. And the beauty is that because he's controlling the cash payouts to the farmers, he can deduct the installment at source on a daily basis or a weekly basis, and therefore there's no very low risk of default. Right? Now, this is a for-profit company. It has raised venture capital from 2 VC firms, including us. The good thing, and I think not-for-profits are great, but the good thing about for-profit is that because it is capable of delivering a return on capital, it attracts that much more capital, a different pool of capital, but okay. And the engine of scalability is built into the business model and the company because you benefit each time you grow because you make more money. Right? For the farmers, they're getting access to, they're getting access to loans. This problem of going to the bank has gone away. Right? Digital public infrastructure, for-profit company, venture capital. Right? We invested in another company called MedCords. Now, MedCords is based in Kota. Now, who on earth, which VC firm will go to Kota to invest? It's happening. What does MedCords do? Or what did it start off doing? This is a son of a doctor, right? And they're from a village near Kota. The family shifted to Kota, but the father would go back to the village one day a week just to serve patients, charitable clinic. What this guy did was, he said, okay, I've got an app. Now, if somebody in a village falls ill and you have to come to Kota to meet a doctor, 2 days go. 2 days of income, lost livelihood, expense, staying overnight in Kota, and the doctor's fees, of course. He did a very simple thing. He did teleconsultation for people in villages. Go to your nearest pharmacy or chemist shop. We'll do a video call to the doctor. You pay X, which is much lower than your actual fees if you were to visit in person. And the pharmacy will sell you the medicine. So the pharmacy gains, the villager saves time and money. The doctor enlarges his practice, and this guy makes a small cut for profit. We have invested in a company called Gramophone, which I will not talk about because Dehat is here, and Dehat we'll talk about similar things. But again, for-profit company servicing farmers, right? And all of it made possible due to digital public infrastructure. Now, let's take the case of Zomato. Right? For-profit, listed, high market cap. When I last checked, it was providing livelihood to 500,000 delivery boys. Right? These are people who would not have other jobs. Right? If you look at Uber, it's 1.5 million. Look at Swiggy, it's again 5 lakhs again. So the gig economy, which has been enabled by digital private infrastructure, they are for-profit companies as providing employment to a few million people. I would not say employment, I would say they're enabling people to earn a livelihood. Right? And these are jobs that did not exist. If you go to Zomato, if you look at Zomato at 3 in the morning, the app, you will find there are people delivering food to you who did not exist, say, before Zomato. So there are restaurants, there are cloud kitchens, not restaurants, cloud kitchens that open at 10 p.m. and shut at 5 a.m. Now, before Zomato, this was not possible. So people are getting food, people are finding employment, people are making the food, right? Unsatisfied demand is being satisfied. Right? Now it's for profit, but it's still, it's still for social good, right? Take a look at Policy Bazaar, another listed for-profit company. It's not just selling insurance. There's another platform that they've developed, which actually enables tens of lakhs of insurance agents to source and sell insurance better. Now, insurance agents very often are, they could be housewives, they could be, working from home, they could be very small entrepreneurs, right? They're not bottom of pyramid, they're not poor, but they are people who otherwise would not have been enabled, okay? And they're able to earn better livelihoods. I'll stop here, but I think, the point I'm making is there's lots of stuff happening because of digital public infrastructure. in the for-profit startup sector, although no startup makes a profit. Okay, let's be clear about that right now. Okay, there's lots of capital going in there, and I think people's lives are improving as a consequence.
Absolutely. Well, you know, what is remarkable is that while we talk about digital public infrastructure, the first one of them was the internet. I mean, imagine what the internet has done. It's been free, and imagine what the internet has achieved for everyone. And imagine if somebody owned the internet, was charging for it, and where that would have left the world. So I think there are many prime examples, even though if I could talk to Western countries, they will say, you know, the government shouldn't really be doing this. The fact is they all rely on enormous public infrastructure themselves, which work. And therefore, this is a concept that has been validated all over the world by every kind of economy. I would love to, at this point in time, Shashank, we won't talk about gramophone. We'd love to have you talk about Dehat. And that's why I said we won't. and thank you for being here.
We can talk about agri-tech.
We talk about agri-tech. Would love to hear your view on agri-tech. An introduction to yourself, a brief introduction on yourself and Dehat would be wonderful.
Sure. In fact, when I was listening, Mr. Bansal, then Sudha, then Sanjeev sir, it forced me to have a quick flashback of my last 12 years of journey. Because I was into consulting, and then somehow again that consulting stint gave me exposure of one end of food chain, which was more around the FMCG space. Prior to that, I originally belonged to a rural part of India, so I had a default exposure of another end of food chain, the farmer side. But exactly what Mr. Bansal said, the boxed approach, right? I mean, that was the trigger point that India is a country where 14% GDP belongs to agri. It's more than $400 billion market, more than 100 million farmers, a lot of inefficiencies in terms of food wastage, low penetration of financing, and so on, so on. But still, why people are not getting into the space? And that's how, again, the whole journey started into the sector. Then when I was listening to Sudha, the first 2 years of my stint, it was around not-for-profit. So again, being a first-generation entrepreneur, I thought that probably, okay, something has to be done around farmers, so let's form a not-for-profit. And that's how basically initial 2 years, again, we just understood or exposed ourselves to the ground level realities. And then what Sanjeev sir said, right? So then at some point of time, we felt that now, I think the model needs to be scaled up. We need more and more capital, or we need scalability. And that's how, again, we formed we transformed ourselves as a for-profit enterprises, but obviously the problem statement remained the same. So this was not planned, right? But again, so that has been the journey. But where we are today as Dehat, that because of all this, I mean, obviously the same subject we are talking about, which is the overall digital infrastructure. I think the model we could build during our initial 6-7 years, which was all about offering complete end-to-end agricultural services to Indian farmers, regardless of the crop they're growing, how they can get access to everything related to agriculture, whether it's agri input or advisory or financing or insurance or storage. And obviously the most important thing is the market linkage of farm produce, how they can get everything under one roof and close to the farm gate. So initial 6-7 years, again, we just built everything, because historically, again, nobody had attempted for this, right? I mean, building a holistic farmers first model. And I think all because of this overall digital transformation, I think we could scale it up to a significant level. And where we are today, that as on date, yes, so Bansal sir, not 100 million farmers, but yes, now we are close to 2 million. And I'm sure in our lifetime journey, obviously we'll get closer to the 100 million for sure. But yes, so as on date, as Dehat, we are serving close to 1.8 million farmers. We could build our last mile around farmers to provide bundle of agri-value chain services across 12 states in more than 120,000 villages. But so that's a quick brief about Dehat. But yes, would love to talk about agri-tech, because I think something as an individual, what I have been experiencing in last 4-5 years, it has to be continued. That's very, very important from the overall national economy perspective, because the sector has so much of opportunities, avenues, and which has never been a question but still people had been into that box, right? I mean, people always had been into the fence, whether the investors or the fellow entrepreneurs. But in last 4 or 5 years, obviously we have been seeing that point of inflection when more and more people coming forward for the sector. And proudly, probably, I say that, that the agriculture has now transformed to agri-tech, and which is the need of our. As a result, obviously we all are aware of, but as a result, FY22, the agri-tech so-called again has experienced more than $2.5 billion of investment. Even calendar year 2022 again had more than $0.8 billion of investment. As a result, today you will find more than 2,000 agriculture or agri-tech startups, including Dehat, including Gramophone. But the beauty is that across the horizontal, across the width of the space, you will find someone attempting or someone working for their respective innovation, whether it's organizing or digitizing the farmers, or digitizing their wallet, or building the last mile, or maybe going deeper and deeper around specific crops like maybe cotton or mango, building again farmers focused financing model, or warehouse receipt financing, or specifically post harvest or export or whatsoever. The beauty is that again across the width you will find at least one or many startups across India, where agri is a state subject. Across India, in each and every state, you will find in someone with their best possible effort to innovate and to transform the space or the farmer's life. So I think this has been truly transformational. The beauty is that because of this, I think the other related stakeholders are getting aligned. So in last 2.5 years, all the agri businesses, corporate, now they are getting aligned. Even at Dehat, 5-6 years ago, it used to be very difficult to convince any FMCG players or any agri input companies basically to become, right? Because the sector has been into its ages. So they always saw a conflict or maybe not a very clear value proposition, but those things are in general sorted for the space, so-called agri-tech, because all the corporate, they are coming forward and they're seeing agri-tech as a space, as a complementary proposition, so that they can focus on their core competency, which is more about selling their FMCG brand, which is more about formulating their own R&D, and let the agri-tech as a space, take care of the rest of the things, and they don't need to be worried of, right? Government being the largest institution, and obviously what could have been better than this, that that now agri-tech has a special mention in the union budget since last year. So the overall, all the stakeholders, where the policymakers, government, corporate, and obviously investors, the startups, they are getting aligned. And this is very important. That's why personally, and again, being in this space since last 10-11 years, I personally very, very excited. And largely because I think that agri-tech in India is now getting ready to tap many untapped opportunities, whether that's related to farmers financing, whether that's related to building agri export to solve the global food security related issues, or to build a kind of, again, digital infrastructure to generate maybe the carbon economy as an alternative source of income for the farmers, or number of such things. But yes, I think largely it's just a beginning. And that's where, again, I'm excited to be part of this transformation or point of inflection for agri-tech.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a brilliant story again, and I think in nowhere else, I think in our country, do we need innovation more than in agri, right? Because such a large portion of our population works there. The land mass is small, our productivity is low. There is so much that could be done. And because frankly, we cannot, the population that relies on farming is too large to be able to rely on farming in the long run. It won't work. So let me open it up to a bunch of question and answers. There's a plethora of questions, so I'm going to open it up a little widely, if I may. Mr. Bansal, first, may I come to you? My question to you is, as we see the emergence of these new platforms, ONDC, the health platforms that you have, even the education platforms, do you think from a policy perspective, from an incentive perspective, do we need to do a lot more to encourage usage, to encourage the way people get onto these platforms? Or are we progressing right now and we should allow the market to let that happen? because my concern is that, yes, in some areas like the healthcare platform, the growth has been phenomenal. And the report talks about how quickly it has grown. But in perhaps other areas, it may not be. So are there other incentives, other innovations, other things that we should be doing which would actually help more consumers, more entrepreneurs get onto the platforms?
Yeah, thanks, Pramod. Honestly, I will not name the innovations or the platforms here, but the incentive compatibility, which is a critical component for growth of the platform, adoption by the private sector especially, is lacking in some of the cases. And, being on the policy side earlier, it's a bit of a challenge because sometimes policymakers like me would think that making money is not so good. So there are platforms and currently, which there are challenges, and I personally feel there will be challenges till we solve the incentive issue in some of these. Yeah, so more needs to be done for sure.
Yes, I was asking because, in some cases, the uptake has been large. For instance, if you look at Beam, while it has a massive number of customers, its actual usage is very, very low compared to the other guys who are also on that UPI platform. And the same will apply to perhaps many other platforms as they come through. So we will need to think about policy interventions in many of these.
Just to say, maybe Beam because it's just a reference application which NPCI launched for UPI. And obviously, who would market Beam?
Correct.
So probably PhonePe doesn't have an incentive to market Beam. But there are other places where there are challenges. And
I'm going to ask you one more question. Sorry, please go ahead. Please finish.
Sorry. No, I'm just saying which need to be solved urgently because it's a great innovation, a great platform, ready for takeoff, but challenging. I'll give you a simple example, which is kind of non-controversial here, is threads. If some of you are aware of threads, I'm sure most of you MSME. There is an incentive compatibility issue because what is in it for the buyer? So threads has gone places, but still not gone the whole hog. Unlike the Mexico case, where the incentive compatibility is taken care of, just as an example.
Yes. There's a tendency to want to do all of this free, which brings into questions around sustainability and everything else that I think we all need to think about. Sanjeev, I'm going to turn to you, if I may. How do we keep up? Regulation never keeps up with the pace of technology development, and this is for everyone. And yet, there has never been a time when we perhaps need regulation even more, especially with stuff like ChatGPT running around at this point in time and overturning everything else, right? So what should we do? There is a danger of overregulation. It's my mortal fear in India because I'll tell you, my example is I used to run a public company in New York Stock Exchange. I would spend 5% of my time on compliance, administrative stuff. In India, I spend 20% in a small finance company, right? That's just the difference that I have to do as a CEO. But what kind of regulation do you think we need? And I don't want to get into too specifics, but these guardrails need to now come up, I would have thought, very quickly, because we've seen what's happened with social media and other events in the past. So around this public infrastructure, how do we construct guardrails fast enough to try and prevent some major issues from developing which would actually, perhaps take away from the positive benefits that these platforms create? I would love everyone's thoughts on that.
Yeah, so look, the areas are very obvious, right? Whether it is data security, data privacy, right? Or other stuff. But then what you have to do specifically, that is where I think there are different opinions, or sometimes no opinion at all, right? Many people are unaware of it, and they just go ahead, right? But what I have sort of seen in the past, Pramod, is that simply because technology moves faster than regulation, right? And the first example of which that I recall from my life was in the first Gulf War in 1991, when the Gulf War came to your living room because CNN was coming in, it was being beamed in, right? Suddenly, cable TV exploded in India. And there were dish antennas everywhere with cables running around. And there was no regulation, right? The regulation happened, so Doordarshan suddenly lost its monopoly, right? And it's a government monopoly. And it took 3 years for the government to figure out what's going on and then pass some regulation. And then they realized they actually can't ban cable TV because it's already become too popular and then they will lose votes, right? And therefore they learned to live with it, right? And actually that may have been a good thing, because if regulation had preceded that, we'd still be having Doordarshan only. Yeah.
This is true, but still the pace of technology today is very different.
Yeah, no, I agree. No, I think data privacy, that's a very obvious one. Data belongs to the individual. If it's my data, it belongs to me. I'm giving it to you for a particular purpose. Please use it for that purpose under terms of that contract only. So the individual's resume belongs to the individual. He is putting it on Naukri for the specific condition that I will expose it to recruiters so that those recruiters interested in that person may contact him or her for a job, right? And then the back-to-back contract we sign with our clients is that you will only use it for the purpose of recruitment. You will not call them and sell insurance. That happens. Then we blacklist the client.
Yes.
Right? But on cyber security, however, no, it's an evolving field, right?
But I want to also go, if I may, to Shashank, and may I come to you, Sudha, beyond cybersecurity, because I appreciate the data privacy and ownership issue is one, but there are many other issues. What products can come out of it? What can it be used? You know, there's a lot of talk even today about social media being the one polarizing effect in this world. So you may have data privacy, but you can still have many other impacts happening. How should we create some of those guardrails? Should we create any guardrails, or is it just something we're going to have to wait to see how it evolves? By the way, we had some excellent discussions this morning with a bunch of people who have been bureaucrats in the past who have thought about this very deeply in the telecom sector, IT sector, but would love the private sector's views on what should we do and to what extent should we allow the market to operate versus actually putting some guardrails in place.
I think I would frame my answer in the context of agri as a sector. So which is like quite lagging behind than any other sector for that matter, as far as building this data or the public data access is concerned. So on that note, probably I would resonate with what you said earlier. Right? So I think let it happen first. Let it build first. Okay. That is one. Secondly, within, I think the space, agree, within the system itself, there are enough, checks and balances. There are enough, again, makers and checkers, considering, government or the policy makers, they are not, just a facilitator, but they're also a party, right? Because they're party to the transaction, right? Whether talking about, because it's at quite a few places, it's quite regulated. Whether you talk about, let's say, fertilizer allocation or giving insurance to farmers, or again, giving licenses to any of the company at state level. So within system itself, I think in agri, there are enough checks and balances. But yes, what has been missing is the convergence between public and private through, again, through the digital infrastructure, right? Obviously for any innovator, the biggest problem is to reach out to farmer, to know more and more about your last mile or the pin code, right? So when government is a party, obviously, I think at least a beginning is totally worth it, right? So that people will get access to those, public data system, so that I think the real convergence or the collaboration can take place.
Yes, there's a huge discussion we've had around, authoritarian regimes and what they will do to these data. So that's also worth thinking about at some point. But I'll come to Sudha, and then would come Mr. Bansal would love your thoughts as well.
Sure. So I think this is a better question for someone like Sharad. Like you said, Pramod, that we know that there are others who wake up worrying about these problems, and perhaps these are problems they worry about better than entrepreneurs who wake up with unwavering optimism in that things won't go as wrong as we imagine in our heads it would. I actually worry that this over-regulation or strangulation, as people are starting to call it, the adverse effect of that on people wanting to solve problems and how it could deter talent from choosing difficult problems because there is this fear of being on the wrong side of regulation. I know for the non-profit sector that has been a huge problem. Regulation of the non-profit sector is one of the reasons why a lot of entrepreneurs who really want to solve problems of poverty choose the for-profit way. You just don't want to deal with the mess or be on the wrong side of the law. But that said, I think in the realm of data protection, and the example Sanjeev gave of a customer of Naukri using it for the stated purpose, not for selling insurance, something like that in this country will only happen when the legal systems also keep up, right? You have to be able to litigate successfully in a short period of time and get conclusive results where the result is a deterrent for any further bad behavior by that party or by anybody else.
Absolutely.
When that doesn't happen, you really do not have recourse.
So there is actually one check and balance. See, for our reputation with job seekers, if word gets around that Naukri is lax, right? And if you give a general Naukri, people will misuse it.
Right.
That harms us. We're pretty tight about these things.
Right.
You're tight about?
Preventing misuse.
Preventing use. Yeah.
Preventing misuse. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in our self-interest. Now, I agree, you won't go to the police and you won't, that's kind of hard, but even denying access to a company of Naukri data is actually, punishment enough.
Absolutely.
Correct. So this is a great example of self-regulation, right? But that still requires, for instance, if your customer was to resort to bad behavior, your recourse in preventing that is limited. So
and not every company may do that.
Not every company may do that, right? So a country like ours needs an alternate model. Right? This cannot come through legal recourse. It must probably come through systems like the producer of the data being the owner of the data and such. And that's kind of the track that Sharad has been on.
Yeah. Yes, and technology. Mr. Bansal, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so on the guardrails, I think a lot has been said, including obviously data privacy, which is a sine qua non. Without that, all of the things, including cybersecurity. Only thing I would like to say, Pramod, if you permit me, that I'm also more like an entrepreneur. Okay, at the Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, I know it might sound a bit this thing. And I would talk about what Shashank said. There is so much data out there of the governments. Let's take the example of agri-tech, which needs to be unlocked. There are state level data hubs where they have citizen data on benefits, various things. That data is not available to startups to read. And this thing, one of the biggest sources of economic value is land as an asset class, which has not been unlocked. So I'm not advertising ourselves, but we have started doing it in financial services by linking APIs of land records, marking liens, and making it happen frictionless. So, unlocking is happening. We're going to work with some other ministries, some other, central ministries and states to start unlocking that data to be used for the benefits of the citizens obviously in the consent framework. So I'm very bullish that we are all set for a big explosion. Having done all the heavy lifting over the last 10 years, we are set for this year, these few years, and ensure that we'll really benefit and leverage the digital infrastructure.
I think if you can help unlock government data, which is buried, do it anonymously without names, it would be so powerful. And frankly, there is so much of it. It would be amazing as to how much innovation just that would create. I want to open it up for a few questions if there are any, and would love to get some questions answered. Can we get the mics here? There's one at the back there. Would love to get that, and then we'll come here. We'll just do a couple of questions because we are running out of time and it's late. Please, if you could introduce yourself and make it brief, please. Thank you.
I'm MB Chandar. I work for media. And the thing is, regarding the regulations, the moderator and the first speaker talked about this Aadhaar card, boasting about the Aadhaar card, India's formation in Aadhaar card. In the very initial stage, about 10, 15 years, 10, 13 years ago, 14, when the Aadhaar formation was in the initial stage, I stood in the queue and many more in the queue were there, and the form was filled. No documents were taken. Only I was the fool who was submitting it. Very few people. And there that was accepted, and many in crores, equivalent to several countries, several Aadhaar cards were made, and that is in the process. And media did highlight it during the past several years back regarding this non-checking of these documents and all. Then how, whether they are rectified or not, and if not, then how we can say we are providing free of cost and we are providing solution to the US and all. And the second, Jan Aadhaar scheme. Currently the health insurance scheme is 5 lakh, which is a in India it is. Now the elections are coming. Our beloved HM is saying we will increase it to 10 crores if we come into power. 10 crores, 10 lakhs if we come into power. How all this is, you can say how it is accountable in the public favor.
Yeah. I'm not going to address what the government says or doesn't say. If they say 10 crore, 10 lakhs or 5 lakhs or whatever the number may be. On the Aadhaar question, I would say if anybody else wants to answer it, they're welcome. But I'm happy to answer it. But Aadhaar,
to my mind, I'm not sure the problem of that magnitude. I mean,
I don't know if the problem is that magnitude. And the fact is, 1 billion people are using it. The evidence on how much direct payments have happened, how much savings have happened, please.
So I was speaking to Nandan I asked a question at one such gathering initially when Aadhaar was being launched before 2014, in 2011-12 when he was talking about it, right? And he had just going to launch it, the data gathering. And I said, how will you verify this is the person? He said, this is not a verification system. This is not a verification system. This is a very simple system. You are claiming your Pramod Bhasin. I've got your fingerprints. I've got your iris. Now, if a second person comes and says Pramod Bhasin, and he's got different fingerprints, I'll say, boss, not possible. That's it. So this is a prevention of duplication system.
This is a guiding principle right from the beginning, all the way. Absolutely. Let me go to another question. There was another question here, please. We'll just start.
Yeah, hi. I do have a couple of questions, but I understand we're short of time. So I'll just pitch one and then maybe I can ask them later on. Shashank, this is for you. So basically we spoke about privacy and we've been talking about agitate for a while now. In terms of agitate, do you believe there are certain privacy implications or issues that are specific to agitate? Case in point, there is a certain point of view that the data principles that exist in the sector, let's say farmers, the extent of privacy literacy that they may have may be marginally lower than, certain other parts of the population. So that's just one case in point. But beyond that, do you believe that there are certain implications which are limited or like unique to privacy tech? And if yes, you said there's a few checks and balances that the space has for a lot of things, right? So for this issue, for privacy in general of data principles, what are these checks and balances and how is the industry trying to tackle it?
Checks and balances, they are multiple. In sectorial context, there are enough licensing requirement. And forget about at a national level, even at a state level or a district level, which ensures right things being offered to farmers, whether in form of downstream or upstream activity. That is one. In general, in terms of data, obviously the right to privacy related to the Aadhaar and all those things. Anyways, that's relevant to farmers as well. So that's what I meant.
Please, the last question.
Thanks, Pramod. I'm Vikram Tiwatia from COAI. I thought I'd like to share, one great digital asset that we've got is Tarang Sanchar. I don't know how many of you have heard of Tarang Sanchar. Deepak is old hand too. Okay, we work together. So maybe, to add to this, as part of this work, every mobile tower and every base station is mapped on a public, let's say, a site called tarangsanchar.gov.in. And you can actually see, whether you've got 2G, 3G or 4G coverage, you can ask for it. So whatever solutions that you're developing, let's say, at the RBI, one of the things that was asked for us at COAI was when demonetization happened, right? There was this huge thing to have digital money or money transfer. So the question was, how do you transfer if you are on a 2G coverage or
Absolutely.
on an internet versus a non-internet coverage, right? So similarly, for those of you who don't know, I thought I'd take this occasion. Please have a look. It's a very potent platform. In all base stations, 2G, 3G, 4G, and now 5G will be available, and you can design your products and stuff around it.
You know, these are all offshoots of some amazing technology developments that have happened. Earlier, the one that came up about digging, asking a question before you dig was remarkable, right? So that you know that you can ask a question as to, if you're planning to dig somewhere, what's underneath it, so that, you know, we're not used to the familiar thing of dig it up again and break through a million lines, etc., etc. We can go on forever. With this panel, it is as good a panel as you'll ever get. And I think we can go forever. But I'm going to hold you up for 1 minute, please, if you'll allow me. Because I have and then we'll end. And this is not just for you, but I have a vote of thanks, if I may. We've come to the end of what has been a remarkable day, a wonderful conference, and it's really worked out well. Firstly, I just want to thank the panel here, Mr. Bansal on the screen, all of you. You people have been fantastic. We could have gone on for hours, as you know, and that was fantastic. Beyond that, though, we must thank Process, who have really been the architects and built this and came to us with a vision of doing something. It is remarkable that they said, we want to do something for the country. We want to do something which is impartial, neutral, deep research into an area. And I hope we can do this in many, many industries, because frankly, we don't have enough of this happening in our country. But to Sehraj, to Paroma, to Shashank, we are absolutely just thank you very much indeed for doing this. It's been brilliant. We have an advisory panel. Many of them have stuck around all day. They're not here today, but they have been wonderful with us in terms of the help they've given us. But very importantly, a magnificent admin staff of Neha, Rajesh, Rajkumar, Janardhan, absolutely brilliant, tireless work, endless work to pull it together. Very importantly, even though they'll hide their faces and run away from here, Mansi, right here, Deepak, right here, who has led this charge, and the entire Desi team who's sitting all around here, which has been fantastic and tireless in putting this together. I must tell you, this is a seminal report. This report will carry us, we hope to build it year after year, addressing some of the most serious and important issues, but addressing them with great data, great research, and great objectivity, which we hope can help all of us, policymakers, entrepreneurs, NGOs, institutions. With that, thank you very much for all of you being here, and we are really deeply appreciative of your attendance and the fact and your participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll do it later on. We'll do it later on. There's a dinner being served at the bridge area, which is just outside here if you go out. Thank you.